Right. Nowadays, he could be Sheppel. Could be human Sheppel. He's wanting to try and get back into our server after he stole and trashed one of our servers. Yeah.
Yeah. VC check-in, please. There you go.
There was a member who said, I talked to him for 2 hours. I thought, damn, if he's still here, I'm going to ban him, and I might ban you and just ask for forgiveness when I'm done.
Everybody's got to go to VC check-in, huh?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about this Sheppel dude. He destroyed our last server, dude. We had 50,000 people. I put a lot of years into that. We got years. Yeah, we got years.
That's a tough hit. Damn.
Oh, dude, it was nothing like it is now. We never ran out of people to debate with.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm going to have to start doing some call-in, some live streams, call-ins, get 5, 6 guys from here, and just get a Google number and have call-ins and let people answer the calls. When we did that, man, we get a lot of members that way. The people listening in, they get to see like what the interaction is like before they call. So we end up with a lot of people that call, and we can just keep promoting the server, and then we'll even get debates. We used to do a lot.
I didn't know if you were talking about me or who, because I like to come in here and sit in here and just listen to like-minded individuals.
No, you talk.
Yeah, I'll talk.
Yeah, we just want to hear you so we know you're not one of our 10,000 trolls that hate us. You know who they are. If they come in here and call me by name, then obviously somebody let a troll in who's been trolling me for 6 years. Michael Smith, that on YouTube I use my name. That's my name. BattleMod, that's just a nickname that Raven Song gave me. It stuck with me. So, but my name's Michael J. Smith, Michael Jonathan Smith, and if they call me by name, well, that's the biggest clue there from 3-4 years ago when I actually had that as my profile name here. I got reported so much and so many accounts taken down, I thought it would be smart to change my name. One time they took me down for raiding. Discord terms of service changed that day, said you couldn't raid other servers. I didn't know that. So I announced it right here in the server. Let's go raid these people. Krillism. And somebody reported my damn message.
Yeah, he's went on to YouTube. He said that there's a lot of people in their house sleeping. But I explained to him, obviously, that's the server rules. We need to check you in, obviously, to explain a couple of things to you. So he's went on to YouTube. He'll come back, hopefully, when he can talk.
Battle Mode, they close your account, or what problem you had when you said about that comment that let's raid?
Oh yeah, the next day I came in, they took my account down. The funny thing is I sent in I appealed it, and I made a new account, and like 6 months later they just unbanned my account from Discord. 6 months later, Indio's like, hey, why do I got 2 battle mods in here, Mike? Both are mod. I was like, what? And he showed me. I was like, dude, that's my old account. They must have unbanned it. And it was funny because I did that before we lost the last server, and Sheppel wouldn't let any of us back in the server. He banned us all. But then when my old account became unbanned, I was still able to go in our old server with moderator.
Yeah.
So before they realized it, I was in there changing all kinds of shit, dude.
they sort you out pretty fast. But you see, I got threatened in Gempanda, and I reported that I was in the live stream in Gempanda threatened by a person, and no moderator. They even made fun of me, and this guy who owns Gempanda, what's his name? I forgot.
Isn't it Gem? Gem Panda?
Gem, yeah. But yeah, and I told him, and he was also joking, like, "Oh, are you seriously hurt about that and stuff?" You know. And I said, "No, man, I need you to do what is right to do. You know, it's your server and stuff." But yeah, I reported the server. Nothing happened. You know.
Right, mine was a comment, so they had the comment right there to read. So, and it said, "Let's go raid Krillism. Come on, guys, who's going?" And raiding, you know, so raiding was, and that's all I said when I appealed it. I said, "Dude, the day before we did a raise, I didn't realize that the TOS had changed, or I wouldn't have done it, you know." But it took them 6 months to say, "Screw it," and unban me.
So.
Hey, I was over at Shepplestone, our server. I was over there banning all his people. I didn't care. As soon Indio said, "Hey man, your account's back." I said, "Dude, I'm going back to the old server and I'm banning everybody I can before they ban me." He made a fake account, he did, and he came in with it. I gave him a role and tried to hide him in the server, but they went through and looked. Everything I did, they undid. I banned like 2,000 people.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like, oh,
what are they even doing that server? Like now, like what is that server's purpose now?
Nothing. The server got taken down from repeated reports.
Yeah.
I was over there in their voice chat one night and got to hear Human Shepherd go to jail in the VC. It was funny. You could hear the cops come in. "Lay down!" I said, "Lay down! Face down, motherfucker!" I was like, "Hey, is he really going to jail, or is he watching cops?"
Yeah.
But he said, "I didn't do nothing," and what he did was he married some American, came to America, and then he was cheating on her with her friend. So he pulls out a knife and starts stabbing and cutting up her furniture, and then he says he didn't do anything. Well, no, you were basically threatening him, like, "Here I am with a knife and I'm deadly and you're not going to do a fucking thing about it. If you'd have done that shit to one of my sisters, I'd have hunted you down like the pig you were, and you'd have ended up in ICU, not jail."
Yeah.
And I'd admit it. When the cop got there, "Well, what the hell happened here?" "Oh, I beat the fuck out of this dumbass. Take me to jail. I got bail money. I got a team of lawyers." But he earned it. I'm an honest person, man. I'm not gonna run from the police. I have beat down my sister's husbands. The one cop said, "Well, we just won't mention that you're combat trained and combat ready. We'll overlook that." I said, "Tell me I was." Hey, I told him, dude. I said, "Tell me I was wrong to protect my sister." He said, "I'm not going to tell you that, but you know the law, Mike." I said, "All right then. Don't cuff me, dude. I'm not unreasonable. Just put me in the car." And he did. He took me to jail without cuffing me. Got me there. Gave me a ticket that said, "Be to arraignment tomorrow at 8 a.m." And he let me go.
Yeah, when they find you're righteous to do like a revenge or stuff like that, they are easygoing on you. I mean, when you fight a criminal and stuff like that, they have their ways to make you escape. Yeah, they show you the way out.
Well, you know, there was an ambulance there for my sister and an ambulance there for him. And all this happened in front of my nieces and nephews, you know?
Yeah.
And because both their mom went to the hospital, their dad went to jail. He went to jail for
Yeah.
Well, he went to the hospital and then he went to jail. But my old lady, my ex, she took the kids home with her. And of course,
the cops, if they were in your place, they will do the same. Maybe even worse.
yeah, my friend owns a cab company, so I got a cab ride home. But my nieces and nephews, it really sucked. They watch their dad beat their mom's ass, but at least they knew they had Uncle Mike. They still know it. They're grown now and they know.
Well,
they know how family is supposed to act.
May God protect us.
Amen.
From such things.
But that's how family's supposed to act. You're supposed to let some idiot beat on your sister. I started this life with them.
I eat them with feathers.
Right, and there was a day when we could beat his ass and tar and feather his ass and make him run around town butt naked like that, and nobody said a fucking word. He shouldn't have kicked Mike's sister's ass.
I say a man who hits a woman is not a man. I hate these kind of people who.
Amen.
Yeah. So, or children,
Yeah, and that's not being a simp or a white knight. That's just recognizing the ripples it sends through our community, from the family all the way out to the community.
Yes.
If your dad don't have to respect your mom, then why the hell do you got to respect your neighbor? And them kids you go to school with, they're fucked.
Yeah.
And the guy that runs the store at the family store at the end of the road, he's not going to get respect from you either. Respect starts at home. It has to permeate throughout the house. The whole household has to respect each other. Or your children.
In Romania, we say the 7 years from home education. Yeah.
Well, I say if your children don't know respect by the time they're 5 years old, they'll never know it. It's up to you to teach it to them. And it has to be taught young.
Yeah.
And I don't mean respect for everybody in the world. Some people don't deserve respect. You don't respect the man that robs you, you don't respect the man that tries to kill you or beat you, but you should give respect and hope for it in return. Out of respect for yourself. It's not, when I give you respect, it's got nothing to do with it being owed to you. It's because I have self-respect and I don't want others to see me as an idiot, or a bad person. It's self-respect. That's how I teach my children. Respecting others shows you have self-respect. You're not. I mean, there's a time to throw respect and caution to the wind. There's a time for everything.
Correct. I'm heading to work now. I see you guys later.
All right,
be great,
bro.
Everyone.
Don't work too hard.
Yeah, I will.
Babinonics. I ain't seen you on here in a minute.
I typically get on earlier, but I stayed up today, so I'm on here.
It's been slow on Sunday, man.
Yeah, here sometimes it's really quiet, even in the morning.
Yeah, on Sunday. It's Sunday. Let me remove the damn emoji. I put the wrong emoji on shit. I hate that. And emojis are a language, man. That's like saying the wrong thing to somebody when they ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
My damn kid had to tell me what the eggplant meant.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I was like, I thought over my years on Facebook and MySpace, like, there's a lot of people out there that think I was propositioning them when I just thought it was a dumb emoji.
I can only imagine the context, dude. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Probably, hey, let's go take the kids out today. All right. Send a little silly emoji with it.
Hey, eggplant. Yeah. Man, I was watching those crazy courtroom videos, and somebody from my own hometown made it onto one.
Yeah.
Courtroom most dramatic moments.
Was that one of those compilations?
Yeah, it's a compilation. Shows a bunch of different people, but if you seen it, you'd see what I mean about Michigan people and Jackson people who don't give a fuck. Be sitting in the courtroom like, so? Talking to the judge, and he's like, yeah, what do you mean so? Well, fuck you, motherfucker. Don't let me see you on the street. So, motherfucker, do I have to explain so to you again?
Oh.
And they'll be in court talking like that, dude. Michigan people don't give a fuck. They'll tell the judge, you're nothing but another man, dude.
Yeah,
You're lucky
I just think they're gods.
Yeah. They tell him, what are you going to live in the courthouse with the metal detector your whole life? You got to walk to your car when you leave, bitch. That's a Michigan statement.
Funny.
People laugh about that catch me outside shit, but if a Michigander tells you that, motherfucker, you better be looking both ways when you go outside and behind you. We don't play. Some of the judges in my county, man, I went up there for a traffic ticket, and this dude was threatening the shit out of a judge. I thought, man, I just want to pay my $45 and go, man. What the hell? I'm not even going to argue with these people. This dude's like, you can't lock me up forever. When I get out, I'm going to hunt you down like the bitch you are, and I'm going to end you, motherfucker. You bleed red just like the rest of us. I thought, dude, you're going to get another charge. I mean, if you want to do it quicker, just don't tell him, you know. You get fucking 10 years for threatening the judge, dude. You got a 2-year sentence. You want to kill him over 2 years. You're going to talk your own ass into 10 years. Now you're doing 12 years. By the time that 12 years is up, you might be older now and see shit different. Well, I want to go kill him, but I ate so much prison food, I'm lazy now.
Either that or he has that much more rage when he gets out.
Right. Right. Motherfucker talk about jogging barefoot on an asphalt track, right? What? Dude, I drive by the prison every time I go home. I see these crazy motherfuckers out here on the tracks and on the bar sets, doing their workouts. It takes like frickin' 10 minutes to drive past the entire prison. 10, 15 minutes. It's 55 mile an hour through there, but there's always state troopers, and they always got shit going on, so you end up only getting to go 25, 30 mile an hour. It's like, damn, dude, this is the only road that leads to my side of town. Otherwise, you got to take the fucking highway. Which takes me, if I take the highway, I got to go 10 roads past mine to get an exit, and then drive backwards, you know? So I prefer to go through town and hit 106, Cooper and 106. The prison's on Cooper. I take 106. It's a straight shot almost all the way to my house. It's still a decent drive, the speed limit is lower than the highway, but when you're paying for gas to go from the country to the city every day, you know, it ends up costing a lot of money over the years to go an extra 15 miles to be there 5 minutes early. It just sucks driving through that area. If you ever watch Rick, you ever watch that movie about White Boy Rick?
No, I haven't seen that.
At the end, when they leave that prison, that White
don't
Boy
spoil
Rick.
it. I'm gonna watch it later.
Well, no, I'm just saying the prison he's in.
Oh.
His dad drives to the prison, and it shows his dad driving from Detroit to Jackson, Michigan, to go to SMSP, Southern Michigan State Prison, the world's largest walled prison. So he drives right down the road that comes from Rives Junction, and he passes my road. You can, if we were watching the movie together, I could tell you where my turn is. So right there, you turn.
Real event.
Hmm?
Oh wow.
Yeah. White Boy Rick is based on a true story. He was, when Kilpatrick was governor, the police in Detroit got him snitching on coke dealers and then got him selling coke, so he could snitch on people so they could get more busts. And then they turned around and busted him for selling coke, you know, and he got a fucking life sentence for it because he had you know, the 180 gram in life rule. You got more, you know. Well, there was a rule that said if you had 180 grams of cocaine, you go to prison for life in Michigan. Yeah, so you could have 180 grams of crack and not go to prison. But if you had powder cocaine, 180 grams, you go to prison for life, you know.
Isn't that the same drug too?
Not technically, not legally.
Oh, because one of those is easier to consume. Like you just sniff one and inject another.
Well, legally, crack cocaine is only 50% cocaine, so you actually got half the amount.
Oh.
There's 90 grams of cocaine and 180 grams of crack. So, but he fought forever to get out. I think he spent 25 years in there. My brother knew the kid, and he wrote a book. I say kid, but he's like my age, and my brother liked him, so my brother's like, hey, you should buy this book and read this book. You like to read, and it helps a dude fight his court case. So I bought the book and read it a long time ago. Well, you know, they made it into a movie. The movie's called, I think it's White Boy Rick.
Yeah, I found it. I'm gonna watch it later.
You know, so you found the movie, huh? What do you got? Netflix? Hulu?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Where'd you find the movie? What do you got? Netflix or Hulu?
Oh no, I just Googled it, but I'm sure I can find it on one of those.
Yeah.
I would just see what it was.
If you got Netflix, you can. It's on Netflix. Pretty sure.
Sweet. I'll add it to my list then.
That's a trailer. I mean, he was just a dumb kid that the task force. We won't say the FBI because it was just one federal agent, and the rest were detectives. So it's a federal task force. We call them NET, Narcotics Enforcement Team. Like my town is JNET, Detroit's is DNET, Detroit's Narcotic Enforcement Team. They work hand in hand with the federal officers, and you'll have multiple agencies like state, city, county, townships. And they rotate it so that, you know, you don't have one group of guys kicking indoors, taking drugs and big money all the time, and then they end up crooked. I got one brother that's a LEO. He prefers it. Law enforcement officer. I debate that with him. But he's a cop. And then my other brother is a county sheriff, or a prison guard. So I got one brother who's a county sheriff, another one who's a prison guard. And then my oldest brother, who's never worked on nothing more than a car or a house. He's pretty paid. He got rich out of a toolbox. All he does is build classic cars and motorcycles. He does boats. He built his own home. But, I mean, we were raised to do that. He used all the skills we were raised with. He's got a car collection, too, that just... I'm trying to keep up with the Joneses. You guys think I got a car collection. This motherfucker's got his own Route 66 on his property. He's got a hell of a car collection. He owns a couple airplanes. Got a bunch of military toys. But it's most of it's option to sell, if need be, you know. He's got a few cars that are his, but he builds cars for a living, so if you offer him too much, you're going to buy anything he's got, you know. If you don't have, like, you got 20,000 in something, somebody offers you 80, and that's what you do for a living, well, you take that 60 grand, you know. Here, I'll be back in a minute.
Nobody talking?
I think we're just waiting on the Globers.
Okay, thank you, because I didn't know if my sound wasn't working.
Oh yeah, no worries. Earth is still flat.
Yes.
Hi, Ski Mask God, are you there?
Yes, hello. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, how you doing? Welcome to the server. I've not spoke to you before. You're obviously unmuted now, so if you've got any questions for people, just feel free to ask.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. So, do you still believe that you said you'd been in the server about a year ago? You'd been arguing on behalf of the globe, and do you still believe that you live on the flying spinning ball?
I know. I believe that we're living on a flat Earth.
Oh, you believe you're on a flat Earth?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so before, when you came to the server a year ago, were you arguing on behalf of the flat Earth?
I was arguing on behalf of the circular Earth.
So you were arguing, you believed it was a globe a year ago, but you've done your own research now, and I take it you've came to the conclusion that you're on a flat Earth now.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, brilliant. Good. Yeah. And what brought you to that conclusion? What sort of stuff were you looking into?
I was looking into all the evidence against the globe Earth, and I've been looking around and done a bit of fair extensive research on it, and I've come to the conclusion that the Earth is not a globe.
Excellent. Well, you've came to the right conclusion, because obviously all the proof and evidence that supports the globe is just lies, isn't it? It's just we've been taught that and we believe it because it was ingrained into us from a very young age, and we've been shown thousands of pictures whilst growing up, and it's reaffirmed in schools, universities, books, magazines, the TV. Every film's got a globe. Universal Studios, Universal Pictures, they're all globes, aren't they? So obviously, but then you realise that they've given us the circumference of the Earth, 24,900 miles. They've given us the radius, 3,959 miles, and you've got the 8-inch per mile squared. There should be curvature, but there's none. I take it you've looked at the long distance observations.
Yes, I have. Yes.
Excellent. So that's good. Yeah. Did you look into anything? What else were you looking into then? So you've looked at all the long distance observations. We can see too far. You know what about the black swan, which is like the geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles, but we actually have a geometric horizon in that video over 10 miles.
Yeah, I've done a little bit of research into that as well.
Good.
The main thing that I was researching is NASA lying to us all about the flat Earth, saying that it is a globe. You can see it on the moon. The flag is actually, there's a bit of wind going on the flag in the background. And as you may know,
you've been doing a bit of research into the moon landings and the stuff surrounding NASA.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, good place to start. That's where I first realised that we'd never been to the moon, and then obviously I came across Flat Earth in my feeds on YouTube, and I laughed at it at first, and then came across it again, and I wondered, what is this? What is Flat Earth? I'd never even heard of it, and I was I'm 48 years age now, so that would be about 43 or 44 thereabouts. And I did my own research into it, and then realised very quickly that I'd been lied to my whole life. So it's easy to be fooled, isn't it? When you're seeing all these images and they're telling you they've been to the moon and they're sending the probes out in outer space and gravity exists. That's why we don't fall off or fly off the spinning ball. It's madness, absolute and utter insanity.
That is correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
That is very much true.
Did you ever see the documentary done by Fox TV? It was called Conspiracy Moon Landings.
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, that's a fantastic documentary. It's Bill Kaysen, is the guy that's in that. He was working on the rocket systems for NASA, and he said clearly that NASA never ever had the capability of doing what they said they did. You know, he worked on the rocket systems. He was a chief engineer on them, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I do remember looking at a documentary like that, very similar. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yes.
For anybody that's not seen that, I'll actually pop up my playlist. I've got a playlist on YouTube that has every one of those short documentaries. It's a 5-part documentary. It lasts about over an hour. But that documentary is like gold dust, because that was the documentary that started me understanding that we never went to the moon. You know, that's where my journey began. And you cannot find it anywhere. You can't find that documentary. I searched high and low for it over the whole of the internet, over YouTube, and there was only one guy that had that documentary, and he was an Indian guy, Ravi Shankar. So there's only one place on the internet you can actually get it. I mean, if somebody finds it somewhere else, I'll be amazed, because YouTube and other like Google, they're trying to erase any evidence or facts concerning flat Earth. They're trying to just erase it from Google at the moment.
That is correct. Yeah, they're removing every single bit of evidence that we come up with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, things that I could find 3 years ago are gone. It's just removed. The links are completely deleted. When you put in flat Earth or you try to find those links again, the algorithm has changed, and it's not even listing them. It's listing stuff that is of no importance whatsoever under your links, you know. So how did you feel when you realised you went on a flying spinning ball and you started to understand that the Earth was in actual fact flat and you'd been lied to your whole life? How did you feel about that?
Felt very shocked and very overwhelmed that I've been lied to pretty much my whole life, and I come quick to realise that all of what NASA says is bollocks, and they're just trying to cover up a fact.
Yeah, absolutely. It's daunting at first, isn't it? When it's like a shock to the system, because it's like, excuse me, it's like everything you've ever been told is a complete and utter lie. And then when you dig deeper, you find out that there's even more stuff that is just complete lies. It's like they've filled our minds with pseudoscience instead of real science. You know, gravity's a mad one, really, when you think about it. The formula for gravity includes the mass of the object, which removes density from the mind of a person. You know, when we try and think of why do things fall, obviously it's because they're denser, they're heavier than the medium that surrounds them. But the gravity formula actually they include the weight of the object as a representation of what is happening on the Earth, why things go down as opposed to going up. You know, it's utter insanity how they've managed to fool billions of people into believing this nonsense is incredible. That's the power of brainwashing. That's the power of feeding a young mind lies from the day it's born, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean, man. It's very overwhelming at first, but as soon as you come over and realize that the Earth isn't actually a big giant globe, the better it is that people should believe it. Like, you know, everyone should do their own extensive research, like I have done.
Exactly. That's where it needs to begin. It's like you hear about it, but unless you research it and you go quite deep on some of the stuff, you'll just not find the truth. You know, you do need to do a bit of your own research. You can't rely on what Google says or the scientists that are out there in the mainstream, because it is a pack of lies what they're telling.
That is correct, yes. A whole bunch of lies.
Yeah, bunch of lies, telling us that they're going to go to the moon, build a base there, and then they're going for there to Mars. It's insanity, total insanity. The other thing that goes hand in hand with it is they want everyone to believe that the Earth is destroyed, that it's not going to be long before the whole of the Earth is destroyed. So, and it's us that's causing it, you know, CO2 pollution, which is obviously what we breathe out, the CO2. So they want everyone to believe that that is affecting the climate, and whereas they're actually destroying the Earth and blaming the people of the Earth for this destruction, whereas it's the government that is responsible for the lie of the globe as well. Because at the end of the day, if you believe you live in a flying spinning ball and the only place you can go is outer space, you're in a prison, really. You know, they imprison the mind so is that you cannot leave this place. And that's where it begins. They imprison the mind.
That is very much true, yes. It's in the presence of the mind.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easier to fool someone as show them they've been fooled, you know, a lot easier. But trying to tell them they've been fooled their whole entire life is very difficult, and the brainwashing goes deep with a lot of people. It's almost as if you're ripping a childhood memory from them. It's like you're telling them that their mum and dad is not real. That thing they remember from a child is not real. It's like, as I say, childhood memory. It's like ripping it from them.
Yes, that is true. It's very, very disappointing when you realize that we've been lied to pretty much our whole lives.
Yeah, psychological warfare. That's what it is. They know the psyche of people. If you go into psychological stuff on a child between the ages of 3 and 14, I think it is, whatever representation of the world that they have cemented into them, that is the representation they will go with the rest of their life, more or less, you know.
Yeah, that is correct. People just don't understand that they think that we're, you know, a bunch of crazy people, but we're actually just trying to get at the facts.
Absolutely. A lot of intelligent guys in this server, far cleverer than me, but I managed to put it together very quickly. As soon as I seen a couple of videos, Eric DeBay's 200 Proofs You Don't Live in a Bowl, I watched that as well, and I think it was Eric DeBay was one of the first videos I watched. But nowadays, if you try and type in Flat Earth to your YouTube, it will not come up with Eric DeBay. Eric DeBay will be one of the last ones that you ever find. You know, it'll come up with all these crazy nutters telling you that the Earth is a flying spinning ball. Then it will come up with some Flat Earth Society. Some of their videos, they've got some crazy ideas as well. You know, that we're on a flying spinning disc going through space at 9.8 meters per second squared and stuff like that. You know, that they try and answer the gravity that way. So they've got some crazy concepts.
Yeah, that is right, and it's an absolute madness that they think that we can be on a spinning globe and not fly off of it.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, this ball they're talking about spinning at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator. I mean, you stand in a kid's roundabout, they'll talk about tangential speeds and you're not really doing that speed, and you wouldn't feel it. But I have to say, if you get in a kid's roundabout, it doesn't cost any money. Just try and just spin that round, and you try to see if you don't lose your balance at 5 miles an hour. Then put it up to 15 or 20. You fly off the thing. They say that is not the same as being on the equator at 1,040 miles per hour because this ball is gigantic. You know, it's so big. Yet they cannot represent or they can't show or demonstrate the same thing in a children's roundabout because you just fly off. It's the same with NASA, the centrifuge training. You know how pilots train on the centrifuge? Yeah, so what they do is on that, they hold them at 6 Gs or they hold them at different speeds. So they say that the reason that we don't feel the spinning is because we're not accelerating or decelerating, but on a centrifuge, they hold them at that exact speed sometimes. And the G force that they are experiencing from the spinning, well, it makes them pass out at about 8 Gs, you know, and that's only at what? That's only at a small speed, you know. So take that up to 1,040 mile an hour, they'd be dead. They forget about anything else. They wouldn't even survive it. A human being cannot survive more than a minute of 9 Gs.
That's right, and you're also, if you're spinning at what they're saying about 1,000 miles per hour, you would definitely feel some kind of effect. You would feel some kind of head spin or something like that, nausea, or something to say like you're spinning that fast. But it's obviously a whole bunch of bollocks, and they're trying to make you believe that that you're on a big giant globe, when in fact, if you're on a flat Earth, which we are, that's what I believe anyway. If you're spinning so-called that fast, you wouldn't be able to really fly off if you were, as in if you were on a globe. If you get what I'm trying to put out to you.
Yeah, flat Earth at the end of the day makes perfect sense. You see, it always has done to me. I never even considered it for 40 years of my life that I actually I knew. I'd seen all the pictures of the globe. You see it in films, magazines, books, all these different things, but you never actually consider the madness of it until flat Earth presents itself to you, you know. And then when you start hearing the facts of the long distance observations, we don't feel rotation. You start hearing the facts about the globe is absolute insanity. I mean, it beggars belief, you know. But I think the majority of people have never even considered. They see all the images, and they've never really considered what they're on or where they live. You know.
That's right.
Yeah, but as soon as they're confronted with the truth, it makes perfect sense. But as again I say, you can only bring the horse to the water. You just can't make it drink. That's true. So you can present them with all the evidence, all the facts, and it really does depend on how far the brainwashing is, or how deep the brainwashing is in them. Because some people, I've tried telling them till I'm blue in the face, and it just doesn't work. It's like there's a blank face expression. It's like they're looking at you as if you're a complete and utter nutter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean. So the way I see it, the Earth is like shaped like a I don't know, like a donkey, like it's flat, right? So you got the nose and the top, and then it's like a UFO. It's like put the balls on the bottom, and it's like you've got basically like a UFO. You get what I'm trying to say? It's like a plate. That's how I think
Well, here's the thing, right? We have I always go off of the old as it is map, which is the Gleasons. Now, people try and tell you that was for a globe, but at the end of the day, all maps are flat. So the Gleasons I use as a representation as to more or less where we live. It might not be 100% accurate because let's face it, there's about 80 different presentations of the Earth we live on. You know, they're all different.
Right.
So if you imagine the Earth to be flat, if you imagine all the land masses are in the middle of this, with the North Pole at the center, Polaris, the star that obviously stays above the North Pole and doesn't move from there. So if you imagine that as being up there, what is on the outskirts? Because you would need to, we have a compass needle, obviously. So that points north. So what you would need to do is either northeast, south, or west. You would need to keep that compass needle pointing to the north and travel south. Keep going. So do we know what's on the outskirts? We don't really know, because we're not allowed to go to Antarctica. We're not really allowed up the North Pole either, and the conditions up there are meant to be really, really harsh. I mean, you're talking Siberian weather, minus 60 degrees. But then again, we've only their word to say so, you know?
That is right. And
Yeah, because none of us have ever been there. None of us here have ever been to the North Pole. None of us have ever been to Antarctica. So we've only pictures again. And look what they lied to us about the globe. That was pictures. So what can we believe of these people, you know?
that is right. And you can't really believe everything that you see on the internet either.
Yeah, a lot of it. I mean, here's something I've said for a little while now. See Antarctica. See the pictures we have of Antarctica and some of those videos. How do we know that they're not from the North Pole?
Yeah, that's right.
They could well be, you know. Yeah, because we've not been there to verify it. And people that request to go to the South Pole, they're normally denied permission, or they meet some accident on the way there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like they keep making up excuses like blue monkey balls. Next thing you know, the ship crashes or something
That's
like that happens. And,
yeah, absolutely.
And they can't land there because it's too cold and the fuel might freeze. And next thing you know, the sky's folding, then the rocks are flying across, and the sea is sinking. The sea's losing water. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
They make all the excuses under the sun. Next thing they'll say the sun's falling down, the moon's coming up, and next thing you know, they're walking their pet fish.
Yeah, it's absolute insanity. Yeah, they keep coming up with new things. Apparently, there's I was on a sort of debate discussion with a guy the other day, and I said about things whizzing and zipping around. Oh, it's okay, it's only outer space. The next thing is X amount of days later, NASA comes out with an article that uses the exact word zipping. As this probe zipped by a certain planet, we took this time lapse, and the time lapse is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, the images from it have been done in a studio. It's not real. You know what I mean? There's no proof of outer space at all. I'm not saying something doesn't exist up there, but we're not able to get to it. We can't see what is outside of here. I mean, whether we're in a contained area, you know, I mean, if we travel as far south as we can and go across the thousands of miles of Antarctica, which a lot of people think could be an ice wall, I mean, that's speculation. We cannot verify it. But you know, what is out there? Are we going to hit like a force field or a wall, or are we going to be able to go on for another 100,000 miles? You know, what is beyond these points that they don't want you near?
That's right. Well, nobody knows until someone goes out there and explores it. But obviously, they're going to keep making up excuses. They're just going to keep saying oh no, the sky's falling or something like that, to make sure that no one goes down there, or it's very dangerous, like Antarctica. Like, you never know what's going on in Antarctica. It could be, it could be perfectly fine. The weather there could be perfectly fine. We could be getting lied to. That's right.
Absolutely. But it sounds like they're setting up shop down there. I mean, they have 5,000 research staff down there year in, year out. They say that no one can become a permanent resident of Antarctica, which is ridiculous because they already have permanent residents, their research staff. They're down there. There's never a day in Antarctica where there is no one there. There are always people there. And they say it's so dangerous in Antarctica. And all you ever see in these videos is like people jumping in ice cold water, snowboarding, snow sledding, and having great fun down there. And someone recently who I was in a bit of a debate with, they said, "Oh, people die down there all the time." No, they don't. There's no one dying down there. The only people that die is the people that are not part of these military organizations and research facilities that try to go there and look what is there for themselves. That they are the people that end up dying because obviously they don't want them there, So how dangerous is Antarctica really? We've only their word again to say so.
That's right. It honestly couldn't be that bad, because if it was that bad, then they wouldn't have people down there and doing studies and that. They would study it from, I don't know, a drone or something like that.
Exactly.
Down a boat halfway through it.
Exactly.
Sorry. Yeah, so they would have a drone or something like that. They would have something going on over there.
Yeah, we hear about these 200-mile-per-hour winds down in Antarctica. I've never witnessed any of the Antarctic videos showing these winds that is blowing the buildings away or blowing their snow sleds or their vehicles over. I've never seen any videos that show a 200-mile-per-hour wind. And it's funny that there's a place in Antarctica called Dome Argus. It's meant to be the point of no return. What? That is a funny name to call the place of no return. Dome Argus. Very strange. And summer weather in Antarctica is actually no more harsh than it is here in the winter. No more harsh. Summer days, beautiful sunlight. You can go through it quite easy if you have the right equipment.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to pop out for a minute. I'll be back, but yeah, I'm just going to jump out for a minute and go have some dinner.
Yeah, go ahead. It was nice talking to you. Yeah, feel free to when you come back, ask any questions you want. It was a good little chat we had there. Yeah, nice meeting you.
No problem. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'll love to see you around and chat to you about some more about the skies and Antarctica and
absolutely. There's someone here every day, so yeah, welcome to the server again, and it was nice chatting with you. You take care.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
Okay, no problems. Yo, the Gypsy, right there at the top, sitting there listening away. How's it going? Long time no see. Hello, 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 the Gypsy. How's it going? You still a Glober? Still on the side of that flying spinning ball? I see you got all the globe tags. You must be. You'd have thought that someone as intelligent as you would have found out that it's not a globe by now. You've been researching this for how long? Or is it just you're researching in the wrong places? You need to stop believing all them pseudo-scientists and stay away for gem pandas. That's my advice to you. Anyway, if you do find the time, he's probably fell asleep because it's all that spinning, at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator. even although he's in Canada. So he's about, I don't know, up there at the 600 miles per hour range, somewhere along their lines. So maybe soothe them to sleep. Just fell asleep watching flying Spaceballs, or I don't know, David Attenborough's Evolution series, or it could be Brian Cox's Evolution series, could be that, or the Cosmos. Anyway, Jepsy, if you do have a minute or two, I'd love to have a little chat with you, because I've not chatted with you for a while, and I'm just curious as to why you've still got the Glober tag when you've been researching this for years, or have you actually been researching anything, just brainwashing yourself with all the lies constantly? Anyway. So, Roger, how's it going, brother? I've not spoke to you for a while. Roger.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was making my coffee, so I.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Not
yeah.
spoke for a while. How are you keeping?
It's all right, man. It's. Yeah, you need to carry on these days, right? It's ups and downs, right? Some days you feel like okay, people are waking up, and some days you're like okay, the whole world is going to shit.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Yeah, we got to stay positive, Roger. Yeah, I did mean to say as well, congratulations on your moderator role.
Oh,
brother.
thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay. Yes, yeah. Some days, and I had this feeling yesterday, or I think yesterday, I was like, man, it's all going to shit. And but yeah, you need to carry on. You need to continue. Yeah, what else is there to do, right?
That's that. You got to keep plodding on. Yeah. Awakening people where you can, being patient with them. Yeah, you just got to be patient.
Oh, yeah, well, I kind of flat smacked my brother yesterday. It was visiting and talked about the earth, and yeah, it was like, so well, this is all new for me, and yeah, if you bring it like that, yeah, that's weird. And so when he ended more in the way of like, yeah, but I didn't investigate this, and you know, the he kind of nudged to cognitive dissonance because, yeah, what does it matter? And oh well, planting seeds, right?
I've heard that one plenty of times. What does it matter what shape the earth is? Yeah, I've heard that a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, but when you circle it back to the last year and a half, right? And you tell them, well, if they are lying about the shape of the earth, then what else are they lying about? And maybe the last year and a half, right? And talked about how our history is not what they told us, and of course, flat Earth closes a few doors. Right, Narnia is closed now; can't go to space. But there are tons of other doors that open about our history and our how we came to be. So maybe that would trigger him. I don't know. But what you're saying, breaking down?
No, I'm just listening to you. I'm listening to you, bro.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so I kind of skimmed through it, right? Curvature, rotation, gas pressure. And it was like, yeah. But what the atmosphere now? Gas cannot. The standard replies, yeah, but the atmosphere is holding it down. No. Gas cannot hold gas. Oh yeah. You're right. So, but maybe he took something away from it. I don't know. He's my older brother, so maybe just like that's my wacky younger brother. I don't know.
Yeah, well, if you keep sowing them seeds, Roger, them facts, so the penny will drop eventually. That's how it works. Yeah, just got to be patient. That's all you can do.
Yeah, I don't see him that often because he lives at the other side of the country. So I need. For me, it's like 2.5 hours drive. But that was fun. We had a little barbecue, and that's always nice hanging around with family.
There's another way you can do it. If you treat him when you're telling him the information about obviously the flat earth, just give him treats. Find out what he likes, what sweeties and that. Just give him a sweet every time you tell him a piece of information. He'll relate that to a good thing, and then we can do what they've been doing to us: brainwash people. You could try that. Yeah, you could try that, Roger. Yeah, a reward system, because at the end of the day, cognitive rewarding is part of brainwashing, If they reward you as they're telling you that information, that's probably why they've got the big universal sign, because we enjoy watching movies. So then we look at the globe and we think good things about it because, it's like we enjoy our movies, don't we? And at the end of the day, the globe is nothing more than a CGI image. Part of the brainwashing.
Yeah, only on television. Yeah. I told him about the geometric limitation of the ball Earth and how far the horizon needs to be when you're at 1 foot or 30 centimeters. And he was like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that does make sense, or that doesn't make sense because he was on a ship as a cook at a cruise ship for like a year. So he was on sea. He went on the seas and." So he knows about how it's what it is like being on the sea, and so he could relate to that. So that was a small win, right?
Yeah, that's a good one, because how does trillions of tons of ocean and sea cling to a ball? Gravity is ridiculous. It's like,
yeah.
But that's what I was saying to the ski mask god. It's like they invoke within the formula for the gravity, they invoke the mass of the object or the weight of the object, and then they say, oh, it's 1g acting upon every molecule of that object. But the truth of it is, what they're doing is they're denying the fact that on the element chart, everything has molecular weight. You know, that's why we've got an element chart. That's why it's part of science. That's why chemistry is a valid science, you know, but the gravity is just lunacy, absolute lunacy.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was more about the horizon, right? And how far you can see when you're on a beach. And he was like, yeah, well, that doesn't make sense. If the Ball Earth claims that you can only see 5 kilometers, or when the horizon starts to obscure stuff at 5 kilometers, right? And he agreed. So kind of got him thinking. Maybe he, I don't know. Lots of people don't care, right? They don't care. They're just like, yeah, I need to live my life. And
I've got a question for you guys. What are
Sure.
your opinions about Jeff Bezos going to space?
He didn't go to space.
Yeah, we know he didn't go to space, but how do you think he would have proposed to? Why do you think he faked it?
Well,
Roger, can I answer him just a quick
Sure,
bit?
yeah, go ahead.
He's controlled opposition. He's absolutely 100% controlled opposition, because there's no way. How do they control the media? They set up people that are actually on the same side as them. They pay them money, and they get them to present themselves to the public as genuine people that are wanting to get in on the cash race, you know, taking people up into above the earth, and you can view the curve of the earth. That will never happen. Regular people will never be allowed to go up above the earth unless they manage to, I don't know, put in curved windows in the sort of craft that they're going up that will make the earth look curved, because it would be hard to fake the curve to all these regular people or people that are paying a lot of money that are genuine people. I mean, because the curve doesn't exist. So they can't take them up there to show them the curve. That's why Richard Branson has held back on all these test flights over a period of time. And Richard Branson, if you remember back to what he said originally, was I'm going to make it affordable for regular people to go up above the earth and view the earth. Now he's put a price tag on it. Do you think that's regular people? That is going to be people that ain't going to pay that money to go for a little rocket ride up there unless they're filthy rich. And they're going to have to come up with some way of convincing them that there is curve when there is none. So they've got a job on their hands, you know. Sorry, Roger, that's
yeah. To go, well, Bezos, right? The point is, he didn't go to space because 60 kilometers up isn't what they call space. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that he didn't go to space. The second point will be, it was a very expensive parabolic flight, right? He went up and then he just fell down. He didn't go to some quote unquote 0G environment, because it was just going up and falling down, right? with a tin can around him, right? So if you understand what a quote unquote 0G plane is, right? The parabolic planes, they go up and then they go in an arc down, which simulates what they call no gravity, but it's actually just falling at the same rate as the tin can that is around you. So it's just a magic trick. It's a spell, right?
It's a big illusion.
It is. It is. Yeah. They call it quote unquote 0G, but it is falling. It's not. It's not. You're not weightless. You're just falling again. So
imagine if that plane was to have an accident while they were doing that.
That's exactly right, Master Chief. If that plane had an accident, the cat would get the toaster basically, and next thing you know, Jeff Bezos would fall to the sky, and he would pick
I
up.
mean, they're doing something that doesn't exist, calling it zero gravity, and then or calling it 0G. And then what? I'm just saying, an accident happens during that plane, that flight, as they're trying to experiment or call a zero G, whatever they given that shit, and then what? They have to explain to the families that the lives that were lost because they were doing zero G bullshit.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me either, Mr. Master Chief. I think it's just a whole bunch of bollocks set up by the NASA and all the higher up people that control all that spacey stuff. Like, no one owns space, so technically, by the formula of the Earth, basically what's going on is he's going up there of his own free will. So if anything happened to him, he'd basically be screwed, right? And it would be under his jurisdiction, which he obviously didn't go up there. But all the media keeps calling him Jeff Bezos' his dad, so I think he's got all of them mind controlled, and he's forcing them to believe that he's actually been up to space. That's my that's what I'm trying to.
It's a marketing trick. You didn't in their rhetoric, right? It isn't space, so it's a marketing trick. It's a magic spell, and I'm sure people have to sign a contract when they go into this phallus rocket. I mean, it looks like a phallus.
What do you believe about the Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates with the microchip? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, oh man, it's starting to rain. Shit. 1 second.
I think that's a whole bunch of bollocks too. They're trying to inject you with a microchip, but what for? You know, there's really no point. Everything that they can get off you is in your phone.
Yeah, just to, while Roger's away there for a second or two, just to finish off the one about Jeff Bezos, we've got Elon Musk, we've got Richard Branson all on about space flights, blah, blah, blah. Anyone at all that takes any type of craft above the Earth's surface and tries to show everyone that there is curvature is in on it. Because there isn't any, it's easy worked out. There isn't curvature. Now, Richard Branson's a billionaire. He was on about, as I say, at the beginning of his Galactica, he was on about taking regular people up there. This one's obvious. So someone's obviously came along and said to Sir Richard Branson, this is how it works. They made him an offer that he couldn't refuse. Jeff Bezos is probably I don't know, the history of Jeff Bezos. But if anyone wants to take anyone above the surface of the earth and present that as a bowl, they're in on it. There's no question about it. Look at that curvature. James May, I don't know if you remember the video with James May. He went up in a MiG fighter jet and he was like, wow, there's the curvature. That guy has never seen curvature in his life above the flat earth because it's a flat horizon. So you've got a countless number of liars and deceivers that are all in on certain things to deceive the rest of the world. Now, whether they've been deceived like James May, I don't know if you've ever watched his video, but he's talking about the curvature of the earth in a MiG fighter jet. He's up at, I think, I don't know, was it 80,000 feet above the earth? I'd need to go back and look at the video, but that guy is either something in that window presented itself with curvature, because he never ever seen curvature because it doesn't exist. So So there are certain individuals that are definitely controlled opposition. Whether they are part of, some people would say that James May is part of the Masonic Lodge. There are, I mean, the astronauts are part of a Masonic Lodge. So at the end of the day, these people that walk about with these little Masonic rings on, they're all part of not a secret organization because people know the organization exists, but they're part of a secret code that will not reveal the truth to the rest of humanity. You know, they are part of something.
That is right. That is right. Yeah, I don't know what. They obviously got some type of huge power. As I said, people keep saying Jeff Bezos is dad or calling him like something like that. So I reckon they're leading on into the cult as well. And also moving on to Elon Musk. Heard you say something about Elon Musk. Why would he launch a Tesla up in space if he knows that there's a risk of it falling down and possibly killing someone? Right? Because everything gets sucked back down to Earth, as that's what we have been told.
They launch these things over the sea, or they start off. I mean, if you think about it, right, Cape Canaveral. Go and look at all the launch points on the Earth, right, where they launch these rockets. Russia, China, Israel, blah blah blah. They're all launched from a landmass, but they very soon curve back down and follow a straight line trajectory, and then they're ditching these things in the sea. There's nothing is leaving Earth. You know what I mean? They're not going into outer space. We know we know that's not real. You know, and it's the same for all the lights that are up there as well that we see in the sky. I mean, is it any wonder, right, that the Bermuda Triangle is off the coast of Cape Canaveral? That's a bit strange, if you ask me. I never ever put that link together until, I don't know, maybe a year ago. I didn't even know where the Bermuda Triangle was. I thought it was just a place out in the sea, but as it so happens, it's off the tip of Cape Canaveral, Florida. You know, so if they're launching stuff over into that sea or that ocean, which is gigantic, you know, people may have seen things that they didn't want them to see, and that's obviously a far-fetched answer to getting rid of people, but this government and all these governments are all hand in hand in Antarctica and the Antarctic Treaty. They will stop at nothing to stop people from finding out the truth that you don't live in a flying spinning ball. They are a very powerful organization, you know, and for someone to control even the presidents of the world on every quarter, that is some powerful organization. I'm talking with a greater power than the United States of America or a superpower. These guys are above the superpowers.
What are your thoughts about the Illuminati as well? People saying that the Illuminati could be linked to the globe Earth, and
100%. Yeah, I've no doubt. I've no doubt that this sort of secret society called the Illuminati, call it what you will, Luciferians or whatever else. I believe that the Smithsonian Society is a very strange organization as well. It's another world-renowned organization that, when there is any archaeological digs that find things that would indicate that what we're being told is not true about our origins, they come along and they steal up all the bones from any digs, take it away. You'll never see it in a museum. I mean, there's the old story of a guy that went down to the Grand Canyons. This was reported in a newspaper and other articles, but if you look for it now, it'll be hard to find any information on it at all, or it will be classed now as fake news. But he went down in the Grand Canyon, he found in the foot of the Grand Canyon a big hole that could hold up to about 500,000 people, and in that hole there was artifacts that were thousands of years old, and thousands of them, not just a few, thousands. And all that stuff was gathered up, and no one ever heard any more about it.
That's right. No, that is very correct.
Yeah, and that's through the Smithsonian Society. Yeah. But
right.
yeah, I think it definitely is Illuminati. I mean, if you look on, why is the American dollar bill got a little pyramid with an eye in it? What's that all about?
Exactly.
And it says, "In God we trust." Now, obviously the set and compass that has a background of God also, but it's nothing really to do with God. I mean, mammon is nothing to do with God. Money is nothing to do with God.
That is right. I think the Americans are working with Illuminati 100%. And sorry about that. My cat's got my toaster. But I think the Americans
sound like you need to give that cat a treat.
Yeah, I really do. Because he needs to go get fed.
Yeah. Sounds like you want something to eat.
Yeah, he's very hungry. He hasn't been fed all day. So
go ahead. Take your time.
Yeah, no problem. I'll be right back. Put the toaster down.
Who has cats?
Yeah, it's the ski mask god. His cat was meowing. It was sitting on top of his toaster. I think it's looking for its breakfast. There's a way to feed it.
I got a cat, and we were all hearing it.
Yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Just got to do something.
Hey guys, I'm back. My cat was eating my toes and just wanted some food, so I'm back now. Back to where we were before, but the Illuminati and all that. What was that?
Your cat sounded pretty hungry.
Yeah, no, he was hungry. He was actually biting away at my toes, trying to get some food. So, yeah, I fed him now. But back to the Illuminati, about the triangles and about a square and all that stuff, and the sand being yellow and crab and patty former being exposed. I think that the Illuminati triangle is linked to the American government, and I reckon the Prime Minister, not the Prime Minister, the President of America has to be lacking on something like that, and he's obviously working with the Illuminati, in my opinion. And I reckon there is tons of proof that backs that up as well. Thinking about how the American could be linked to Illuminati, and as my good old friend here breaking down the wall of lies, he said, "Why is there Illuminati on the American money?" And it says, "In God we trust." So obviously going to be linked.
Well, what God are they talking about?
Exactly. That's what me and the breaking down the wall of lies were talking about. What God are they talking about? Makes no sense to me. Because all this is in God we trust, and there's just Illuminati. So I guess this is a cue to play the X-Files theme song, you know. Yeah.
So you're friends with Breaking?
Yeah, I just met him today.
Oh,
we've been talking about Flat Earth and all that for the past half an hour. He's just, I think he's gone out a bit.
I just saw you connect and unmute, so I joined up. I didn't see anyone else on.
Oh, yeah, no, everyone's just listening to me mumble on about Jumble, and I had to feed my cat. So I fed my cat because he was nibbling at my toes, and my cat was playing with my toaster, and he actually knocked the toaster off the bench, and next thing I know, he's eating the toaster. So I had to go feed him. He was hungry, and now I need to go buy a new toaster.
Well, if you're kind to animals, you're good in my book.
That is right. I'm very kind to animals. I think. Oh. What the heck? I gave you food, man. Why are you eating the toaster again? Hey, what's going on, Wilfie? Welcome. Hi, Sir Wilfie. I actually have a photo of Donald Trump in my kitchen, and my cat's just staring at Donald Trump at the moment. Very odd.
Pretty sure that's wifey. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was kind of confused. I was like, Woofy? Is he talking to me? I don't know.
Yeah, I thought that was an L. My
Wifey.
bad. Yeah.
It's okay. No, it's good. It's good.
So, do you believe in the
going?
flat Earth? This is wifey.
I can fly. I'm just joking. Yes, I believe in it. I know it. I experience it. I see it.
Oh, my cat's eating Donald Trump at the moment. That's very bizarre.
What about you, Master Man?
Yes, I do very much believe in the flat Earth. I talking to my good friend breaking down the wall of lies. We're talking about the Illuminati and got really deep into about the Atlantic Ocean, how there's people in the Atlantic. The Antarctic. Gosh, dang. Yeah, there's people at Antarctica, and if it's so dangerous, why are they there? You know, they're obviously doing something over there. Kind of sus imposter.
You know, it's funny. They make it sound like Antarctica is more dangerous than space.
That is right. Yeah, that's very odd.
Well, apparently it needs to be guarded, so maybe they're keeping something in.
That's what me and breaking down the wall of lies were saying. There's 5 of them there, 5,000 residents there each year or something like each month or something like that, and they say that it's not available to live there permanently, but there is a couple permanent residents there, so it's kind of sparked a weird kind of.
Yeah, what I was saying is there's 5,000 research staff there every year, day in, day out. They travel back and forward, but there is never a time where there isn't any research staff down there. And so they talk about no one can be a permanent resident, but yet they have permanent residents there all the time, really.
Yeah.
And
It's
what
very
are they
bizarre.
researching there? Like, what
We
is
don't know.
so fascinating, right?
That's what we don't know.
They're researching the flat Earth.
The ice. Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, they do have they're very secretive about what they're doing down there. All they ever show is the penguins and how dangerous it is. Yet they have all these 5,000 staff down there. They do have a big thing called Ice Cube. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. I'll post an image of Ice Cube. That's quite an interesting thing what they're doing down there with that facility. but I'm sure there'll be many more facilities that are doing totally different things, but you'll never hear of them.
What about there could be studying about aliens in the ice frozen in time. Paul said, Ice Cube the rapper Poggers. There could be studying about aliens there, and I don't know, something about Pepe, probably with the aliens. I got no clue what they're studying over there, but it must be very interesting to have 5,000 residents there. Who knows? Maybe they're gonna bring out something in a couple of years, saying that they found something over there. Who knows?
And they only stay in one spot? Like, are they allowed to go out and explore, or?
I guess he really did read out the whole message, and I think I think they're in the same spot. I've got no clue. We don't have that much information about Ice Cube the rapper himself, about them in the ice in the Antarctic Ocean.
So you believe in aliens? Like, what kind of aliens?
Yes, I do believe in aliens. Yes, I definitely do believe in aliens.
Subterranean aliens, or aliens from?
Do you think there's lizards in the North Pole?
Sub. I reckon there's a submarine. Possibly they have a submarine there. Sub. I reckon there might be. Well, I don't really believe in aliens. I do believe in that there is probably another source of creature in that nature. Aliens, not too sure. Not too sure if we're going to call them aliens per se, because it's very very assuming of what they're called. Like, I don't want to assume their genders and all that stuff as well.
Well, I mean, a person from Mexico coming into the United States can be called an alien, so.
Yeah, they call them illegal aliens. I've heard.
How can you be illegal when you're living on Earth? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you're illegal.
Exactly. And then I thought America was a free country. I thought you had a right.
Right. You're
illegal, like immigrant, like they could be impregnated or something like that. They won't be able to cross over the border.
I just wondered, they cross our border from Mexico to America, but can we cross from America to Mexico with no problem?
Yes,
I have.
I believe so.
Several times, yeah. It's actually harder for a United States citizen to get back into Mexico.
I read on the news that apparently Mexican people are being impregnated by a scorpion or a crocodile, and I found that very bizarre. I said, "What?" Thinking to myself, how does that work?
That doesn't work, dude. Doesn't work.
Bro, what? The frick? Like, come on! Like, how is that possible? Doesn't make any sense to me. Lamo. So, what about you, Wifey? Do you believe in how they're saying about Ice Cube the rapper and impregnated by scorpions and crocodiles, or do you think it's a whole bunch of bollocks too?
It definitely sounds like some cockamamie.
Sounds like caca.
Cockamamie.
So, it's very odd.
Yeah, I don't. Never even heard of that, and yeah,
It's very big over here where I'm from. I'm from Australia, right? And yeah, it's very, very common that we hear about.
Like, who is saying, like, who came up with this ridiculous story?
I don't know. We found it on the news one day about how the Mexicans were running over the border with illegal aliens in their stomach, and the Italians as well. They came up with it apparently. Spaghetti pasta meatballs, and it just doesn't make any sense to me.
You're not making much sense to me right now.
No, this is what I've been
The
told
words
on the
coming
news.
out of your mouth.
Like, apparently the Italians, right? The Mexicans are working with the Italians. They come over the border with illegal aliens inside their stomach, and they're trying to get into America with scorpion or crocodile babies. And that's what we've been told over here in the Aussie land. About how Mario and Luigi broke out of jail, and now that they've just, I don't know, it's a bit bizarre.
So how did you come to flat Earth, man? What was the breaking point for you? What piece of evidence finally convinced you that the Earth was flat?
Oh, about how the first person had to walk on the moon, like the three males that first stepped foot on the moon. The flag in the background was waving, and as you may know, there is no wind in space. So I caught that with my eye, and I said, "That's kind of sussy barco, it's not on here." And the three amigos that went off the spaceship had me kind of sus, and I was thinking to myself, why are they trying to fake going to space? They've got something hiding up in space. So then I did my research on Crocodile Dundee, and I was working out how he did that. And next thing I know, I worked out the Earth was not a globe. What about you? What piece of evidence led you?
You know what, man? I'm not gonna lie. I had to talk to my husband for a second, so I didn't hear the entire story. What I came back to was Crocodile Dundee. And
Right.
I don't know how that fits in your flat Earth story, but that's cool, dude.
He was like, I can fill you in on that one. He said that he'd looked at the NASA footage and the flag was waving, and obviously there's meant to be a vacuum of space. So how can a flag be waving about when there's no wind? Then he did further research and he came to the conclusion that he's not on a globe. That's just you in it. Carry on.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So sorry, I like to add in words. I can't speak without adding in a few random words. I've got a bit of an issue. So basically, as I was saying, that's what led me to believe that the Earth something was up with the Earth. So I've done my research, and next thing I know, I found out that the Earth was indeed not a globe. I've got like 3 disabilities, and I've worked it out that it is flat. The Earth is flat. And when I found that out, I told all my friends, and they thought I was crazy. And I said, "Please do your research," and they don't want to do their research.
Yeah. Because it's just too crazy, man.
Yeah, we're just too crazy. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. You know what? For me, what was it? I think it was. I think it was just remembering that I can see too far. Recalling, trips, and then just realizing that yes, water always finds its level, and it's like, the earth is apparently more than 70% water, so
That's right. Would
it
have just
just
fallen
made
into
sense,
space.
just clicked. And I also am a full Bible believer, and the Bible describes the earth as flat, stationary, and immovable, with the heavens above. So just
That's right.
yeah.
Yeah, because like basically Club Penguin. How do I word this? I have a Bible, right? And I read that every single night, and half the stuff in there I believe is a bit of bollocks, but half the stuff in there actually makes really true sense, right? Makes very, very much sense about the Earth. As you're saying, there's too much water on Earth. Why doesn't it just fall off the Earth and go into what they call space if the Earth wasn't flat, right? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, and then once you realize kind of the big stuff that is obvious, and then you kind of wonder, oh, why didn't I, think of that before? All the little things start to pop out too, because I work with my husband sometimes and doing electrical and plumbing and random jobs. And this stuff would not work if the earth was spinning.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
How could we get anything level? How
I
could
think
we
yeah. The time space continuum with it's Crocodile Dundee. I reckon with the Earth, if it's that's right. Like how can things be level with Skibbity like how do you keep it level? You know what I mean? Because if it's curved, it doesn't make any sense. It's gonna be real bugged over here. Just trying to think of how it's meant to be.
What's your question about curved? Say it again.
Like if the Earth was a globe as they are making it out to be, how come when the time-space continuum, Crocodile Dundee, when you would let's say if you grab one of those little measuring things with the leveler and you put it up on something, how come it's always how come you can make it level if it's you get what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to do it with my hands, but you obviously can't see me. But I'm saying
you're talking about a 3 feet carpenter level, the ones you build houses with.
Yeah, that is right. Because what I read is Raiders are based RPG done right. In case you have been living in a rock and haven't heard of.
The curve is only 8 inches per mile, so it won't measure on that.
Badass mobile game that changes everything. That has been crazy popular within the 15 million downloads in the past 6 months. Raiders are epic fantasy done right. A hero collecting turned the base over to 400 champions to collect stuff and customize. And you get the raids, and you can claim the glory in the PvP arena sometimes. You get what I'm trying to say here? And some other cool features, and you can have multi-battle as well. And the sea, battles into auto mode while you do something else and spend time like grinding and developing on the Earth. So the team's like finding stuff, and they also have like weekly like adventures, and they go out on events and such as like fighting, running, and like with there's like dragons out there and stuff like that. Like leveling up is like a new way to complete extra prizes each week. The game is like growing super fast. Like the Earth is growing super quick, and I reckon the maps of the roads they've published on like the Google Maps, you'll have to get over like 50,000 silver, and like how they're going to keep growing the maps if the Earth is big giant globe, and there's a new way of play a program and start your journey today. Like, get what I mean?
You just went from a carpenter level to a video game. Is that what you did?
No, I'm saying like, let's say if the map, right, like the Google Maps, if it's a globe, how are they going to keep growing the map if it's flat? Like if it's not flat. If it's flat, it can go on continuously forever, right? But if it's a big giant globe,
no,
you're
because
going to have to think at some point.
The Google drones are not going to go to the Antarctic ring, okay?
Right.
So they're going to show you, the globe model. They want to show you the flat Earth model on the Google Maps, right?
The Googlies. Right. I understand that. Welcome, Mr. Trish Fee 11111. How's it going?
Hey, good morning or late night. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Just here in the room, listening to all the trolls kind of go back and forth in the lobby.
Yeah, there hasn't been any trolls in the live stream yet that I've been here, so I think it's pretty good.
Oh, that's a good thing. I couldn't imagine if they actually, voice chatted. I'm sure half of them don't know English.
Most of them are too cowardly. You tell them to get into VC check-in, and they're like, "Oh, my mic doesn't work."
Oh, I did hear that earlier. That's funny. You know what? I think a lot of them are like bots.
They could be, man. They could be.
Because some of the
I
stuff,
reckon they could be a bot. Sometime I'm thinking about it, and they could be a bot. Definitely, they could check in and find it. And
yeah, because AI, I mean, it's super intelligent, right? With the algorithm and how they can just see an image, right? And if there's anything that we can't talk about, they'll put a alert or they'll delete it or whatever. So it's crazy how AI has, it's advanced, definitely.
the AI is very, very intelligent nowadays. It's a bit too scary for me. The AI is just taking over the world and the global RPG. It's not very good.
Agree. It's definitely scary. It's like the Neuralink, right? That was it Zuckerberg? No, Elon Musk. Sorry, Elon Musk.
Oh yeah, we just got off the topic of Elon Musk and his little chips.
That is crazy.
That is very insane. I don't know how people could do that, and why would they want to put a microchip in you when they can trace anything that they want to know on your phone? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it's like what is it? The Black Mirror.
Yeah.
Just like that, where they want people to just stay home, not do anything, and live through their mind. They're pressing, buttons or whatever, and I couldn't imagine. That's crazy. It's like being in a computer program.
Yeah, not very good. It's not good at all. It's very, very crazy. Indeed.
I think in Estonia, is that where it is? Estonia?
Are you saying I've been crazy this whole time?
Wait, what? All a little crazy. It's okay.
Give it a bop, beep, little bop. I'm trying to find out how people still believe that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? It's crazy. I had this one troll on my Instagram. Like, he's like, oh, yeah, I went through, the flat earth rabbit hole about 5-6 years ago and, went through all the proof and realized that there was no proof that it is a globe. And it's like, yeah, I don't think so.
Dang, he trying to trick you.
Exactly, like a misinformation agent. That's kind of like Agent Smith is what I call them. There's a lot of those.
Yeah. And you're like, hell no, you're so crazy.
Exactly, like they try to like demoralize you.
Yeah,
right?
and
That's
you're
kind of
like,
like what governments do.
you're like, honey. You're like,
Yeah,
honey,
no,
you
I
ain't
say,
tricking me.
exactly. I said, sorry, my first rodeo, kid. What were you trying, did you think you were going to do something here? And then they try to like, oh, well, oh, you lost, and oh, Flatardia fails, and just the crazy words they come up with. Like, they'll just be like, oh, well, how's life on, Flatardia, and call you flat tards, and like.
Yeah, no, I've been called that as well. Very, very, not very nice. My friends actually, I've tried to get them to believe in the flat Earth for a long time, and they keep calling me crazy. Like, oh damn, you're so crazy, white boy. I'm like, I'm not crazy, man. I'm telling you, man. It's bloody crazy, man. It's real. They're like, no, you're so crazy, man. I'm like, no, man.
Yeah, no, it's hard. Like, if you think about it, right? Someone went through all the indoctrination and the programming from, school. That's in their head. Since a child, since like baby, right? You're given this globe and they're like, oh, this is what you live on. And, dinosaurs were wiped out by a huge asteroid, So then they're kind of scared of that, right? That an asteroid could come at any minute and wipe us out. So our only like safety is the government because they have to protect us. So that's what you grow up believing. The Earth's spinning and, all this other crazy stuff. And there's asteroids and meteors and, there was dinosaurs that was wiped out and, everything else. And of course, space, the space adventures that they go on. So to, I guess, convince someone that all of that is fake would be very hard because they would have to, they would have to let down their ego. They'd have to lose their ego because when someone's ego controls them, they won't hear any other side to other than like their core beliefs, right? Because like cognitive dissonance sets in. You can't have like, what is it, like the two alternate ideas or whatever, because in your mind you think like, well, that's not possible, there's no way.
Yeah.
So then how they react is they attack you instead of attacking the criminals that are in charge of everything, right? Like perpetuating this lie and everything, they'll attack you.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you know Crocodile Dundee, and I think Steve Irwin would have been a part of. I reckon Steve Irwin, he was talking about something before he died. He was talking about how the Earth wasn't a globe. And he was talking about how it was flat. And before he could get his point out, he actually ended up getting stung by a stingray. So I reckon that's the Illuminati trying to push their religions and their beliefs on poor Steve Irwin that lost his life, and they've just shut him down because he was going to convince people that, the Earth is actually flat.
I've never heard that. That's crazy. That would make sense.
You haven't heard of it? Yeah. Because I'm actually Australian, so
you know what? I was gonna ask because isn't Australia the flattest land, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
One of the most flat.
there's a few guys I talked to on Clubhouse. There was this guy, and I think he's kind of like a misinformation agent. Like oh no, flat Earth is crazy. You need to stop, believing that craziness. And he's in Australia, right? So he talks about how Australia is flat, but it's only because of the corrosion and whatever is what he comes up with. So to hear that Australia is, flat, that should, that should show
It's
you.
very flat.
Yeah, that's
Like
interesting.
I walk outside and I can see a place that's like 30 minutes away. Like I can see the city from my house, and the city is like an hour away, and I can see straight through, and I can see the city.
Yeah, that's crazy. That wouldn't be possible on a globe, right? Because there would be curves.
Exactly.
But like,
That's right.
like what, 8
That makes
inches
no
per
sense.
mile squared? Is that the curvature?
Yeah, about that. Yeah, and I can see it from an hour away. And I could probably see beyond that if the human eye can reach that far, but obviously cannot. But yeah, I can see the city from where I live in about an hour drive. So
About like telescope.
I mean, that is true. I can get a telescope.
Yeah, I've been wanting to get a telescope to actually look like at the stars myself, because I see the pictures and like, the footage, and it's so crazy how beautiful it is. But to see it yourself.
I think it'd be 10 times better. That's right.
Yeah. Then you can say, well, what these space agencies are coming out with it's crap. It's not real. And people, oh, where's your proof? You've actually seen the stars, yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So hopefully soon I can get a telescope because I want to see,
Pretty
just kind of go
pricey
like
in Australia
explore.
for a good one.
What was that?
They're pretty pricey in Australia. If you want a good one, they range from about $200 to $400.
Oh wow, yeah. Now, do you guys have a different currency than here in America? I'm in California, so.
Yeah, we do. We have very different currency. Yeah.
Okay.
Very
I
different.
don't know about Australia's currency.
It's very weird.
Is it like paper or?
Plastic.
Oh, so you can't destroy it. Wow.
Oh. it's very hard to counterfeit it as well.
Can you send a pic of your money?
Yeah, I guess I could. Where do I chuck that into?
In the VC text, the live stream text.
Mushroom text. I can't put images.
You can't?
Oh.
DM the image to Godric and I'll put it in. Thank you. And
I think he just.
So if I came over there with dollars, you wouldn't take dollars like in your stores to buy stuff?
No. We would tell you to go change it into Australian currency. Let me try and get a photo of the money, and it's all different colors as well. It's very bright. Perfect. This is a good image. Save that one. So wait, who was the image? Godric? Talk to you. Say hello, and I'll drop the image in here.
Yeah, Godric, thank you.
There you go.
Hey, my question is.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, he was saying that his cat was looking at a picture of Donald Trump, and my question is, why do you have a picture of Donald Trump? This is not flat Earth.
I'm not a big Donald Trump supporter. I just like to have photos of Donald Trump because I think he's a funny-looking man. Everyone in Australia really likes Donald Trump. They think he's funny. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. What was your question, Trish? Right or Tish or?
Yeah, it's Trish. I was gonna ask everyone when they woke up to the truth, I guess, right? Like the conspiracy rabbit hole. Like when did you guys realize all
it wasn't
of
until
the
a couple
deception?
months ago.
Hey, so this money, are you saying it's plastic? It looks paper to me.
No, it's plastic. Yeah, it's plastic.
And what's the Australian dollar called?
AUD.
So you call them odd. So give me some odd.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And how much could you make like an hour working over there in Australia?
The minimum.
Yeah, I guess.
It's 20 about 20 to 25 odd. So. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like twice what the dollar is as far as the minimum.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean, that's the minimum anyway. If you're talking about underage, under 18, the minimum you can get paid is $10.70, which is about $12 USD.
I was told that like beef is expensive over there, and also gasoline.
Yes, it is very expensive over here. Super expensive because it's all imported.
Like, what's the gallon of gas over there cost?
Geez, about $4. So what's that? $6 American.
How much odd does it cost for a gallon of gas?
Gallon.
Do you don't use gallons? What do you use? Kilos?
Liters.
Liters.
Yeah.
How much is it for a liter?
A liter of gas? It depends. About $2 to $3 over here. $3.
2 to 3 odds.
Yeah, that's right. And that's about $4 $5 American. Yeah. So you're paying top dollar over here for low quality.
And how about like what does a nice size steak cost? Like a big steak?
Depends. Are you getting it from like the local grocery store or like a diner?
What's the difference? Oh, you mean like at a restaurant?
Yeah.
So how much is it at a restaurant, and how much is it if you buy it at the store?
It could be like $80 to $100 for a steak over here. At the store, you could probably pick one up for about $40 odd AUD.
So it's like 5 times what it costs over here, 4 or 5 times. Well, a nice steak is around $30 at a diner. 20 to $30 at a diner. But you can buy it for around half that. It's about half that at the market, maybe a third that at the market.
I got a question for you Americans. Do you actually sell guns at Walmart?
Right. I'm pretty sure like they have a lot of places to buy guns, like that Big Five, not all Walmarts, but some Walmarts. And they have gun stores. They have gun stores, you know.
And Walmart doesn't sell handguns anymore or handgun ammunition.
Nice. In Australia, you have to go do like a year course, and then you get your fingerprints, and you got to pay for your gun, then your license, and it's very hard to get a gun over here.
But can't you like buy them like off the street, like from like gun dealers?
Nope. That's very, very hard to do. Very, very hard to buy a gun in Australia.
So like if there's like a crook who robs a liquor store, do they
they use knives
they use
or
a gun, or do they use like a tire iron or what?
If they're gonna rob a store, they would use a knife, or they would use a machete, a machete, or
I can just imagine that because I come with a machete.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
can
no,
you
that's
have a
scary.
gun to defend yourself in the store and shoot the person if they try to cut you with a machete?
No, you gotta have in Australia there's a law. If you actually try and fight the person, you get arrested. So if you're getting robbed, you hand over exactly what they want and then call the police afterwards.
But does that actually work though?
Yeah, it works pretty well. They get away. Better word this right. They don't get away, but they leave the store and then they end up getting traced later on. And it works really well.
What about tasers? They are tasers?
Only police have tasers, really. I mean, you can get tasers off wish.com. Some people do. But
is it illegal for you to have them?
Very illegal. Yeah, you can cop 1 to 2 years in jail.
What was their reasoning to take y'all's right to defend yourself away, like in a aggressive situation like that?
Trying to stop violence and stop people from getting hurt and injured, and stop the crimes from continuing. Right.
Well, if they have no threat of violence against them, why would they stop?
Because they would get arrested. That's why.
Well, that's
what
the
if
same
you're
thing
like,
that happened before, right? Shit, that would.
But what if you're like, so like, let's say you're getting raped, right? You can't blow the person up.
No. Like, if someone's like, if they're in a store and like they're getting robbed, you can't do anything. But let's say if you went on a Tinder date and this guy tried to rob you, or he tried to do something to you, in an unprofessional manner without consent, yeah, you're allowed to use force, and you're allowed to, go ahead and do what you got to do to protect yourself. If you have a knife on you, you can stab them. If
But not to use a gun.
Use a gun, you go to prison.
You realize that like a knife isn't really going to stop anybody, right? You realize that.
I mean, if you stab someone, it definitely will. The knife crime in Australia is just as bad as the USA.
No, but I mean, like if you're a woman, I mean, even if you're a man, but if you're a woman and a guy knows how to handle himself, you're not going to be able to stab him with a knife. He'll just disarm you. You know what I mean? So it's not even really a weapon. It's not really a way to defend yourself.
Yeah,
and that's why you have a gun, because a gun
was way better.
Oh, pepper spray, that might be something.
I mean, I used to have pepper spray. You can get pepper spray over here imported from the USA. That's what I had. My sister actually lives over in America. She lives in Seattle, I'm pretty sure, right now. And she sent me over some pepper spray. Got through border security, because Australia's border security is very not that good. And yeah, it's got me out of a few sticky situations. But one time I actually got caught with it and actually copped a big fine.
The pepper sprays are illegal?
Yeah. Sure is.
That's pretty wild.
So only y'all's masters can have weapons, huh?
Yeah, only your leaders can have. I feel like if they want to take the guns away, like in America, that the cops can't use them either. That's how I feel. So no one can use them, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, America's very different.
The thing is, they probably won't take it away from the military, because they can argue that they're defending the country, but no cop should be able to have a gun if a citizen can't have a gun. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah, I don't think the gun laws are ever going to change in the USA. I think they're going to be staying the same for a long time. Right? They're not going to change at all.
Well, they're trying to take away the guns, right?
Texas is changing September 1st. Starting September 1st, if you're not a felon, you can conceal or open carry a pistol. You've already been able, if you're over 18, to open carry a long gun, but
so you're allowed to walk out in the street carrying a gun.
Yeah, well, carrying a rifle, yes, that's been quote legal for a long time. But starting September 1st, you can have a pistol or I mean, a pistol, open carry or concealed carry with no permit, no nothing, just as long as you're of age and not a felon.
The Australian police, they rarely use their guns, very rarely. They just usually tackle people, and they bring out the kangaroos sometimes to come along. Yeah, it's very rare that they use their guns. They just tackle people and pepper spray
They
them.
bring the kangaroos. They have trained kangaroos, like police dogs almost. No way.
But trained kangaroos, they've trained like pretty much all their
That is
life.
wild. I'm serious. I never thought of that before.
And it's scary
They're,
as
they're trainable, huh? I bet.
Yeah,
I'm
they're like
I'm surprised
6,
they
7
haven't
foot.
used that in a. I'm surprised they haven't used that in a movie already. You know, like just the experience of like, or just seeing them walk around with kangaroos, like.
Yeah, they hold it like a
Like
horse.
police
Yeah, they have
dogs.
like
Like police
Yeah.
dogs.
Can't
Do
a
they
kangaroo kill you with like a kick to the gut?
they can break your ribs and they can kill
Well,
you.
so
Yeah.
the kangaroos are smart enough to know exactly what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Like
They
you can
got
say sick them, like
kangaroos.
they can get a scent of a guy and then go get him.
That's
They
right.
work
Yeah,
together.
that's It's basically that's legit. Yeah.
That's the scariest weapon ever when you think about it. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're like 6, 7
One thing
foot.
to have
They're
a dog,
tall. They're
yeah.
huge. They're huge.
Right?
They're 6, 7 foot, and they're like, oh jeez, I don't
man.
know.
I got it. There has to be some video of this.
It's actually illegal to film the police when they have the kangaroos out. You can
really?
cop jail time. Yeah.
But there's got to be some, huh?
Yeah, there
Told
probably
you it
is.
was
Yeah.
tall as this hell.
Huh?
Yeah, they're really tall. They're like 7 foot, and they jump, and as soon as they kick you, you're done.
They
You're
don't
like
bite,
stunned to the
though.
ground. No, they don't bite, but trust me, they can box. They can knock
I've
you
seen
out.
that one. I've seen the one where the guy boxes the kangaroo that's going after his dog. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Where the guy knocks out the kangaroo, or not knocks him out, but he gets him stunned enough that he leaves him alone. The dog is free. That's amazing. Yeah, the kangaroos, trained kangaroos. There's got to be some footage of the kangaroos doing crazy shit. I never thought about that. I just kind of thought of them as wild and untrainable.
Yeah, they're like they're also very illegal to film. Like if you film them, you can go to jail for like a year.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Just
they're like
the police ones.
Is the guy that said is that right? Are you only DC verified?
What are you talking about? I'm old school, dude, bro.
I can't look at my phone. I'm just curious.
This is a new perspective. Who's this? Who am I talking to? Who are you?
Okay, yeah, I'll talk to you. I serve.
Oh yeah, we talk, bro.
I serve the lamb.
I'm amazed at the whole kangaroo thing. Is that why were you asking?
That's the one I am. Because he's full of shit.
Oh, you think this guy's full of shit with the trained kangaroos?
No,
okay,
I'm not.
I got you.
I'm not. I'm very serious.
I believe him. Maybe I'm gullible, but I believe him.
I'm not joking. There's really trained kangaroos, and
it doesn't sound like it. You think what? That's how unbelievable it is, actually. I know exactly, but I mean, the way that I'm reacting to it is just because it's so strange that we haven't heard about that, and so he calling bullshit because he thought, of course, I would have heard about that, and I'm assuming that maybe that's a possibility that they actually train the kangaroos and they work like that. It's a pretty good. It's a pretty weird guy trying.
Trained.
I just got here though, so maybe there's other things.
What's this one? I missed that one. What's this about the kangaroos? I'm eager to hear this. What are you saying about the kangaroos? Is it Ski Mask God that's saying this?
Yes.
How you doing? What? I missed that. Sorry, I was on a phone call. What was you saying about the kangaroos?
Yes, basically, I was saying that the kangaroos in Australia, they're actually trained by the police. And basically,
like police dogs.
Like
he almost just laughed.
And it's illegal to film them, so you probably won't find footage. But I'm not talking through my ass or something like that. I'm being like dead serious. I've seen them before. They only bring them out in like rare occasions, like if they're like let's say a bank
You know
robbery
what?
or
We could
something
ask
like that.
Becky, you guys. Becky will tell us.
Yeah, Becky will know.
Right?
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Becky's not around a lot. When last did we see Becky?
Yeah. It was a couple weeks ago, yeah.
Yeah, has she been over at Gem Pandas again?
Well, it depends what part of Australia you're from as well. Because where I'm from, they use them.
Oh, now the story's changing.
No, the story doesn't change.
I'm just joking.
So the story's not changing.
Yeah,
I can.
you've got some incredible stories to tell, Ski Mask. I will say that, bro.
I'm gonna send a photo to Godric, and he's gonna paste it into the live stream chat, and he's gonna show you what one of the police kangaroos look like.
Dressed up a kangaroo dressed up as a policeman.
Oh no, they don't wear clothes.
Oh, well, I'm just wondering because at the end of the day, how could you recognise a regular kangaroo from a police kangaroo unless it was wearing uniform? You know.
I mean, the kangaroos don't really patrol out in the streets. Well,
Yeah,
Godric
They're kind of naturally undercover that way.
Yeah, what do they train them for? What sort of skills do they train the kangaroo?
Let's say bank robberies or something like that. I'm trying.
Go in there and disarm the bank robber.
Yeah, pretty much, and they go up there and kick the bank robber. Godric, I'm gonna be your friend, Godric.
Bro, listen, you're a pleasant. You sound. Listen,
It's a good one.
Yeah,
it's a good one. If he's telling the truth, it's even better.
Either you have
It's
got.
like if he's lying, it's a good lie. And but if he's telling the truth, it's even better because that's crazy. If that's
Listen, yeah,
they have to make a sitcom based on that. The kangaroo cop. Kangaroo cop. That's coming out.
Bro, I'm not taking the Mickey out of you or anything, but I'll be honest with you, that is like one of the longest, windiest stories I've heard. You know what I mean? It's long-winded, that one.
Godric, you can go ahead and post the photo in there, and it'll show you. It's bizarre.
Is this a kangaroo in police uniform with a truncheon and a taser?
A taser?
Yeah,
that's a kangaroo.
Oh, yeah, well, listen, I believe you that thing could disarm a bank robber. There's no question about that. Yeah, absolutely. That looks...
It's huge.
Yeah, wait a minute. Is that not a picture of... there's a famous kangaroo that's built like a tank.
Hang on. Do they get like a badge and a cop hat?
No. Wait a minute. We got to be clear on this. It's undercover kangaroo.
I love that this conversation is
undercover kangaroo cop in theaters now.
I'll tell you something, bro. If you are, listen, you had me at the beginning, right? Let me just, for you guys, I checked, I don't know, did I check? Yeah, I checked Ski Mask God in, I think. No, did I? Did I check you in up there earlier on? I forgot. I've checked that many people in tonight. Was it me that spoke to you to check you in? It was, wasn't it?
Who?
Me, breaking down the wall of lies.
Check me into where?
Yeah, did I check you into the server? Are you the guy that said you'd been away for a year and you came back?
Yes.
Yeah, you're the one. Yeah.
That is me.
Yeah, so the history on this guy is, people, just to let you know, he's been away for a year. He was on mute when he came into the server. I took him off a mute and we had a little chat up the top. He's came down here. He said he'd been away for a year. He believed he lived on a flying spinning ball, but he's been away. He's done his own research. Now he believes that the Earth is flat. So I'm just giving you a bit of background history with this guy. If you are a troll, you're a pleasant troll. That's all I'll say. Okay.
Oh no, I ain't no troll. I definitely believe.
If you're not a troll, you've got a great sense of humor. Yeah. Okay.
I definitely believe in the flat Earth. That's something I don't joke around about.
Wait, you said you believe in the flat Earth?
Yep.
That tells me right there that you're not for real. But maybe it's just my standard of flat earther.
Yeah.
Most flat earthers don't
It's just
say they
standard.
believe in flat Earth. You're
Yeah.
saying you believe in flat Earth. It doesn't really go along with what most people feel about it. You understand why that makes sense? Does that make sense to you? That'll be
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yes, yes. But I am Australian. You gotta remember that. I am upside down.
Gotcha. No problem.
I don't think the way that you guys think. Yeah.
I totally have no reason. I have no reason to doubt you, other than that the kangaroo story is something I'd never heard of before. I could see it being true, but you said only in certain areas. So what areas would I look? Would I check with?
This place called this beautiful city called Frankston. They use them a lot down there. It's called Frankston, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia.
Okay, because that's just as easy as Googling the question. It's either true or it's not. In Frankston, Australia, do they use kangaroos as cop dogs?
Hot dogs. Whoa, hot dogs.
Cop dogs.
Oh, I thought you said hot dogs. I said whoa.
No, you're not allowed to eat them. I heard.
Oh no, you can eat kangaroos. It's very delicious.
Really? I thought that was something. There was laws. I heard from an Australian friend of mine. It's against the law to eat kangaroo.
Oh, he lying.
No, kangaroo jerky, guys.
I mean, yeah.
Was it not the case a long time ago that Australia went to war with a kangaroo? I don't mean as in like they went to war as they would go to war with countries, but they sort of like there was too many kangaroos. So I take it they had to reduce the population of kangaroos. Was that true?
Yeah. I definitely believe that was true. Yes.
Yeah.
I do have a photo.
Kangaroos everywhere. I mean, they're in the graveyards. Yeah, you go to put flowers on your mother's grave or your father's grave, and there's kangaroos bouncing about in the graveyard. You know, there's nowhere these things cannot get. They're everywhere.
I heard you can eat kangaroo meat in Australia because it's plentiful.
Yeah, I also heard actually that you could, and that they're just everywhere. Because what it's their natural predator.
Yeah, so it's starting to make perfect sense to me, Ski Mask God, that they could well be training these things as like police dogs because why fight them? They're everywhere. Just let's use them. Bet like the dolphins. Yeah, it's about like the dolphins. They used to strap torpedoes and stuff onto the dolphins to go and ram a ship and blow itself up along with the ship, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Now,
Yeah, and I don't know.
Now, am I joking or am I being serious?
I think it might be pulling my leg here. I think you might be pulling my leg.
Well, the dolphins, if I remember correctly, is actually a real thing. Yes, they did. I'm not sure if it was during the First World War or the Second. I'm sure they were strapping stuff onto the dolphins to blow ships up. That could have been.
I've heard that too.
Yeah. I mean, whether there was any truth in it or not, haven't got a clue. I never went down the avenue of searching for the truth on it. But I'll be honest with you, as regards to kangaroos, it wouldn't shock me if they're using them in some type of way in certain parts of Australia. But it does sound a bit long-winded that they're actually using them to go in and disarm bank robbers,
Well, no, that was just a scenario. I've sent a photo over to my good old friend over here, Godric, if he wants. I'll put that in chat as well, because I don't know, it doesn't let me put photos in the chat for some reason.
Are they smart? I have no idea. Like, how smart is a kangaroo?
They're about as
Does anybody
smart.
know, really?
They're pretty smart. They've done tests on them as well. They're pretty smart, pretty intelligent. Wants to put down. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I've seen that as well. That guy's huge. That kangaroo. That's how big they usually are. Do you guys know why I can't put photos inside the chat?
You have to get a role.
You're not You're not getting permission tonight.
Ah, damn. Well, that's
Chat.
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I
I
wouldn't
haven't
believe
found
you streaming
anything
me.
on Google yet
See,
about
that's it.
them
That's it.
using kangaroos.
That's a couple. That's the police officer. That's when they're first getting trained. They're tiny, very tiny, and that's kangaroo in training action.
Wait, can kangaroos be trained to be used like work dogs?
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
That picture looks like to me like they have detained a kangaroo or it's an injured kangaroo. I don't know if I could believe that's part of the police training. It looks as if it could have been injured, you know, when they've been called to the scene.
Yes, that sounds.
No, that's because he's holding it like that. That's how you hold them, keep them calm, and not to run.
If it was a kangaroo in training, it would have at least a harness on it. That's 100.
No, because it slows them down. They can't punch people. It's very hard to.
I'm saying every work dog in the police force in every country, every animal has a harness on it. If it's in the.
But how are you going to make a harness for a kangaroo?
And I wouldn't think they would put a harness on this
I
one.
can't
how
find.
do
Okay.
you do this?
Hey, but good troll, I guess.
No, it's not a troll. I promise you.
Okay. Now this.
Yeah, Americans are like mind-boggling me. Wait, this kinship person is Australian. He could probably tell you. Kinship. Are you here?
I can't find anything on Google that says that Australia uses kangaroos on the police force. Why is that?
This Kenshin person, I think he's from Australia as well, but he doesn't want to seem to be talking. It's very weird.
Is it illegal to talk about? Is it something you get in trouble for talking about the kangaroos that you're not supposed to film while they're doing police work? Is it like illegal to even mention this? A secret program, secret kangaroo program?
Yeah, man. Maybe it's a secret program and nobody can.
Maybe, I don't know, man. Why is Groovy in here? What the
You
heck?
have to admit, it seems a little strange. It's not like a well-known fact, right?
Yeah, well, a little bit, yeah. But,
A little bit.
Maybe it's covered up by the Illuminati.
Maybe.
Secret Illuminati
under the
kangaroo
Illuminati control.
Possibly.
No, they're being taken to Antarctica.
Possibly.
That's why it's so secretive.
It's all fun and games.
If you try to break through the ice wall, there's an army of kangaroos right there lined up.
It's all fun and games until you get your eye out by a laser from a kangaroo, because they will
That's right.
put lasers on those kangaroos. You can be sure of that.
Barely level. Are you Russian? Mr. Barely level?
No. But I'm in a country that borders Russia. But my language is not in Russia.
You've got a good accent, that's why. Yeah.
Well, I guess it comes with the territory, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you're in Australia. You're in Australia right now.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
What search engine do you use for your internet? Google.
Yes.
You should use Google.
Yeah.
Do you have DuckDuckGo?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just wondering. It's all good. Just wondering.
Pablo.
Okay. I think that I don't believe you now about the kangaroos, because I think there would have been something that I
I mean, that's fair enough if you don't believe me. Like, it's only in like one state so far. It's fairly new.
Look, let's say
Okay, they're just starting to do this. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fairly new. They've been doing it since June.
Since June?
Yeah, about June.
Hang on, let me ask you.
You mean 2 months?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is new. Okay, a couple months.
They're testing.
Ski mask. Let me ask you.
Yeah.
How long you been with the flat Earth?
The flat, like the Discord, or like believed in flat Earth?
Believed.
Been a couple months.
So you're brand new to the flat Earth?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
What convinced you it's not a spinning ball?
I've been asked this many times, but it's about the NASA, the first people that walked on the moon. I found it very suspicious how the space is meant to be a vacuum seal. There's no wind in space. The background, the American flag was waving, and that's when I first started researching it. That was about last year.
Uh-huh.
And as soon as I started researching it, I found out about a lot about the flat Earth, and I've been really digging into the flat Earth. I'm trying to find friends that believe in the flat Earth as well, because my friends in real life in Australia, they think that I'm just full of shit.
Right. Well, but then you're saying again, believe in the flat Earth. Do you think it's a belief?
No, I don't believe that it's a belief. I believe that the Earth is flat, and we've been lied to the whole time by the
Right,
NASA.
but you just said you don't. You said you don't believe, but then
Yeah,
you
he
said
doesn't
you
get
believe
the
the world
belief
is flat.
word. There's a believe and there's a no. He doesn't get the believe word. He uses it interchangeably, right? He's new.
Yeah, I'm new.
No, I understand that, but I just went over that again, and it's just the way you're phrasing it. Okay, so what
Sorry,
else
I'm
convinced you that
I'm Australian.
That's okay. What you said, the what? The Mesa?
Yeah, I reckon the NASA is just full of caca, just full of it. NASA.
Is he Australian?
Yeah, I'm Australian.
No, who's Mesa? I don't even know who you're talking about.
I think
NASA.
he's trying to say NASA, dude.
No, NASA.
NASA.
I was gonna say NASA. Who's Mesa?
That's one weird way to.
You don't know that it's called NASA? That you don't know that
we say NASA.
You say NASA? I've never heard an Australian say NASA. Maybe they've just changed it, knowing they've been corrected already.
Hey, does Australia have their own space agency?
I don't believe so. Maybe.
How old are you? If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fairly young. I'm 18.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't shoot rockets up in space in Australia?
We probably do. I don't know.
Well, what else about the world being flat did you figure out? Like, what was the one thing that got you convinced?
How the world spins around goes bing bang, and I've realized that it's like as I was telling what's her name? Sorry, let me find it. I think it was Wifey. I think I was telling Wifey. I was telling Wifey that I could see the city from my house, which is an hour away. And I found that kind of odd because if the Earth curves, right, how come I can see straight, like into the city from where I live? It's very, very odd. What about you, new perspective? What made you believe that the Earth wasn't a globe?
Okay, I don't believe it's a globe. That's the best way to put it. Let me just say that you're gonna get shit from other people if you're for real. If you actually are.
I'm for it.
If you have figured this out, you're gonna get shit from people saying, "Do you believe in flat Earth?" or "I believe in flat Earth," or "Why don't you believe?" Believe is kind of like a word that makes you sound unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? Just to let you know. It's not, and you can't, and making a positive claim about it being flat, saying it's flat, I don't agree with that necessarily either. Just that as far as, anyone experiences, the world is a stationary plane by default, right? That's your default reality. So the belief is when you start thinking that your reality is the opposite of what it seems, right? So then that's the belief, because there's no reason to think that other than what you've been told.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
So I'm just, that's the only reason I'm harping on that, because it sounds like, and you may be new and you may be young and you may be just figured this out a couple months ago.
Yep. That's fair enough.
There's, what about some other people you've been watching as far as videos? Like, what are their, like, who's your favorite, one of your favorite videos that you've watched about this?
Jeff Bezos. My good friend.
So Jeff Bezos, you watched his video?
Yeah, I watched his video about how he went to space with a bunch of random people that we've never seen
When did
before.
Jeff Bezos go to space?
Jesus, about a month ago or something like that.
So you're basing this on things that you don't find believable, not about things that you've figured out about the nature of.
No, I figured out a few things, and I've based it on him as well, because he's been naughty and he's faked that he's went to space when he didn't really go to space.
Do you know who Eric Dubé is?
I've heard the name before on the server, but no, I don't really know who that is.
All right. Whether you're a troll or not a troll, either way, I'm going to send you a bunch of links. Okay.
Okay, sweet. I'll watch them.
That'll give you a little bit more information about all this stuff, just in case you're interested.
No, I'm seriously not a troll. I really believe in the flat Earth.
Don't keep saying that. Stop saying you believe in the flat Earth. It makes you sound phony, dude.
Sorry, dude. It's just. Well, what do I say then?
Hey guys, can I interrupt for a second? I've got to go out. Ski Mask God, it's been interesting listening to you. Yeah, I've put there, when you know the truth, a flat earth, it no longer requires belief. Guys, can you do me a favor and take Ski Mask God through some of the Black Swan to help him understand that you don't need to have a belief in flat earth. You just need to know the facts that a ball earth is impossible. Can you maybe do that for the guy? And then it's all yours. I'll be back in 20. Good luck with that one. Thanks, guys. Sorry for interrupting.
Whoa, a whole bunch of links. Whoa, I'm going to watch these tonight. Thank you.
It'll take you a while.
Yeah.
It'll take you a while.
And hey, Mr. Kangaroo Cop guy.
Hey.
Kangaroo Cop. We should just give him that role. There has to be a Kangaroo Cop role.
We'll just change his nickname, but to Kangaroo Cop. But they're trying to get you to stop saying belief so that you don't get banned later. You know, some mod in here that's not as mild tempered as others, so that they're going to give you hell if you keep saying that you believe in a flat Earth. That's what the other individual is trying to explain to you.
I'm sorry about that. It's just in Australia we would like to say like belief. Our language is very different to yours. As you may know, be pronounced.
We've got a lot of
Nasa and
Australians in
Nasa.
here though that don't have that problem. So
Right.
we understand.
I mean, it depends what part of Australia you're from too, as well.
You have to bear with us. We get a lot of trolls in here that have a story, you know. And the Kangaroo Cop thing just being a couple months old is a little weird.
Yeah, no, that's all good. I understand that you guys have trouble believing that I am a real, not a phony.
A real what?
So that I'm a real. How do I word this? Believer. How's that? Believer.
You can't say that, dude. You're gonna get banned next time you come in here with somebody.
I'm sorry.
That's just like
Trying to be funny. He said a real mugga-fuggy. He was.
Guys, do I just leave the water on?
What do I say then instead of belief, or what do I say instead of those words?
Well, I don't want to tell you because you should be able to figure that out after watching those videos I sent you.
Yeah, I'll watch those videos tonight. But
I mean,
when I'm in bed,
you don't have to. It's not like you're joining a club. I mean, it sounds like you're.
Yeah.
Like
we
if
can't
you
just
were
give you
just
the
coming in
answer.
here trying to be accepted, you know, then
No,
it sounds like you're just like you haven't really. I mean, being suspicious of Jeff Bezos and suspicious of what the flag on the moon are like, you know, kind of like very rudimentary mainstream ways of figuring this out. So there's a lot of information in those videos I sent you. So even if you are a troll, maybe you'll watch those videos and you'll be like, wow, I came here trolling to begin with, and now I actually figured out what you're talking about. I didn't just try to say I believe in this. I actually know why people say don't say belief. Like in what I wrote you. Did you if you read what I wrote you, could you know what? It would be better if you could you read out loud what I wrote in the intro to the videos.
Some guy just sent me.
That's me.
No, just someone named Level Guy. He said, mate, are you fair dink and flat earth galah, or are you just trolling these prime mates? You bet your Perth ass Aussies will think you're a D-head if you tell them that you actually believe that the earth is flat. What do you think is happening here? And he sent a photo of the earth curving. He does not know that that is 100% fake, that curvature on the earth there. I don't know how he got my Discord. Probably he's watching the live stream or something like that.
He's clicked on your name and said it the same way I did. But read what I wrote to you instead, actually.
Oh yeah, I read that. I'm reading.
Can you read it out for us? It'll make more sense if you read it out loud.
It's off.
Okay. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
It's hard to find a buried info on this topic for newbies now. So here's a bunch of links. If you really are interested, they will give you base context of why so many people give up their beliefs about living on a spinning ball. Flat Earth isn't a new belief; it's just the loss of one. I call myself a recovering heliocentrist. That is a big word, man. Not a flat earther. We are all ever experience of a level of playing at 24/7. So once you realize that you don't feel like you're spinning because you simply aren't spinning, you're left with the base reality that we all experience. No need to believe that Earth is like it seems. Last line. But you want to know, and there will.
But you have to want to know.
But you have to want to know, and that you will have to deal with the most people not wanting to know once you figure it out. It takes a while, but it's hilarious. Eventually, just think the truth is actually just obvious. It's the most obvious thing ever. But most people still believe that it is the most stupid thing they could ever imagine. See what I mean? Didgeridoo kangaroo, I see what you mean. I do see what you mean.
Yeah, it might be best if you just kind of like, look into those videos, and then when you come back, you'll have some knowledge to drop on people that'll, either be real or just what you're trying to say. But it doesn't seem like anybody could watch those videos and come out of it still being a troll. If you are a troll.
Oh no, I'm definitely not a troll. I better not say that word. I'm very interested.
You can say the word. Troll's not a bad word.
Oh no, not that. The B word.
The B word, yeah. That is kind of like that is true. It is kind of like the B word around here. But the first thing most people will do is get you to realize that the idea that you're living on a ball is just a belief. That's what we start with usually.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and refrain from using the word belief.
It takes time. We all kind of slip. Some of us still call it a planet when by mistake or just old habits. But yeah, I guess so. Does anybody want to walk them through the Black Swan like someone else suggested? I'm not a big fan of the Black Swan as a first thing to look at because there's a lot of mathematical stuff that people that are new don't really comprehend right away. Then there's arguments on the other side for why the Black Swan is not a great proof, and not the other side that makes any sense. But the idea of that being that we're, I don't know. I don't want to criticize it because a lot of people here like to go to that as a go-to. I usually go to why a plane can't land on a spinning ball. That's the one that no one can really say anything about.
I have a suggestion what he could look into. What about the solenilian eclipses?
That's fine. Yeah.
Because
You know what that is?
you could just, it's visual.
I've heard of an eclipse before.
Oh, is this Trish? I heard you this morning, Trish. Welcome.
Oh,
I
hi.
heard your
Yeah.
story. What's up? How you doing?
Oh, you did? Oh, awesome. I'm
You
back
found,
here.
you found Dave Weiss, right? Started
Yes,
looking at his
yes.
stuff. You got his app.
Yeah.
But I should send you the list, the thing that I just sent him, because I actually thought about doing that this morning when I was hearing you, because it sounded like you were fairly new yourself, and there's a bunch of videos that you still might not have seen if you're only on David Weiss. I mean, he probably has most of them on his thing, on his app. But I'll send you just the thing that I sent him in case there's some on there that you haven't seen yet. They're old school ones.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, what I get kind of caught up in is all of the the terms, right? Like the scientific terms, because in school I tuned out all of like science and history. I tuned all of that out.
A lot of us probably did because we were just like bullshit detector going off, and like you start to lose interest if you're intelligent enough to see that it's just a pipe dream story that
like the whole thing for
memorize.
gravity, right? It's like, okay, so what is gravity? And I was researching different things, and I came across incoherent dielectric acceleration. But then there's others that say, well, there's no acceleration, there's no force. So it's like,
Yeah, that's something
Then
that's debated in here sometimes between even people, that agree on most things, but don't agree on that because the incoherent dielectric acceleration is kind of Ken Wheeler thing. You know who he is, Ken Wheeler, Theoria Pacifist.
Is he the Asian man? Or
No, he's the fat bald monkey guy.
No, I don't think I've seen him.
He calls himself a fat bald monkey. But
Oh wow.
yeah, he's really great with magnetics, and he also, it's not like he came up with the incoherent dielectric acceleration
Yeah.
thing, but that's one of the things that he talks about.
Mr.
Okay, I've
Perspective.
seen the magnetism, like the the measurable magnetism, right, in our air. There are the electricity as well. So there's electricity, magnetism.
Yeah, there's a magnetic field. There's magnetic fields for sure. That's undeniable. So it's kind of interesting that's not attributable to something that we observe in nature besides just knowing that the fields are there. So that could be part of the reason for the acceleration, even though density is the reason that it falls, and that's provable. It doesn't mean
density.
If there's an attraction of any sort, density does answer it. But the acceleration part being consistent could have something to do with some kind of magnetic.
Yeah, what would pull it down? Like, so then a lot of globers ask, well, what causes it to go down towards the Earth? Why isn't it going up? Because it's heavier than the air around it, right? Well, why is it going down, towards Earth?
Right. Well, that's the thing.
Well,
Yes. What were you asking? Who is that asking?
Yeah. Yes. This Mr. Kenshin inside the live stream, he's telling me that he has a strong belief. That's not my word. That's his wording. He's got a very strong belief that the Earth is flat.
Why are you telling me that?
That's what he's telling me to tell you because he wants to have some links as well.
Oh.
So,
what's his name?
Kenshin with the cursive writing.
Is he in is he on the panel here or is he in the live stream?
Isn't the panel here?
Voice text.
Isn't the
Okay,
live
is he a
in the
friend?
live stream?
You're doing a great job of not laughing, by the way. Just to
Me?
let you know.
Yeah.
Great job, man. Bravo. Yeah, bravo.
No, I'm not joking. He's texting me telling me that he's wanted to have some links.
He wants
to grow.
Let me talk to Trish here because you realize you got interrupted, right?
Sorry about that.
Just because people will get on you and ban you just for that too. But Trish was asking about the incoherent dielectric acceleration, and that's something that was debated between like some of the more well-known flat earthers like Anthony Riley Do you know who he is at all? Sleeping Warrior. Have you ever listened to Nathan Oakley, Trish?
I've heard of him. I haven't listened to him yet.
Okay, because there's
Yeah,
like
it's been about I'd say about about a year that I've actually like been like listening to different like people on YouTube and watching their videos and all of that.
Yeah, you got a lot. Yeah, Nathan Oakley's kind of entertaining. From long, he's been around a while and he has like thousands of debates that go back years, and so there's a lot of context there you could try to catch up on. I could send you. I think there's one of them in the links that I sent you. But what's interesting about that whole thing with him, what's significant, at least I think, was a turning point in this whole discussion that happened was when Mick West went on his show. And Mick West is the guy that created Metabunk, which is where people got their curvature calculations from for a while, like a main source for that. And he's a really creepy dude that also was the inventor of the Tony Hawk skateboarding game, or the designer of it or something, the programmer. So that's his claim to fame, but he was a big ball proponent that came on the Nathan Oakley show and admitted that the R value for the radius of the Earth was an assumed value, which is huge because, not that it's anything that we didn't know already, but him admitting it was a big deal. Plus, the curvature calculator got deconstructed in front of his very eyes, and he had to admit that there was something to it that he should change, which was that they were keeping, it's kind of technical, but they were keeping the distant object, the actual size of the object, by using the orthographic view from the perspective of it's like this orthographic view, like a side view looking at the distance that the viewer might be seeing an object in the distance from the side. And they kept the full, at the actual size of the building in the distance. Whereas if you were from the perspective view, you would see that building shrinks as it goes further away from you, right? There's an angular resolution that shrinks as it goes further away. And that was part of the trick, getting the hidden value that the ballers used to come on Nathan Oakley with and be able to show a picture and say, oh, here's the calculations. And this is why you only see this much of the building. And it fits the ball model perfectly. But then when Anthony Riley and Nathan Oakley picked it apart, Anthony realized that this is how they've done the trick. They know that perspective cuts off things from the bottom up to a certain degree, plus keeping the orthographic view of it, showing the building and the distance at the actual size, is the way they compensated for the difference that you would see that's only due to natural perspective. So basically they hijacked perspective to fit their ball model so that it would seem as though every picture you took fits their model. But it's actually just perspective with a little bit of trickery. So he went back and changed his website to accommodate for that, but he kept the R value, which is what you put into the calculation. The R value is the radius of the Earth. As long as they have that, all these calculations that they come up with are, seemingly correct because of that assumed value. So then it was kind of a turning point because the ballers could no longer go on there.
How do they know the radius of the Earth?
That's the thing. It's never been measured. It's an assumed value.
That's what I'm saying.
It has to be the exact value that it is, in fact, so that all of the reverse engineering can work. It doesn't work if it's any other number, almost. If it was too far off that number, at least, it doesn't work. Because they studied the results that you would get with perspective, and then plus all the other things that go along with it, the distance to the moon, the curvature of the Earth, inches per mile squares based on that. With that being an assumed value, and admittedly an assumed value, they lose automatically because you can't start your argument with an assumption.
Yeah, that's interesting. So with the curvature, right, the 8 inches per mile squared, which is the calculation that was for the globe model, right, that was created on the globe model.
based on the 3959. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because a lot of Globers will say like, "Oh, well, that's not correct," and it's like, how is it not correct? That's you know what I mean. Like,
Well,
we'll
there's an
just say like
argument on that side of it. But the reason that they say that is because there's another way of putting it is 1 degree every 70 miles or 60 miles or something in between.
1
Probably
degree every
66 miles.
60 or 70 miles.
Yeah,
Okay.
1 degree of hidden value, right? Now I don't. That's
no, that doesn't seem
somehow they've made it's like they do with everything. They make it
change it.
that one, but see, 1 degree of the whole is a lot more than you would think, right? If you just say 1 degree, it seems very slight. But we're
Yeah,
talking
no, that doesn't seem
1 degree of the total width of the Earth, or the total mass of the Earth. So then 1 degree might still be 120 miles, you know, or whatever it is. But
you're
they
not
always do
gonna
that.
you're not gonna see it. You're not gonna notice it. Like, how are you gonna notice 1 degree? Like, come on now.
It is
That's
slight though.
crazy.
It is very slight, because otherwise all you have to do is show them one overhead shot of a city
Yeah.
and game over. It is game over right there anyway, because Euclidean geometry is the only
Yeah.
way for that's all you see. You only see straight lines. If you were looking high enough up, down on top of the city, if it was a ball, all the lines would have to be curved. Non-Euclidean geometry is never used in any sense whatsoever. I mean, it's so over for their side in so many ways
But
that I
there's
can't even
just so
believe that the
many like
discussions, that there's a
trolls though.
debate still going on. Yeah, they
There's
must
so
be
many like
hired.
people like the propaganda, it's pushed out there, and there's like billions of sites that, will claim a fact or a proof when it's not. It's pseudoscience or, scientism, like a religion. It's become a
Yeah,
religion, and
completely.
that's what I noticed. And it's
Yeah.
crazy. Like, I didn't know until, coming across different trolls that they are like almost like possessed by this religion or this cult, and they want everyone to join this cult, and if you don't join, you're stupid, or you're uneducated, or
It's like we were all in the cult, and those are the people sent out to hassle and the ones that have left the cult. You know how they do, like supposedly with
oh yeah,
Scientology, if you leave it, they
that's
like come to your house
crazy.
and knock on the door and try to get you to like, you know what I'm saying? That's what they are. They're like following us
That
around because we don't believe in the cult. We're
that
not a
is
cult believer anymore.
yeah, no, that is crazy. Yeah, you open your eyes and you
And
see like, I don't think so. I'm
yeah,
not drinking that Kool-Aid no more.
right,
Like,
right,
that Kool-Aid's tainted.
right. But it's a game being played, even played on both sides, with the flat Earth side to some degree, I think too. Like it's
I have
and the
seen that.
information, like
Yeah.
everything is on the table. Like all the information is on the table. I guess there's some that maybe they won't even allow on the table. But the reason that it's being used is that because they probably did tons of litmus tests on volunteers about their reaction to this information and knew that only a certain percentage would ever even consider it, even though it's the most obvious thing, which is why it's hilarious, because it's like, wait a minute. So you're saying the most obvious thing ever is the thing that most people think is the craziest?
Yeah, isn't that called, what is it, Occam's
Isn't
razor,
that
right?
hilarious? Yeah, Occam's razor as far as the most obvious, yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't that
it's
crazy?
just like truth in plain sight, so you're not going to question. It's right there in your face, like Simpsons or all this other predictive programming, right?
Yeah,
It's right there
it's
in
so
your
funny.
face, and you
Right.
don't question. It's like, oh no, oh yeah, of course, I know that's going to happen because you already programmed, years before or whatever, to
Yeah.
accept it.
And I was watching a little clip earlier from someone they're doing like a flat Earth game show. And they were asking people the questions about it, and the guy was like, "Well, you're saying it's flat. Well, that doesn't make any sense." You know, like the fact that like that's the first thing people think is that doesn't make any sense, that the world would be like it seems. There's no way it's like it seems.
Yeah, no,
You
it's
know, it's so
it's all
crazy
these
that
different
that's the first thing you think is
calculations.
the smartest thing to say. The smartest thing to say is that your reality is not like it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, I seen what was it? There was a game show with Steve Harvey. That came on flat. There was a flat Earth question that came on. It's like, what would you say to your spouse, or if they told you that the Earth was flat? And I think the first one was like, tell them they're stupid or something. It's like, really?
Yeah. Yep.
Like that was the
Yep.
first answer, and then the other one was like, oh, agree with them.
Well,
I think that
it's
was
like
like,
if you looked up flat Earth in any textbook that we might have been, had a reference to at all growing up, the only thing it would have said is this is how we know ancient people were stupid. That's like the reason we know that they were stupid, because they thought the Earth was flat. Like that's the prominent reference we always had, right?
Yeah, that is true. Which that's
He's
really
so ancient.
disrespectful.
He probably thinks the Earth is flat, right? Like that's how they programmed it. They programmed us to believe that thinking the Earth is flat is synonymous with being stupid.
Yeah, they want us to think like our ancestors were just like cave people, right? Living in caves and rubbing sticks together, and they didn't know anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
When in
And
fact,
now we're finding out with all this ancient technology way beyond what we even use now.
yes, it's crazy with like Tartaria, and it's just, there's so much.
Yeah.
Did you see the lost history? I didn't see the whole thing, but the lost history of our
Yeah,
Earth
that's
or
in the
something like
list
that?
of links that I'll send you. I put that in there.
Oh, okay. I didn't get a chance
Yeah.
to watch all of it. I tried to, but it's just so much. But it's
Yeah.
crazy.
Watch if you don't think you're gonna watch all of it right away, just watch episode 7 first.
Episode 7. Okay, yeah, I was watching
Because
it like
that's
in
the one with
pieces.
the most gravy in it. It seems like it's the most mind blowing part of it. It may not be at all accurate. It's just a good presentation with some extravagant possibilities that he adds into a lot of stuff that's basically well documented already about like the ancient buildings and some of these things that just don't make any sense. Why would they tear this down? Why are they dismantling everything?
Is that with the mud floods? Is that what you're talking about, or no?
No, I'm talking about like he kind of goes into that in the later episodes that you haven't watched yet. He goes into a lot of the anomalies that are written in history, or at least you can find them in evidence of them being the case, even though it's not necessarily what we're told in the official sources. But basically, these buildings that were so extravagant, like this glass building that he talks about, that was like just like a monumental achievement of mankind that was completely dismantled. And then there was a story about it being moved to another spot. And like there's like the controllers is what he's talking about. Like they have dismantled the energy suppliers, which seem to be like the cathedrals. And it might have been a benevolent type society where they were actually like amplifying healing frequencies to the people and electrifying the water, and people lived a lot longer probably because of this. I mean, doesn't it seem like our lifespans are like way short? Like it doesn't
Yeah,
seem
for sure. Yeah.
right. Like we hit our prime and then we have like 10 years and then we're downhill from there. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense for the controllers to keep it that way, because if you had 3 generations or 4 or 5 generations of one family supporting each other, that's a big threat.
I'm 56. Still feel like a child.
That's awesome.
I don't think I'll mature until 300 or so.
300.
Very good. I hope so. That would be nice.
I still feel mentally like I'm 16.
Right?
That's funny. So did you see as far as like the people living, a long time, I heard something about how with the giants, right, and the trees, that they were made of silicone, okay? And that people used to be, this was crazy, but used to be made of silicone, but now we're carbon based, so that's why we die like quicker.
Yeah, there's a kind of a well-known video that was making the circuit kind of in the same way that this lost history of flat Earth is a while back, which was called "No Trees on Flat Earth." You ever heard of that? No Forest on Flat Earth. It was called.
No, forest. I think yes. I think I did watch that where like they show mountains and they're like cut off trees, like the giant trees. And,
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's interesting.
That it seems like there's some truth to that idea, but then some of the things that he adds in, people were finding issues with. Kind of like almost like here's a bit of truth, but then I'm going to throw this in there, and
to confuse you.
It's a little bit too much, but at the same time, he could be right on a lot of what he says. In fact, there's a really good video by Wise Up. That's like the best one I've seen on the idea that there were giant trees. And the title's a little bit confusing. No forest on flat Earth,
Yeah,
meaning
I
no
think I have
old
seen that.
forest, no old growth. The old forest. Like everything now is new, and the
Okay,
giant tree forests are
was
not
that the
there
one?
anymore.
Was that the one where they were talking about there's no, oh, what was it? Lakes or something? It was all like quarries or something like that. Had something to do with their everything was like
Oh
I think
yeah,
that's what I was talking
quarries like what the idea that the Grand Canyon was just a big quarry,
Yes, yeah.
which does make a lot of sense too, because it looks like it's just been hollowed out almost. It seems
Grand
like there's
Canyon
something
was
more.
clearly the Grand Canyon is clearly a dam break.
Yeah, when that giant lake broke, that's what closed up the island of California to the continent. Was all the debris that washed out from when that big lake broke. Look at it if you zoom out just a little bit on Google Earth, not on Google Map, but on Google Earth, because they're different images. But zoom out until you're just at the aerial photos before it goes to the cartoon again, and you will see the water shedding. It's so self-explanatory. I mean, you can see how it just pushes right out to the through the California, the Baja of California.
Let me see if I understand what you're saying. You're saying that it used to be filled with water, the Grand Canyon?
No.
And
Okay, there was a giant lake that covered Utah, Nevada, all the way up to Idaho. Okay, it was a huge land lake, and the Washoe Indians have a story that 2,000 years ago, when Christ was crucified, the earth shook really bad. The lake broke and drained out and made the Grand Canyon and all that.
Okay, so you're saying it was filled with water, yeah. So at one point,
Yeah, giant land lake. It was 3 times bigger than the Great Lakes. So they
The
say.
Grand Canyon was not there. The Grand Canyon was not there until the dam on the lake broke, and the Grand Canyon is the washout from the huge lake. If you still don't,
I see.
They said it happened in two days.
Ah, wow. Okay, interesting. Is there any videos on this, or besides just looking on Google Earth?
I lived in Nevada, right next to the Washoe Indian Reservation, and I got this straight from a elder in the tribe.
Makes sense.
So I went up to the cultural center to take a guy up there and met one of the elders at the cultural center, and and I started asking him questions, and he just told me a bunch of stuff. So if anybody lives in Nevada close to Washoe, I'd recommend going to the Washoe Cultural Center and talking to them about it. Pyramid Lake.
Who else was talking about that, saying it was a dam on the stream here? That I serve, the one I am.
Yes, sir.
What's up? Hey, what's up? Where was it you were hearing that from? That it's a dam.
The first time I heard about it was in 06. Kent Hovind. Look up
Okay,
Kent
Kent
Hovind's belief on Grand Canyon, and he'll explain it all, like all the measurements of how there's no way the river could have done it and whatnot.
Gotcha. Cool. Thanks.
That is actually pretty cool, because I've never heard that either about the other guy. So that just verifies what I heard.
Cool. Yeah, I got it.
And then they break a little bitty small dam on their property and made a video out of it, just to sort of give an explanation of how quick the land, the road, the dam breaks from the water.
I do think that some of these areas that we see, whether it's the Grand Canyon or other areas that are excavated, that they've just been raped over the minerals, and another reason for the way they look is given to it. That does make sense too. It definitely a lot of things make more sense if there's continents that we're not told about, and then they can have this little retreat area, and they do a reset that they all go to, and that they get all the people that are serving their purpose to follow along with, because basically it's like selling indulgences. I mean, these people are promised an escape from the whatever that is, they cause when this next thing happens. Or maybe there is a cycle to some kind of plasma storm that they know about and they don't tell us, so that, you know, when the time comes, they just do a big cash grab and let everything go to shit because they know that the big shift is about to happen. That either they're causing it or they know something's going to happen. It seems like we're getting close to that or something. Does anybody else get that feeling? Or is it just the propaganda making me feel that way?
So I heard you talking earlier about the moon reflection map.
That was a video. I know what you're talking about.
Oh
The
yeah,
video,
but
you mean the lost history one?
yeah. So what if it's more like a figure eight instead of just one circle? There's another circle on the other side, and we're chasing utopia. That explains something that I had in my mind. You know, it just explains what I see in my mind every time I ponder upon the clockwork of our world.
Yeah, it's like if there is a solar minimum happening and cycle shifting, and that there's another part of the land that's thawing out, and they're
with its own sun and moon, they're south. Okay.
Oh, with its own sun and moon. Okay, that's another idea.
Yeah. What if we're the north? We're the North Pole. We know that. Okay. What if they're the South Pole, like on a horseshoe magnet?
Right.
Okay, they're the South Pole. They're over there. We're over here. They got their own, and that's the other lands. I don't know. It's just a thought.
It would
but
make sense if there's
when I seen that, that's what.
Yeah.
When I seen that seventh video, that is what came to my mind because it explained the clockwork that I seen in my mind. You know, when I was pondering up on it really hard. You know, I've been thinking about it for years, and I keep getting these images, but I couldn't explain it because there was two suns and two moons, and it didn't make sense to me. But now it does after I seen that video. It totally made sense. Like, wow, boom,
Well,
there it
it's
is.
funny because I didn't get that when I watched it. I've seen it a few times. I think you might be right about the binary star system, like the binary sun system or whatever, if that's the way it is. But I don't think that's the way he was describing it.
Yin and yang.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Yeah. I guess I didn't understand exactly what he was trying to get at. I thought.
I don't think he was getting at that.
One area that there's one. Oh yeah, he wasn't. Yeah, he was saying there's one area and it circles around itself. The whole system circles.
Right, but what if there's what if there's a duplicate of us?
Might be right. It could be.
You know, they
keep multiple. Could be. There could be millions. There could be millions of pounds, in my opinion. You know. I don't have any idea of why there wouldn't be. What in nature? Not that this is necessarily nature any longer. Whatever it is we're in. Why have we ever just seen one of a kind of anything, other than the sun and the moon?
We got two eyes, two arms, two legs.
Yeah.
Two ears.
I'm going to line up the continents to see if there's any way that it's so accurate with some work.
And that would be Summer's Gate in between them.
Yeah, the changing of the ages is really compelling. The fact that the changing of the ages is not really understood in the way that it seems like it fits, unless it's like he's talking about.
Somebody was trying to tell me.
Go ahead.
Right, we're not even in those tropics anymore, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if that's true, then that's really thick. You know, if it's disinfo, if that video is disinfo, it does give people the impression that this plan goes back thousands of years because they've been showing us the wrong map for thousands of years. Even the maps we think are somehow dug up out of anywhere are planted there by them too. It gives you like this almost hopeless, helpless like idea of being able to find the answers, because if they've been showing us wrong maps for 1,000 years, then it really glorifies their power.
I heard that our North Pole is moving.
It is.
Is that's
true?
True?
I think that's not debatable. Yeah,
Well,
it's actually drifting.
and that explains the clockwork that I keep seeing too, because of like I said, it's like a horseshoe magnet that's turning very, very slowly compared to the sun and the moon and the whole rest of it. I think he's onto something about it all.
But the thing about that is that if the sun and the moon are not in the same positions than they were 1,000 years ago, then the arches, the Arch de Triomphes, those seem to be placed to show the sun in the center of those arches, and so they can keep track of the summer solstice. And there's a good video on that I'll post in the live stream. But
okay, because I thought
besides
everything
that,
was
the idea that the North Star would be moving then too, with the magnetic north, doesn't seem to be the case.
well. The North Star is always, I don't know. According to his videos, so it's in the center, still in the center, even though it's just our perspective where we're at.
But then the other thing is that the Orion's belt lines up with pyramids of Giza, as well as all these other monuments all over the world. People don't really realize it's not just the pyramids.
Once a year, right?
Hey,
Once a year. That would have changed.
Let me interrupt real fast. There's these people that didn't use Orion's belt to line up the pyramids at Giza, because one of the pyramids is actually just a fraction off, but it lines up perfectly with the bird constellation, and they overlaid the bird constellation to size over the area there, and they found 5 more tombs. It lines up perfect, and that's the same time that they drained the well, because the well, popular well there, one of the dots, one of the stars on that bird constellation lined up with the well as well. No pun intended there. So they drained the well and they found another tomb. So they found a total of 6 more tombs, or spots, when they laid that bird constellation over Giza rather than Orion constellation.
I've never heard that one. Do you have a video on that, or should I just try to research?
But it still only shows it once a year.
I tried to look for it like a year ago and I couldn't really find it, but I bet if you type in find whatever that bird constellation is, whatever its name is, and then put in that name, lines up with the Giza, I bet it'll pull up.
No, that could be the secret is that the bird constellation, which is the falcon, when you look at it, it's the fucking phoenix in the sky, and it's the symbol that we all use for all of our fucking, that not we use, but they use for everything. That the bird, that would make sense. And maybe it's just a little off centered because they were using the bird and the Giza and the Orion's belt. If Orion's belt's also lining up with these other sites. It's hard to find info on that. There's a couple of videos about it, but it would really show you where to put the if you were going to draw a map, where a continent should lay if there's all these things that line up with Orion's belt and or the bird constellation. Who knows? If that's the case.
Right. What if they all line up with both, but they were meant to line up with the bird?
Right.
But they just happen to line up with Orion also.
But my point, either way, my point was that if the whole system's moving in a circle like the lost history of flat Earth indicates, then those alignments would be shifting all the time because it's moving slightly all the time.
No, they'd come back around every year. That's what he's saying. We're just seeing the stars from our perspective.
What I thought the video was trying to say was that the whole system's going to move and eventually be like in a totally different spot, and those
not the stars. Not the stars. The stars are up in the top of the dome, and we're just seeing them from our bubble, our perspective bubble.
But wasn't he saying the whole bubble's going to be moving?
But not the stars. The stars will keep doing their same cycle, turning in a circle, just like they do the wheel, and the sky keeps on turning.
So
it'll be the same stars. No, we'll be under the same exact stars every year. They'll just come back around every year, making their circle.
I understand that. But wasn't the Lost History of Flat Earth saying that the whole system, including the sun and the moon and all the stars, are going to be shifting to a new, a new whole area that is going to thaw out that was inhabited by our ancient ancestors a long time ago? I thought that was.
What if that's what they're calling global warming and is slowly doing it now? If our North Pole is already on the move.
No, it's true.
And it moves so much every year, then we could probably estimate how long it would take us to get to the next piece of land based off of the moon.
Right. I'm saying if that is the case, then that means that we are the system, the stars and the sun and the moon are shifting, and then it would throw everything.
Well, just the sun and the moon. Just the sun and the moon are local to us, but the stars are above them. That's what I got.
So then we might be under a new set of stars, is what I'm saying. If the sun and the moon are actually shifting
Except
over to a whole new.
all of the stars rotate in the dome,
No,
in the
because
bigger
the land's not shifting, right? Just the sun and the moon. I didn't
Yeah,
watch what
just
y'all
the sun, the
watched,
moon,
but
and the stars. But it's supposed.
just our
It doesn't matter.
circles are shifting inside the bubble because
yeah.
it's
all
it's a
speculation.
big bubble with two. It's a big bubble with a smaller bubble in it that's rotating, is
Right.
what he's saying. And
Yeah, I mean-
the star system is above our sun and moon. Our sun and moon stay local to us, and then the stars are above that in a layer, rotating above us, and we still see all of the sky that we see from where we see it. I don't know. I didn't quite understand that part of it either, but how
Yeah,
we could see the whole night sky if half of it's over another part of land.
Yeah, if the stars are still lining up with what they lined up with thousands and thousands of years,
So-
then that part of it wouldn't be moving at least. But regardless, the whole solar minimum thing does seem to be kind of a fact.
What if the stars are local to us
Seems
too?
like- that's what I'm saying. Whether it is or not, but the solar minimum makes a lot of sense because what's been happening, it seems the excuse for the global warming is that the sun has a cycle where it powers down and then powers back up, right? And that's the only. It makes sense that they could write that scripture could try to predict this time when there's going to be an ending and a beginning because that's just that transition, right? And and when the sun powers down, it actually gets a lot hotter in some areas and a lot colder in other areas because supposedly what happens is that the electromagnetic field weakens. So where the sun is, it's not having to contend with the blockage from the electromagnetic field, and so it's hotter in some areas. But then it's also colder in other areas because the electromagnetic field doesn't keep the heat in the way that it used to. That's the whole idea behind it. But then if the shift happens with the sun being more desirable in certain areas when this happens, that would be that would give an answer to why the Chinese bought up these ghost cities, because the way that the climate's going to shift in these areas is that's going to be like prime real estate, but not for like another 10 years. So they're just like ghost cities waiting for that to happen and for people to move in when they can get the most for their money. Right now, it's in the middle of a desert area that no one would want to live in. Anyway,
I buy the idea that they built all that just to keep their economy going. Because if your economy crashes, then your currency crashes, your buying power crashes.
Right. And a lot of people think that's what NASA's for us. That works in the same way if you think about it.
How so?
Well, they're spending money, right? Or the money's being allocated for some reason, right? Just like
that's
cities,
totally
right?
different than what I was saying though. The thing about the cities is you have all this industry plants, all these workers, all these producers, and there was a sudden cut in the what's it called when you barter? I'm sorry, I'm retarded a lot of times. Your demand, the demand went to the demand went to shit, but they didn't want to cut their supply down, so the government paid for it so that the manufacturing of the country wouldn't just collapse because all these people go away, don't have jobs, companies shut down.
It's just
I buy that more than any story I've heard. I'm not saying I believe that I'm 100% right or anything. I'm just saying I buy that.
No, that
story
makes sense.
more
It's
than
probably
all the ones I've heard.
Part of the reason for it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of like they have what do they call them? Auto graveyards, like car graveyards, where there's just a bunch of like brand new cars parked in a lot that no one can buy, and no one. It's just a lot of cars. It's like last year's model of cars that didn't sell, but they don't want them to just become used cars for a discounted price because then they don't sell any new cars. So they park all these cars that are totally great cars to use, but because they don't want to stop the production of cars, they just put them in a lot and let them sit.
Zoom in on
Dude,
Grace
that was
Harbor,
crazy.
Washington. Zoom in on Grace Harbor, Washington, and you'll see one of those such parking lots.
Oh yeah, okay.
There's thousands and thousands of cars there.
It's crazy. See, that's what makes me think that there's an end game that they're playing out, because that kind of waste and that kind of absurdity only happens when people aren't, counting on the longevity of something continuing, right? Right?
I've had
They
a
have to have
question
an
for
end game scenario for it to all make sense.
I've had a question for a while that hasn't made sense to me, and the immigration, the migration of people to the United States, when the United States was already supposed to be a growing growing in population of our own, but yet there's all these old photos of cities that just don't look populated at all, and then we had all these immigrants coming. So who built the damn cities before they got here?
Right.
It's kind of
Tartarians.
been puzzling my mind, which I believe
Well, if you
Tartarian
looked
was
into,
Babylonian, but
yeah,
I believe it was one
right.
and the same. I
Okay.
believe Babylon had great technology. I mean, hell, they were being guided by the same demons that if you believe in scripture, that Enoch talks about, and all the technology that they gave to man, all the everything from heaven, it says. So if that's what you believe.
You're the guy with the big red beard, right?
Yeah. It's
I
red
haven't
and
looked at my
white.
phone
It's
I
in a
see
long,
getting
too
kind of
far.
white. Yep, that's
long
me.
time.
Has it been a long time?
Well, I haven't looked at my phone in a long time. I'm working. I got a deadline. I'm trying to hurry. I was just trying to put a face with the voice there.
Yeah, that's me.
I didn't mean to interrupt y'all's conversation.
No, I was just.
You're good, bro. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. So you were asking, why is it you think that the cities were already built, but then you said that Tartarians. So what does it mean? You think they were Tartarians that built the cities?
Babylonian. Yeah, I believe
Babylonians,
Tartaria
okay.
was Babylonia, because they covered the face of the earth. They were the
Were the
Babylonians
Phoenicians the
did,
same
and
as
that would explain why all the 12-foot tall doors.
Were the Babylonians also Phoenicians?
I don't know. I have no clue. It's just a guess, man. I'm just speculating. I don't
Do
have
you
no
think the
proof of
Babylonians
nothing.
were giants? Do you think they were giants?
Well, I believe everybody back a little further was giants. So I think the further back you go, the little bit bigger everybody was. But I don't know. I mean, there's so many giants out there. But then again, if you go back to Scripture, then there's the whole, Enoch and the giants, the Nephilim. So, but we don't even know if the Bible is. It could be. What do you call it?
Altered.
No, well, yeah, altered or just put there to keep us as slaves.
Controlled.
Keep us enslaved. Yeah,
Controlled.
by this. Be good to love your fellow man and be kind and generous and don't come after us and kill us for all the bad things we're doing. You should forgive us instead.
Right. There you go. Yeah.
What
It does
about
seem to be
also?
used that way, whether there's truth in the Bible or not. There is truth in the Bible. We know this, but whether it's been used that way, obviously, just like everything else, for sure.
Also,
Go
what
ahead. I'm
about
sorry, Trish.
the connection with the Jesuits, right? Like the Jews in the Bible, right? Aren't like the Jews today aren't the Jews of the Bible like they talk about, but it says like the Jewish people are chosen people. But what I've seen of they say that like the Jews are like the Jesuits, and it's not of God. It's disgusting, like the symbolism and all like it's bad.
Right.
Doesn't Christ
So
say something about making up a whole race of Jews from the rocks? Didn't he say something about that?
oh, I don't know.
Bring up these rocks to be better Jews than you, or something like that. So I don't know. I might be getting that wrong. I am getting that wrong, actually. But I think he was talking about the Gentiles. But
Oh, okay. It's just it's some of it's a little little bit of a red flag, right? Because a lot of the like prophecy, it kind of happens, but how does it happen, right? Is it because it's actual prophecy, or is it because they're making it come to pass?
That's a baffling one, man, because
Or are they just manipulating the prophecies that are written to make it look like you're in a time that you're not?
Okay.
Right, that's who I'd say all of the above for sure.
Yeah, that is a
32 years ago, I had a
Somebody's got
vision.
some noise. Somebody's getting some feedback on there. Okay.
32 years
like they're
ago, I
shaving.
had a vision, and 1 year ago, that vision came true. So I don't know what to believe about
What's the vision?
prophecy. The day that I met my wife, I looked into her eyes and I said, "Wow, you're gonna be my wife, and we're gonna have a lot of children," because I seen in her eyes us sitting together and watching a whole bunch of children play in front of us. And a year ago, on our 31st anniversary, we were sitting out front in chairs holding hands, watching all of our grandchildren play. And it hit me that that was the vision that I seen 31 years prior.
Right.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's awesome.
Manifest
So-
destiny possibly a little bit there too, you know.
I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know what to think about things. I don't know, because we're lied to about everything.
Yeah.
You know what? I know what I know in my heart and what I trust in my heart.
There you go.
But I can't even pick up the scriptures and read them anymore because I'm not even sure about them anymore. And but I quote them all the time.
Right. Well, that's the thing. You don't have to take it all literally, and there's a lot of truth to it. Whatever it helps you with personally, I think that that's the reason why it works so well. If it is just to control us, it does make us better people in a lot of ways. Some of the things that are written down, and it makes sense for them to try to use it that way as well, because some people need the threat of hell to not do bad things. Maybe that's true. Maybe they create it so that people think they need it, but it does seem like people need a story and a belief system so they can be the way that society hopes they will act on a regular basis. But then turning the other cheek and forgiving people for things that they're doing in the way you're talking about makes a lot of sense too, that they can get away with murder that way. As long as they believe in this, then they'll never come after us because they have to be like Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Also, what about like when you take communion, right? That is kind of like, when you really think about it, kind of like cannibalism.
Yeah, it is weird with the body and the blood.
When I was a
Well, if you
Mormon
take
and
it
taking the
literally-
sacrament, it felt weird. Something felt wrong with it.
That's interesting.
I believe every word in the Bible, and I won't do. I don't see it there. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. But I know the story where they say it comes from.
What version of the Bible do you believe in?
The Greek. Well, I mean, that's a sort of loaded question there, man.
That's what I'm saying, but that's what we're talking about. I mean, they're made to say you believe in it and take it literally. Then which version, and are you talking about the Torah, or are you talking about the there's a video I'm about to post right now that theorizes that maybe the Greeks actually plagiarized the Bible from a Tartarian Irish descent, and that that text was originally one text, and that to make all the different prophets witness basically a lot of the same things, was their way of like making it seem as though there were these men that all witnessed this thing to give it more validity, but it's actually just a rewriting of the original text in different ways. And the proof that they give is that
Talking about the New Testament.
yeah. Well, I don't know. He's saying that this video is talking about the Bible in general. I don't know if it means that the new or old were the plagiarism, but the idea is that supposedly the Irish roots of it is what's being covered up, and then it wasn't to give it a whole different area.
Don't you know King James, right? What do you know about him?
Okay.
Yeah,
So
King
what
James.
about the scriptures found all over the rest of the world, though, written by different?
Yeah, the missing passages and stuff like that, or the missing books and stuff. Yeah.
Are they the most
I think
relevant?
he's talking more about like the Ethiopian Coptic text.
Yes, I'm talking about all of the whole world gathered together. If you put them all together and compare all their stories, they're basically the same story.
Yeah, like whoever said the Irish thing was you're onto something.
Yeah, supposedly they wouldn't let Irish Catholics read the Bible. Is another part of the hypothesis.
When Moses was drawing on this esoteric stuff, like turning a snake into or the staff into a snake and stuff like that, every time the Bible references serpents or serpent wisdom, they're referencing the knowledge like derived from the previous religious paradigm, which was Druidism. They don't want anything to do with they basically usurped all of that knowledge for themselves and kind of compartmentalized it and kibosh the rest, claiming to be the originators of it.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense actually.
They were the first, like Templars and stuff like that were like worldwide, almost like a corporation. Druids were the first ones. The worldwide organization, 3 tiers, basically. Didn't matter what race you were, as long as you were learned and an adept.
I always believed that the Templars were the last of the protectors of man from the evil. I don't know.
They started off from a good point. I think they kind of fell, more or less, or got suppressed very, very hard.
Well, you gotta remember, whoever writes history is the winner.
Yeah. I'm open to whatever.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. So, do you have any?
Sorry.
Do you have anything on what you were just talking about? Any videos on it? Or?
Yes, it's called. Hold on, see if I can pull it up. Like anything by Michael Tsarian, like Irish Origins of Civilization, Origins and Oracle series. He's he changed my life. That guy.
Yeah, I was going to mention Michael Tsarian myself.
He's amazing.
A little bit ago.
I'd like to look into that. That's some of my roots.
He explained the idea of the serpent race being the originators, but he threw in a space story of the spaceship coming to Earth. So don't let that throw you off. Maybe he believed that or had to say it that way because that's the going zeitgeist of what he needed to use to explain this. But he might have been right about the way he says that the Adamic race, it was never an Adam and Eve, it was the Adamic race that was created. And then actually the first one that was created was the serpent race, but they gave too much of their own DNA crossed with so that they're hermaphrodites. Oh, I didn't know what that was. Well, anyway, so they were too. The way he explains it is that they were too rebellious, and so they wanted to dumb down the race by giving us dumbed down DNA that made the more subservient group of men, the Adams, and then the serpent race convinced the Eves to convince the Adams, and that was the whole tree of knowledge
big betrayal.
What?
It's hard to take in just for the few sentences, but
it's not hard to take in. It's actually filling in some blanks in my head.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But to do it justice, is really important to go for the work itself rather than even me. I've watched it since it came out, and I still get new stuff from it every time I see it.
Drop a link for that, and then
please.
He's really good.
Okay, one second. Let me pull it up.
I don't know if he really believes it. Is he still talking, doing
no,
he
stuff? Gave up, to be honest. He was starting to get if you're channeling that kind of fucking energy, and he was the real deal. You burn yourself out. You're burning the candle at both ends, and all he wants to do now is just basically play music and just chill.
What's his name?
Think that
Michael, like Michael.
It seems like he
And
went away when Flat Earth came around. Do you think that it was the
no,
Flat Earth
no,
that was?
he's got a real problem with what he actually sees. Oh, sorry, Michael Tsarion, Tsarion. He's being suppressed with YouTube. But let me pull up the torrent for his real work. The first thing you should really just look at is like a really refresher course, and he's did a documentary with Heinrich Palmgren called Architects of Control. It's like an hour long. It kind of gives you a flavor of what he's doing, but his real series, he talks for 31 hours, and he starts from the beginning, referencing everything as he goes with PowerPoint. Every single thing he's referencing.
Yeah.
I listen to everything in 2 times speed, so.
Yeah.
One of the most compelling, to finish off with that.
Right or not?
I'm sorry, what? What'd you
This
say?
guy that he talked about had this 31-hour deal. Freeman Fly had him at his conference, right?
Sorry?
Do you know who Freeman Fly?
No.
Okay, never mind. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Now, I didn't realize it was Claw, the conciliator, that was talking. I just looked back. What's up, bro? We talked before. But yeah, so anybody that watches the Michael Tsarion that's a flat earther will get triggered because he does talk about it being like a spaceship that got here and then there was a force field put around the Earth.
Yeah,
and
but he talks like
I know you don't necessarily think that he's wrong about that because you're.
Yeah, he's not talking out of his ass, for like that's for sure. He's just drawing on comparative mythology, like archaeoastronomy, like all kinds of things. He'd say like he starts from like potential genetic manipulation with like early like biblical times. He goes on to like 2012 divination, origins in the goddess tradition. He goes on to origins of evil. What else did he do? Subversive use of sacred symbolism in media and like elements of control, as well as like where are we going from here?
To finish off that scenario about the Adamic race, one of the most compelling things about that talk was that he then talks about they decided to make that they noticed that the reptilian mother will not even care about its own eggs. Like it will allow it won't defend its eggs. It has some kind of like loss of emotion, like it has no attachment to its own young, right? And so that was the reason that he said they created a whole nother race of people with this reptilian DNA. And those are the people that he uses as their minions, right? And those could be the Jews or whoever else.
I think that's like an over like you got to be really careful about oversimplifying the work that he did and stuff like that. And he's not even the originator. He doesn't claim to be the originator of anything. Like he's just putting together the life's work of a bunch of scholars. Like he just started with the tarot and divination, and like that's what led him to all this. Like basically,
he's worth listening to if he thinks we're on a spinning ball. But you know what? You know that if he thinks we're on a spinning ball, he's wrong.
No, whatever, it's fine. Basically, like
come on, man, come on.
He does this one.
Try to keep it flatter. Try to keep it flatter.
Oh yeah, I'm too bad. I'm just kidding. He does work on. He does this interview with another guy called "The Psychology of Conspiracy Theory Deniers." It's fucking amazing.
That's cool. That's nice. Yeah, he's good. He's good.
So good.
He's a little bit on the same range as some of these other guys, like Graham Hancock almost, or somebody.
Did you post it?
He's beyond them. He's beyond them. But I'm saying he's a little bit like. I guess it's the fact that he thinks we're on a spinning. If he thinks we're on a spinning ball, you realize that anybody in here is going to like automatically put him on the lower rung of any kind of information that he might be getting.
Like most people just like denigrate him because he's using NLP as well while he's doing it. It's kind of interesting. He's using the same tools that like supposedly the dark side uses as well, but for different reasons.
That'll also trigger people.
Using NLP. Like
does he admit to doing that? Does he admit to doing that, or you just notice that?
I'm pretty sure he's using it all the time. Like
right, but you notice it because you know about NLP and you know the techniques and that.
But he's just like he's on that level, so he's just like constantly just.
But then it seems like he's trying to convince people through some kind of.
Well, I don't think he's trying to convince anybody. He's saying just leave your judgments at the door and just like here's the information.
Well, what's he using the NLP for? Just to be a better
people that are just channeling all the time, just basically are using NLP all the time.
Does he claim to be channeling this information or researching?
No, not when he's doing his tarot stuff is really separate from that kind of stuff, like from his actual academia research and stuff, because he'll use it if he needs to reference it, but he's not like saying the tarot cards told me this. He runs a whole course on divination and stuff like that.
Does he claim to be channeling a certain
No.
deity?
No.
Okay. Well,
He
what
would-
you said channeling,
he would say that.
you're just saying that he's got the download somehow, and that's
Tapped
it.
in. Not like David Icke tapped in, but when you're tapped in like through divination and stuff like that, like just basically through your own proclivities, like it's a whole different ball game.
I got you. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Right.
I can actually post those links somewhere if somebody wants me to put them
Do
somewhere.
it. Yeah. Do you have live stream voice tech?
Let's see if this
Yeah.
torrent's still active first here. If not, I'll post it myself on. Oh no, they shut Volafile down. That thing was nuts.
You were talking about drums the other night. I looked up the drum you were talking about.
The tablas.
The skin. Yeah, the tablas.
Where was that in politics?
No, you were here.
Oh shit! Sometimes I just flutter around.
Yeah.
I don't think I was aware that I was in here.
Anyway, so yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, they're neat.
Who was asking? Oh, C2. That's right. I was going to put this. I put one in the live stream that's from Mind Unveiled about the Irish connection. And I'm going to put the other one that talks about the Bible.
The degradation of information, and basically, like even the Bible, like all information does over time is deteriorate and becomes a cult.
Right.
Yeah, I don't consider myself a Christian or religious anymore, or because I don't want to be tied in with the what they call themselves Christians, but they're not. They don't even know who Christ is.
Go look at the Pope's throne room.
Yeah. That's the problem, and that's part of the whole genius of it. Is they take real information and then make an absurdity of it and use it as a way of controlling people. So it's not necessarily that the Bible's not true or that there's not useful information, but the way it's been used, usurping anybody's natural spiritual tendencies is the definition of evil when you think about it.
Yeah.
To try to manipulate people by using that spiritual energy or spiritual belief.
He goes all over that stuff too, like origins of evil. He says evil has an actual birthday, pretty much like a fundamental time where it just we snapped, like as a species and stuff like that.
Cool. So have you put the links in the chat, or do you still?
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm just gonna go first, like a little bit at a time. I found the torrent, but I'm not sure if it's active or not. If not, I'll upload it myself.
You can only get his work on the torrent. He doesn't have
No,
YouTube
like the torrent is
anymore,
the big one, but I got the smaller ones as well.
Yeah, put him in there. I got to go soon, but I'll look for him.
Where should I stick
Don't have him in live stream voice text. Are you in that?
Yeah, I can do that.
That's where everybody looks for stuff.
If you find the torrent doesn't work, I'll go for the small documentary first. But here's the first one, and here's the small documentary here. Architects. He's getting shut down hard. He used to be all over YouTube, and they kind of just shut him down, delete all his stuff.
Really?
Yep.
Because people talk on his level. I mean, he wasn't saying flat Earth or anything. He wasn't talking about.
He
Well, he was talking about the powers that be and the way things happen with history.
I don't think he cares whether it's flat or not.
Well, that doesn't speak well for him, though.
What do you mean? I don't really care whether it's flat or not.
Because that would change everything about what he thinks.
I think we could change everything by. Well, never mind. This is where it's major point of contention, but I could be on the fence for.
I know, but the thing is that the reason do you want me to explain why it is that people have a problem with, not that you need to be a part of the cult or believe like anybody else believes, but it's one of those things that that's frustrating because you seem like a cool guy. You have a lot of knowledge. You have a lot of references and stuff, and the idea that you're still thinking that it's a spinning ball is like, wait a minute.
Isn't that an assumption?
Well, I don't. It's hard for me to understand that you haven't looked into it.
Isn't that an
Because
assumption?
that's the only. That's no. Obviously, if you haven't looked into it enough to realize that it's not a spinning ball, right?
Assuming what I believe.
I'm not assuming you. I've talked to you before. You're on the fence, right?
I will say out of politeness, I'm permanently on the fence because I believe you got other things way more important to do before we.
I don't care if you are or not. I'm not trying to convince you at all. I'm just curious, and it makes people curious.
I'm open to either possibility.
What's that?
I'm open to either possibility.
Well, I know, but I mean, that's the thing is that there's certain possibilities that have been crossed off as possibilities, and you realize that, right?
Sure, why not?
Like, okay, let me just say, oh, this is what I would ask you. This is my go-to question, and this ends the argument. This not that it should convince you, but if you can't find the answer to this one question, it might make you consider jumping off the fence and realizing that it's not a spinning ball. No way.
Never.
Okay, when a plane, right, takes off from the Earth and flies around, it flies against the spin of the Earth, correct?
I have no idea.
Well, see, then that's why I'm saying that should be something that would have come across your research if it just means you're not interested
The
in
only reason
finding
why I'm
out
leaving it
whether
out,
this
though,
is true or
there's a
not.
reason why I'm leaving it out, because I just fundamentally believe that like people that are capable of like causing some kind of lasting social change, they get thrown boomerangs basically by the status quo to make them run around and chase their own tails, basically taking them out of the running and making them just argue about something incessantly for the next, like, the rest of their natural lives.
I can agree with you about that being used, and even flat Earth being used as a distraction and a way to make people seem to chase their tails with a debate that's designed to go nowhere. I can
It's a
agree with
great
you about
stepping
that part of it.
stone. It's a great stepping stone. So we can
But
understand
the problem with that is the way you're talking about it is as if the idea that the Earth is flat was created solely for that reason,
I didn't say
rather
that.
than being something. Well, I know, but it might give people that in here besides me, since I'm able to just talking to you without getting triggered. It's more like the reason that people in here might get more triggered by it is because it kind of puts this idea out there that this discussion is not important, which is why this whole server exists, right?
Yeah, well, how dare I? Like, why would I ever question anything like that? I'm just appreciative.
No. It
Let
just
me jump
I
in
just
here,
wanted
guys.
to establish. I just wanted to
It's all good.
establish that there's some of these things that you haven't even looked into.
I
So the
don't.
idea that you're
I
on a
don't.
fence.
If I felt the need to do so, like I will do so at any time. I'm just like,
I don't mind that
Your
you're
new
that you
perspective.
have.
How?
I don't care that
Okay,
you
you
have it,
got.
but I'm just saying.
Listen,
I'm just
listen.
saying. It
You,
makes me curious why you
freaking
have
out.
it. That's all.
Why are you freaking out?
listen, dude. You need to power down a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
He gave you plenty of answers. He explained his position fully. There's no point on harping on it, okay?
Yeah. It's kind of fun. Interesting. I posted basically this guy's. He's got like a 12-minute rant. Not this guy, but Michael Tsarian. That's like the most profound 12 minutes he's ever even done. Is the zero tolerance for the lie clip. It gives me chills every time.
Yeah, I don't need to ask you anything more. I mean, if you're not interested, that explains everything. If you're not
there's a
interested in
chance for that.
whether it's one way or the other, that's
That's
fine.
all good.
I can accept that.
I'm
It
open
just,
to
I just want, it makes me curious if you're someone that's actually looked into it and thinking that it could be
Still
one way
do.
or another for reasons, That's
Yeah,
all.
you're yeah, cool.
Who was it that just came in and talked to me about that? Was it Crit?
Yeah.
Working. Oh, what's up, Crit? How are you, bro?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good, man.
It's actually that was pretty diplomatic though. It's gone really sour before when people tried to press me on the kind of stuff. Like it's gone absolutely haywire.
I know.
in here.
I've heard it.
It's
I've heard
been
it, dude.
bad,
I've
yeah.
heard it. I talked to you, had a great conversation, and then after that, you had to leave the thing, and I
got
just
banned.
wanna
fucking
I wanna
Florida
help.
banned
I
because I
wanna
just
help
lost
with
my fucking
if you
shit.
wanna get not have that happen, you could at least have the answers that people are looking for as far as like looking into this.
Not good. That's not good.
And I sent you the links. I already sent you the links. You saw that, right? A long time ago. So there's the information if you ever want to look.
He left.
I don't care if you did. I really don't care if you did.
Yeah. Right,
Oh, he
because he
left.
doesn't want to learn. That's what this is here for.
It's strange that he just left like that. Talking about him not leaving.
You know what? The kind of vibe I got is that he's highly educated, right? Like probably has a few degrees. That's the vibe that I got from him. And when you go through like, college and you get all these degrees, you're indoctrinated with the system.
Yeah.
So
it's true. Yep. And people, even like my parents or anybody that's, gone through the system, and I've gone through the system. I have a college degree. It's that when you have that attachment to it, it really is more convenient not to know for your mental stability, for the way you feel about yourself, the way you feel about what you've dedicated your whole life to. It makes sense. It's a survival instinct, for people.
yeah.
And I'm not trying to say anybody should or shouldn't be a certain way, you know.
Yeah, but the question that you brought up with the airplane, that's something I thought, because I'm thinking, okay, if the Earth is spinning and when the plane's landing or when it's taking off and they're spinning, how does it land, right? You know what I mean? As it's spinning, does it go with the spin or does it go against the spin? And then
It doesn't. That's the thing. Yeah, it's like the one debate gotcha that I've found that they can't have an answer to. You know, they could say that the horizon being refraction makes sense to them, and I'm not saying it makes sense, but somehow they could still keep that in their mind as, oh, it's just refraction. Okay, that's the answer I need, and I can still keep believing this ball thing. But when you actually walk through the steps of the plane, landing in every which direction with the runways, and then realizing that they would have to calculate the spin of the Earth and the latitude of the landing strip, and they would crash every time because you can't land a plane that's in a separate reference frame on a spinning ball. It ends the argument. It ends it.
But what a lot of them say is, oh, well, the Earth's so massive, it doesn't make a difference. You
Well,
know,
that's
because
just
it's
ridiculous.
so
That
big.
doesn't answer that. It's not even an answer.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
what they'll say is because it's just like a drone that's flying on a plane that's moving, right? So the drone can land anywhere inside the plane because it's inside the plane. But then it's not as a non sequitur, not even a good comparison because the plane would have to be a spinning ball. You know, if the plane were a spinning ball flying through the air, then yeah, it would be similar.
Also, what about the planes that just hover, right? They can hover for so long and they just sit there. If the Earth's spinning, wouldn't they be in a different area?
Yeah, hot air balloons.
Helicopters.
Yeah, I mean, clouds. The fact that the clouds just sit there and that somehow they're convinced that these clouds are still whipping along at 1,000 miles per hour, but it just because it's within the atmosphere, it doesn't seem as so. I mean, this is where the magic act is destroyed. There's no way to explain this in any kind of like, okay, gravity takes care of it or that, you know, some kind of refraction. Why are we spending hours debating refraction when this ends the argument? Is my point.
I've seen hot air balloons outrun the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
And my go-to is stars. The stars. How can we be facing away from the sun every single night, but yet the solar system, oh my gosh, dissonance, cognitive dissonance. All the stars, all the
constellations,
zodiacs, yeah, the constellations are all the same. They've never changed in all of recorded history.
Every
but yet
year
we're on a different side of the sun for 4 years. For 4 years straight, every night the stars should be slightly different. For 4 years.
Oh,
So
just the fact that
that's my go-to. That's like it baffles my mind that
I've,
anybody can't see that.
Yeah, I've noticed that like the last couple years, I'll go look outside my front door, and there'll be, you know, a certain constellation right there. We'll just say like Big Dipper or whatever, right? And then you notice like the next year it's in the same spot, so you can see that it just moves a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, right? And then until it comes and circles back, and that same day a year later, it's right there where it was.
Yep.
So
and just a 24-hour time elapse shows you that they're all circling in complete perfect century.
Yeah. So how would that work?
They say that the cycle you're talking about, man. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying they say that the cycle you're talking about takes like 2,500 years to get a quarter of its cycle. That it's in a 6,000 year cycle.
That's
So
interesting,
after
though.
X amount of years, supposedly
No,
the
I've
constellation
heard.
outside your door would change. I'm not saying
I've
I believe
heard.
it. I'm just saying that's what they say.
Yeah, no, I've heard
Well,
that, but
6,000 years matches the Bible, doesn't it?
It is
5,500.
Yeah, and the information I got that from was a so-called Christian, David Flynn. David Flynn, he's a baller, man, but he'll blow your mind with the information he has.
Kind of like Michael Cicerone in that way, huh?
Minus him talking about Mars, but he's not really talking about Mars anyway. He's just talking about the information that the people are trying to say is on Mars with Cydonia and whatnot. But David Flynn, it's really hard to find his stuff on YouTube, especially if any quality value. If you want good quality of his stuff, you gotta go to his website. And brother still runs it, but he died like 6-8 years ago.
But as far as like what we were talking about earlier with the Bible, if the Bible is actually prophecy, or if they're actually fulfilling the prophecy to make the Bible seem true, I think there might be a little bit of both going on, and especially if there's a lot of astrotheological reasons for what they're writing. A lot of this is just talking about the cycle that we're gonna have at some point. There's going to be a shift in the environment that they know about because of the cycle that they've already observed for thousands of years going, and that maybe we're approaching that time where there is some kind of shift in the sun and the stars and everything that they've recognized, where there's some kind of disaster that either happens or they cause to happen, either way. But it does seem like they're kind of gearing up for some kind of shift. I don't know what it is, but
Have you heard
it could be
that? Have you heard that they wanted to block out the sun, right? Like Mr. Burns on Simpsons.
Oh yeah.
Right.
That's not pretty
Well,
good
that
programming,
could
right?
be also something. Yeah, that could also be something that is hidden. There could be a reason for blocking out the sun if it's true about the magnetic field weakening and the sun having too much of an impact at some point.
Mm-hmm.
There might be good reason to try to at least try to not let the sun cause the damage that it could cause, if that's the case. If the magnetic field gets too weak at some point, maybe that's when the plasma storm happens or something. I don't know.
Can I ask you something about the magnetic field?
Sure.
Oh wait,
Deja
you're a globe or a ball. You're a flat earther, but I'm sorry, I just woke up. How does anybody in here know how the ball Earth holds a magnetic field when the molten like metal, the core of the Earth, can't actually hold a magnetic anything when it's that temperature?
It's all ridiculous. It's all ridiculous.
Nobody knows what's in the middle. Of course, there's not.
Well,
metal.
nobody knows what a ball
it
does because the ball don't exist.
Yeah, the ball. There's no answers. There's no good answers there that they have for sure.
What was it? They say they dug down. How many miles was it? Almost 8 miles or something like that.
Yeah.
Who knows if that's even true? Who knows if that's even true? That could have been a story just to make us think that you can't go any further than that. Maybe they've gone
That
much
is
further.
true.
Who
Well,
knows?
didn't they hit some type of barrier? Wasn't there a barrier they hit?
That's the story. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah,
That's true, right?
That is true. Also,
they hit hell.
With the flood, though, too, right? They say the flood, right? Flooded the whole earth. How would that work on a ball?
Right. None of it works on a ball.
It's just, you think about these things and it's just crazy. So with the flood, though, there were the.
This is why. By the way, this is why I get frustrated, or anyone else might get frustrated with a guy like Claw was in here, and that's the only reason I was trying to push him to at least trying to figure out if he's even looked into it, which he doesn't seem to have even done.
Yeah,
but yeah, like if nothing works on a ball, then how is anything else you're talking about have context? That's the thing. That's what gets me, because he's got a lot of knowledge that could be complemented.
Well, it's all of the peer-reviewed documents and all these different papers, right? That are peer-reviewed. That's what they go off of. A lot of the people, like the I don't know, the scientists and astrophysicists, all whatever, they go off peer-reviewed stuff, right? They appeal to authority and all that. That's their training.
And there could be some truth to some of that stuff, and even like the Michael Tsarian stuff. But if there's if we're trying to be a hive mind here and trying to pick it apart to see what possibly could be the truth, then to have someone that's not interested in figuring that out is hard to sustain a conversation with.
No,
All right, I want to take a. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say real quick. It could be like a religious type thing, right? Could be like maybe atheist. You never know. It could be a religious, or it could just be like how he was saying. He doesn't want to be chasing his tail forever, right? Like going down that rabbit hole and just digging and digging and digging.
Right. Yeah.
Can't get out.
Yeah. But it belittles the conversation. It belittles the idea of the conversation having importance.
So has anybody ever taken a cannonball and wrapped it in clay and then spun it up the equivalent of 1,000 miles an hour to scale, and then spray it with water to see if the water clings to it?
Well, the idea
Um,
of a spinning ball with water on it is kind of laughable because you don't have all the elements.
Well, I just want to watch everybody get covered with clay as the ball starts spinning.
Right.
Well, don't forget to heat the bowling ball up to at least 1,000 degrees.
1,000 degrees.
Well, I thought
We'll
somebody
do
could do
that
an
with one of those.
animation.
They could use one of
Just an
those magnetic
animation.
rings to do that.
Yeah.
You know how those magnetic coils freaking get still hotter than hell when you spin it in it.
Right. Yep.
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah. The
They
magnet
take
will melt. It'll melt the magnet.
they take copper coils and they wrap it around, when they're welding spinning joints.
Yes. Truth Prevails already put the GIF in the live stream voice text.
Oh, okay.
She's on it.
Good
All right, I gotta
morning.
hang up, everybody. What's up, Truth?
Good
How are
morning,
you?
What's
Truth.
up?
How are you?
I
morning.
gotta pop off here for a little bit though. Nice talking with everybody.
All right,
Good
later
night, Truth.
perspective.
Deuces, bro.
Good
You
night,
mean
Truth.
you mean good morning? I just woke up.
Oh, you did actually
Oh,
just
good
wake up?
night.
Yeah.
I'm used to you not have been asleep yet.
Yeah, I know. It's much better.
What is going on with that? I serve every night. It's like I go to bed, you're awake. I wake up, you're awake.
Because he takes us everywhere he goes with him. He takes us
Maybe you
with him.
sleep too much.
I mean, 9 to 6 a.m., 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Nothing too
Okay,
crazy.
here's a question. How do you how often are you on here? How long when do you sleep?
I just woke up.
Okay,
And I've been for like 8 hours.
Yeah, I pretty much
Okay.
have this or the YouTube channel running 24 hours a day. Like just listening.
I sleep like a baby. I wake up every 2 hours screaming.
Happens to the best of us, right?
That's only newborns. When you get, after about a month or 2 months, they actually do sleep like a baby. Sometimes you have to wake them up. They're like, I need you to get up, otherwise you won't take your nap in the afternoon.
I just realized it's the same time 12 hours later than when I got on.
That's pretty funny.
All right, so I was flat smacking this person, I was trying to at least, and she starts telling me about all the conspiracy theories, right? She's telling me about all of them, 9/11, Sandy Hook, and then she says, "What? You said the earth is flat?" And she laughed at me and changed the subject.
That's a good one.
That's
I was like, I just started, I busted up laughing and told her, I said, you were like right on, teetering on the edge of being a flat earther. You just don't know it. I cannot believe that you know about all this other stuff and you don't know the truth.
You know what I say? Do you know what I say when they say that? And they look at me and they say, "Oh, the Earth is flat," and then they laugh. I'm like,
I
"You're
have no
laughing."
clue.
I'm like, "You're." Well, why don't you? You should know this. No, I'm just. Anyway, I look at him. I'm like, "You're laughing now, but what's going to happen when you find out it is? Who's going to be laughing then?" Anyway, it's like there was one guy that it was okay written in chalk, right? And he saw it and he did that. And when he laughed about it, he looked at me and he said, Earth is flat. And then he smiled. And then I'm like, yep. And then he looked at me and he didn't say anything for like 10 minutes. He was like in solemn silence. And then I asked him, I said, so He didn't really have much response after that. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts? And then he was like, well, I've always wondered about some things. So it's like that, those 10 minutes, he was actually considering some things, that was in the back of his mind already. I think what he was experiencing was permission, right? Permission for him to consider these things. It's what it seemed like anyway. And maybe that's the case with a lot of people. I don't know.
Told
I
what to
think
do their
so.
whole lives.
I remember the first time I looked into it and I just couldn't find any information. It was like 2017 or 18. And I just kind of gave up on it. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. It could be. But, I was very open to the idea because I was already into the other conspiracies, but I couldn't find any real information. I only found fest stuff, Flat Earth Society stuff. And I was like, that seems kind of like bullshit. But then just at the beginning of, or just towards the end of the pandemic, I started listening to like Witsit or something, or Globebusters. And that led me here because of the Enoch book Bible study or the Enoch book study he was doing. Sorry for killing the chat.
I'm glad
awesome,
that
though.
you tuned in, man. And apparently you notice I'm on here often.
What's the last thing you said?
Oh, just I'm retarded.
He said he's glad that you tuned in. He said, and that apparently that you noticed that I'm on here often.
Well, you make an effort to converse and be friendly. Not that everybody doesn't. It's just you specifically made an effort to, and I noticed that with people. So.
Yeah, I get along great with people that aren't hypocrites.
Yeah, I try not to be. I mean, there are times when I catch myself, I'm like, when?
Yeah, with that guy earlier today, it was just he wasn't in season. He just if he's not ready in like trying to okay, so he was like kind of diet woke, I guess is to coin a phrase that Miggy likes to use. Like he just got his foot in there and just being like an open and inclusive space for somebody to kind of like explore their ideas. That's the only thing I was getting at. I wasn't trying to be like.
You talking about the one that just logged out?
Yeah.
Not too long ago? I thought he was collecting information to try to use against us.
Well, I think that the guy before him was a troll.
But there is
and
none.
He was actually sort of a funny troll.
Yeah.
And he actually kept himself from laughing and was cordial. But he really did have, what is it, my perspective? I think it was my perspective believing it for a minute. And I didn't know who was talking. Yeah, I didn't know who was talking, and I was like, the guy talking, what kind of roles do you have? Are you not verified, are you? Only? He was like, no. He told me who it was. I was like, oh, foot in my... And he's like, why? I'm like, because this dude's pulling the wool over your eyes. That's not what I said, but I pretty much said he's trolling. He was trying to say that in Australia they use kangaroos, like here in the States we use canines when it comes to like police dogs.
Oh, you're talking about the ski mask guy.
Yeah.
That'd be great to see some cops get their butts kicked by their own
kangaroo
nine.
He was definitely trolling, but he did a great job of not laughing. I only heard him almost laugh like once or twice, and he held it back really good.
He sounded really sincere.
Yeah. Have you ever talked to Tap? Tap sounds really sincere too.
Oh, I've seen Tap in here, but no, I've never talked to him.
Tap came in here and he was
Is he a
trolling
troll?
hard, man.
I
Originally, yes.
seen him in the chat.
No, originally he was, and he's still a troll, but now he's a flat Earth troll.
That's That's interesting.
We
So
we
he
want
went from being
want
a globe troll?
yes,
Oh wow.
or just a
He can
troll in
work.
general. I
Oh,
don't
okay,
know.
just trolling.
But anyway, he came here just to troll and thinking we were retarded, and we flipped the script on him.
That's funny. I seen him in the room earlier. I was seeing if he was still in here. So I have a question. How do you like get like permission to like put pictures or whatever up? Is that later?
Oh, embedded link, or yeah, if you get or if you got like silver or something like that too.
Oh, okay, like in the chat. Okay, because I wanted to share like pictures and stuff, but I couldn't send anything.
Crit, I don't know if you've spoken to her or not, Crit, but so far, if it's she sounds definitely not a troll.
Yeah, you're hooked up. Someone got you. Probably
Now you
Genji.
can post.
Jimsy, I'd say Jimsy. Jimsy's on it.
I did get muted though in the chat. I put globetard, and I guess they didn't like that. They thought I was cursing. So
Yeah, the
probably
bot.
the bot.
Yeah, the
it
bot.
was
There's a
a
couple
bot.
no words that the bot will automatically mute.
I was just like,
Not
okay.
When
not
I
for
first
no
logged
words,
in,
but I got banned like 7 times by the bot in the first month and a half I was on this server,
Oh wow, what did you
and
do?
like
Or
every
for
reason was
me.
different. Posting links to my own Facebook notes, like that got me like 3 times.
That's kind of crazy.
I'm like, I can post other Facebook links, but I can't post a link to my own note. I don't know.
I
don't know
said
exactly how the
crap.
bot works. Though.
So the bot follows you around, like wherever you go.
No, it's continuously reading,
Monitors
what you put
chat.
in every single entry. So is like the scripture bot. It does the same thing. It just doesn't
Who
punish you.
controls
It
the
just quotes
bot?
scripture. The code that's in the bot server the bot's on, like the actual computer server, not
The
like the
AI
Discord server.
has a mind of its own. It's gonna be like
So don't ever
iRobot.
give a bot, if you make your own server, don't ever give the bot administrative power unless you know for a fact that that bot is legit, because whoever wrote that bot and whoever server it's on, they have administrative power.
I got banned by the bot for sharing a Jack Black picture.
What did
Okay.
it say?
I think it
Inappropriate?
was the farting meme or something. And it's like, detention. I'm like, what? for what? For 30 seconds? Like, seriously? The whole thing did make me laugh a bit.
At least it wasn't like a week or anything.
No, not. They don't send people to detention usually for that long. That's usually like cog dis. But I don't know. I don't hang
know
out
how
in there.
many trolls I seen in the lobby. Oh my goodness, get like banned and like for 160 days, and I'm like, oh wow, that's a harsh sentence.
Well, some of those guys are repeat offenders.
Well, there was it was crazy. There were these like it was a group of all these people. They had the same picture, right? It was like a cult, and they came in and they were saying Sandia or Sania or something. I don't know what they said, and they're like, "Join us." It's like, what the heck? Like I don't know. There was like 15 of
Trish,
them.
try posting any image right now. I give you prompts to post, so
Oh, thank
check
you.
if it works.
Okay, let me see. I'm gonna put something in the lobby. Gosh, I
Are you
hope
in the lobby?
I hope I don't get in trouble though.
I mean, use
Let
it
me see.
wisely.
I'm gonna go through
Did I
the
get
ones I have.
With great power
Come see
comes
it.
great responsibility.
Send Jimsy a DM, so that way you have a DM to a mod, and that way
Yeah,
if
it'll
you
be
get
a quick
banned,
thing that way.
you have a back door, to communicate with someone. Because if you come into off of a forum or something and you get banned, then how are you gonna talk to someone to be able to be like, hey, The bot banned me. I need a link. I need like.
Oh yeah.
I need to be vetted again.
So how do I get video
Hold
footage?
on. Jimsy, would you mind giving Trish the FE Ladies tag?
Sure. And
Oh,
I
yeah,
see
that would
too
be
far.
nice.
I see too
I can't
far.
wait
Give
to
him.
join. Like to be able to.
I see Too
Thank
Far
you.
has been around for a while. He
Yeah.
had lost his roles actually. I don't remember how many he had, but he had lost them.
I got them back, most of them. At least the ones that I.
The ones that matter to you.
I think I also sent you a link, Trish, to the FE Ladies server.
Joined it
I don't.
already.
Oh, did
But
you?
I was trying to live stream a lightning show earlier, and it told me I wasn't allowed to. We had some awesome lightning in the sky.
That's pretty
It also
solid. You
depends
guys
on what
started a
channel you're
server.
on
Yeah.
too.
Depends on the
Pardon?
channel that you're on. Yeah.
I'm usually down in chill or learning curve.
Yeah, there's a good group of people in here this morning.
See you in there, Trish. Maybe you have to have the FE Ladies tag first. I don't know. I'll send you another link just in case.
Actually, I just clicked it right now.
Okay.
I went in there and.
Alrighty then. Yeah, there you are.
I'm doing this on my phone, so it's so small to like go through all of like the different pages.
Oh yeah, trying to like do any kind of text debating with somebody on the phone is, it puts you at a disadvantage to say the least.
Yeah, I do a lot of typos and misspellings and.
And then you do that, and it makes you look like a total idiot. Like, oh please let me.
Yeah.
And I just want to go to the. Like, gosh darn it! I can spell. I swear.
I'm
I
not
can't.
illiterate. Not all the time.
I am.
I was going to share something earlier and I don't remember what it was. I saved a lot of the memes from chat. I hope I can share them on my Instagram. Am I allowed to?
Yeah, if you don't get banned from Instagram.
Oh, I already lost my first account. It's okay. I think it was the Biden stuff, though, that they didn't like. They got mad.
Couldn't be a Biden with that on there. Goodness.
It was just like little clips of him, well, speaking the truth pretty much, but there was fact checks that, nope, that wasn't correct. There was one thing where he said 350 million Americans, got the jabberoo. And it's funny because there's only 330,000 is the population. So yeah.
I know, right? It's telling truths like, treat them now should have pressure.
Oh my gosh. That was a good one. Did you see the other one where he said, I wiped my butt or something like that?
Oh my
It was pretty funny. And oh my god, it's crazy. Did
Wow.
you see where it was insane, he out of nowhere, he was like, do Republicans think that we're drinking the blood of children? It's like, what? Like, why would you say something like that? Where would it come from?
Because
adrenochrome.
Yeah.
No, I know that, but
Why would he say that though? True.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
Yeah, to a normal person, right? Thinking, hearing this to a normal person, how would that come across? That would come across pretty crazy.
So who are y'all talking about? Sorry.
Talking about,
Apologies.
we're talking about the senile in chief, the geriatric.
That's a good one. Senile in chief.
Did y'all I don't usually listen to music. Did y'all hear Tom McDonald's new song "Brainwashed"?
Oh, I don't know if I have. I like him.
Anybody?
Yeah, I'd love to hear
He,
that.
he talks crap about Biden in there. I think it's a good song, man. I mean, I'm really not into music at all. I like ODD's music because, but I don't listen to
ODD
music
did a
very often.
good song in 2020. One of his latest ones.
But
It's Thought Criminals. Loved it.
but this Brainwash song by Tom McDonald, he was on all the top YouTube charts when he released it. He got like 2 million views on the first day. But anyway, go listen to the lyrics. And the reason why I say it's a good song because the genre it's going out to and what he's saying, like it's almost like being a top song on the radio today, There's
Yeah,
so
yeah,
many
it's pretty
people that
good.
are going to hear it. And the lyrics to all this younger generation, the lyrics are pretty good. I mean, it's definitely a red pill song.
Oh.
Anybody have a link?
Yeah, I want to listen to it.
And there's more than just ODD. There's B.O.B. and there's Beast 1333. There's Carnage.
Who's the one
They're
that?
all truthers.
Who's the one that had the song about astronaut in the ocean?
Conspiracy theory guru, conspiracy music guru.
No. The actual like rapper. Where he's like, I'm an astronaut in the ocean or something. I can't remember.
Oh, you're real quiet.
I can't
Maybe it's
remember the
mine.
name of him.
It's all just a stage. They're astronauts. Of course, they all get paid.
That's
That one.
the link.
I mean, I'm a horrible
Oh
singer.
yeah, no, I love him. He's hilarious. My
That's the
daughter,
link
like,
for the Brainwash song.
she likes his videos.
No, Mom, they're lying to the. Yeah, but that Tom.
Hey, elbow.
It's funny.
I'm
She'll go
sure.
around saying like space is fake and doesn't believe in gravity. It's hilarious.
I'm sure all these songs are probably in the Red Pill Music room. Check that out. There's a room
Trish.
called Red Pill Music.
I posted a
I'm gonna
link to
have to
the
go.
Brainwash song. It's really good.
Oh yes. Where?
If anybody has permission to the bot, if y'all want to put it on the bot, it's pretty good.
Okay, I got it. I put a picture up finally. It was one I think's funny.
Truth Prevail.
This just boosted the server. How do you
Do
boost
what?
the server?
Truth Prevail.
Yeah. The Tom McDonald one.
Yeah.
It's okay. And you're sure that that's someone or nothing that'll get us copyrighted, right?
I mean, we could mute the bot just for that. It's like what?
I
we
could
could
play
mute
it. Is he is he a known flat earther? Part of the?
I don't think he's a no. I don't think he's a flat earther. He just has pretty good red pills.
All right. Well, we'll just mute the live streams and play it.
Oh, deafened, not me.
Yeah. Duh. I'll do that.
How do you boost the server?
On top.
on the planet. He's diet woke.
He's diet woke. Well, he did say something about monkeys turning people and them turning into sheep or something. So
That
Right.
was fire. That was fire. But the part about the fluoride is like 100% facts. Like, if y'all are fucking still drinking tap water, I don't know what's wrong with you.
oh yeah, no.
What up,
Bottled
Cal?
water makes me thirsty.
You say bottled water? I know Dasani. Dasani water has a lot of salt in it.
Well,
Yeah.
any water that has all the like extra crap in there, that always gives me heartburn. If I'm like working out on a hot day and I drink bottled water with like the potassium, whatever crap in it, then I end
Yeah,
up
it's
getting heartburn. Whereas if I just drink water, not tap water, like filtered water, then I'm fine. I can drink that till I'm full, you know?
yeah, but
Cool.
also be wary
Hey,
of what you
Hill, didn't you
shower
have a
with.
question? Sorry, when the
No,
song was
it
playing.
got resolved.
Okay.
But what I was gonna say is
Oh,
they've got these filters on Amazon, and they're only like $30, and you put them before your shower head, and it filters out all the fluoride and shit out of the water. So it also adds like vitamin C, like which is good for your skin, and it like completely changed the showers that I took, bro. It was so good. Like, not having
Well,
fluoride in the water makes your
congratulations.
hair so much softer. Like, I'm telling you, I'm about to put you on.
Cool. Hill, so let me ask you a question, man. I first time I ever seen you here. So, what do you think of the shape of the Earth, my friend?
Honestly, it's like very conspicuous.
The shape or color, or what is it?
Both, because it's like, how are we able to realistically observe it with things like the radiation belt and shit?
By going outside
Measuring
and
it,
looking at the
measuring
ocean.
it.
you guys,
What do you think the
Hill.
Earth is? Do you think? Let me ask you a direct question. Do you think the Earth is a sphere?
Honestly, like, I don't think the Earth is anything. I want to see an actual picture of the Earth.
Good man.
Yeah, just so you guys know,
Good
Hill.
answer.
I've talked to Hill a few times on a couple other servers and stuff, and yeah, he's pretty legit. Yeah, he's
I
like.
mean, that's the first time I've seen him. That's why I was just asking.
Okay.
And his answers were just pretty. Yeah, I guess you could say genuine. I guess.
Yeah, he's done some pretty good job. He's a mod and stuff on another server where people were like just harping on flat earthers, and he's like, making sure everyone's got a chance to speak.
Yeah, I try to moderate as much as possible because, like, it's honestly like people turn into the Neanderthals when you get to certain subjects.
Yeah. We have another one that's Eve. Anybody spoken to Eve before? She's VC verified. Hey, Eve, you there?
I think she's in another server that she's in the Chatterbox, which is where I first saw Crit.
Do you know her stance on Earth?
I honestly don't.
Who is it? Oh, Eve at the very bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who that is. Just a VC verified.
She's typing. God, she might be busy, or he more. Nah.
And we also have Witty.
Witty's been here before.
But it seems like he's been in here forever or something.
There's Gemsy. Gemsy's new to the server. What do you think?
Gemsy? What do
Oh,
you
hey,
think of the Earth?
Gemsy, how's it going? Are you new to the server? How'd you hear about Flat Earth?
Yes,
I think the shape of
yes.
the Earth is.
It looks flat, feels flat, uses flat, therefore it's a ball.
Yes, because of
How can you
refraction.
trust your senses?
Refraction holds the gases onto the face of the Earth, and gravity lets you see things that are way too far, right?
Sure.
But if you can't trust your senses, how do you cross the street without getting hit by a car?
No, I never use my senses.
You just guesstimate it, just kind of figure it out.
Your senses are lying to you.
Don't trust your eyes. Trust the scientism. Don't question it.
Yeah, but if I can't even trust my own ears, how can I trust the scientists that I'm hearing?
You know what's crazy? Is that the school of Scientology literally doesn't believe in fucking mental illness.
What, do you believe in mental illness, Hill?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's called
Scientology is
brain
like
damage.
it's like the ultimate globe religion. Like everyone's space aliens and planets and
I
stuff.
thought it was cog dissonance.
Aliens are real, man.
No, Catholicism is the ultimate globe religion because they basically invented it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, I heard from somebody, I was talking with them about this. They said that Catholicism, like Catholics, the Catholic Church secretly worships the devil. Like they worship Satan. And
Not
like
secretly. Pretty
Yeah,
open to
the whole
me.
so, like,
religion is
it's
based
Yeah,
around
no,
heliocentrism.
yeah,
In disguise,
they're
but
worshiping the devil, definitely.
yeah, and so like they're also like literally at the like cream of the crop in terms of like the world power structure. Like it goes like, you know, the devil and the Catholics, and then they've tried to like subvert everyone to, you know, it's sort of like monetize religion so that it really loses its value.
You know what's even crazier about than the scientism stuff that you were talking about a minute ago is that the same government that puts out in the education system and mainstream media and tells us that the earth is a sphere, that same government has a military and puts out flight manuals that observe, practically use, and look at the earth as flat, level, stationary, non-rotating.
Can I ask a question, guys? I'm quite new to the whole flat Earth thing. I'm trying to learn more. Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah, fire away, dude.
Where do like satellites and shit go?
And we proved their
well, they're actually more
Would
like
you honestly
satelloons.
believe satellites exist?
Satelloons. So like a balloon.
Seriously, NASA's the #1 purchaser of helium in the world.
What the fuck, really?
That's true.
Just look up balloon satellites. It will show you.
No.
Show you a bunch of videos. Yep. Look it up. Balloon satellites.
Matter of fact, they've been doing this since 1962. Look for Echo.
Is that how they get rockets up as well? Or
No. Rockets, how far do they go? You never all you see them go up and have a parabolic flight.
Yeah.
So if you look up Echo, actually I'll post a link for you if you
balloon
want.
satellites are a real thing, bro. What?
Of course.
Look in the live stream voice text.
Yeah. Live stream voice text.
Find some too.
I'm
I
going
have
down
a
to
couple of
biblical, everybody. I'll see y'all later.
crashed.
All right, take care.
Yeah, I actually have to go as well. I'll be on later. God bless all of you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was interesting.
God bless you too.
He asked about satellites, and then he's like, "Oh, shoot, really? Okay, I gotta go." That was kind of funny.
It reminds me of another conversation I'm having with one dude where he's like, satellites only work on the globe. And I'm like, why? And he said, because. I'm like, okay, like why? Why would it only work on the globe? Why wouldn't a grid mapping trilateration work on any size or shape? He's like, yeah. I go, are you trying to say orbits only work on the globe? And he's like, okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm like, well, how about if it's something's going over your head, like a circular pattern, would you also consider that an orbit? And he's like, oh, yeah, that works. And I'm like, can I welcome the flat Earth at this point, or are you still hanging on to something? He's like, explain GPS. I go, oh, okay, so you're resetting, right? So do you know how GPS works? And I'm like, the whole ground-based system and, all the different stations and everything. And he was like, oh, yeah, gotta go. I'm like, okay. It's like that they get like a right proper flat smack. It's like, it's better than just start screaming at you, It's
That
like
is true. Or call you names and, degrade you.
Because in his mind, he was thinking there's a satellite speaking right to his handheld device, and there's no explanation Flat Earth can give for that.
The other day, someone joined and he said, "Flat Earthers, I gotta tell you something. Vacuums don't suck." And Barrymore told him like, yes, explain him, high pressure, low pressure, and he said, "Okay, I gotta go, bye."
Yeah,
He
that
left.
was a good one. Yeah.
We have a new person called yeah. Hey, what's up? Yeah.
Yo, how you guys doing?
Pretty good, man.
We're good.
What brings you to the server?
We're doing pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. How's everyone else's day going?
Pretty good. What brings you to the server, Red?
Same reason everyone else is here, man.
To discuss
I'm here because I'm lonely.
Oh, that I could
I'm
relate.
here.
Yeah.
I'm here because I can't sleep.
Oh, actually, yeah. All of those reasons. I'm up late.
I'm
tonight.
here to
I'm here
destroy
because I
low birthers' ideas.
I have no friends.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah, that too.
your about me
Friends.
reminds me of this meme.
Which one?
Where I just posted in voice text.
Let me try to find it. Is it at the top or is it at?
No, all the way at the bottom.
Oh,
Or
the
just
bottom?
right
half of the
above.
hour.
Yeah, live stream. I tagged you too.
It says try to stealthily fart in class. Shit.
That shit is the worst.
I
The
see.
worst of all is trying
Done
to
that
hide a
before?
boner when you have to do a fucking presentation. Like, and it just comes out of nowhere, and you're like, fuck. I have to stand up. God damn it. I learned by the age of when I got to high school, really, I would just tell the teacher, my foot fell asleep. Can you give me like 2 minutes? And then they wouldn't say anything. I was just like, thank you. Yeah.
So talking in public turns you on? That's weird.
No, it's like it
Different.
happens at the worst.
Weird. I
dude, that's all a
apologize. That's
lie.
different.
But it's
No,
also
I mean,
like
Oh,
when
sorry,
you
go
go up there, you get to see like the fucking like everyone in the class, right? And so usually there would be at least like one hot girl in every one of my classes. So like I don't know. I don't know if it was that and I was just like getting excited and I was nervous. So I don't know. It could also just be fucking like puberty.
Yeah, I kind of had the
But-
same thing because the first time I did public speaking, like in junior high, and the teacher's like, "Hey, don't be nervous. Just imagine everybody naked." And I was like, "Uh oh."
And then that makes it worse.
That's not a good thought. For a
I couldn't
teenage
stand up in
boy.
class after that.
Yeah, it's like telling a teenage boy just start looking around the room and just imagine nakedness. Like
Kanye West made a really good bar about that. He was
I
like,
probably would
I
have
was
turned
like,
and looked
"Why
at my
are you
teacher.
doing
She
me
was
like
hot.
And then, so I used to like during the public speaking class, I would stare right at the teacher, and then every time the class would be like, "Yeah, like I didn't look back and forth. You're supposed to scan the room as you're talking." So the next time he stood in the back of the room and just walked back and forth, and then everyone's like, Crit really watched, really looked back and forth this time and watched all of us,
Yo, can we get into a little bit of a deeper conversation about the Jesuits? Because I kind of want to know more about that. I think that there's like a lot more to know.
Well, I'm a bastard, and I had a priest come up to me, and he told me, "Hey, son, I'm your father." And I said, "Really?" And the conversation didn't go so well after that. He kicked me out of the church. That's a true story. He told me he was just like, "I'm Father Gillespie, and you can call me Father." And I said, "Really? What father are you? My father in heaven, or the father that fucked my mother and ran off, you son of a bitch?" And yeah, he was like, "Get out of my church. You're gonna go to hell. I'm already there." I was 12.
Yeah, the big thing with Catholics is that it all ties back to figures from just like in the 1700s, 1800s. And if you go back further than that, Christopher Columbus, these are all Catholics. So it's not so much like a ding, like there's some sort of conspiracy theory. it just seems to be such a coincidence that Newton, Copernicus, Galileo, all these historic figures pushing the ball, they just happen to all be Catholic at the same time. Like there isn't,
Chris Genesis or whatever his name is that argues for a geocentric Earth. He's also Catholic. The guy that made the principle.
Even though like his joke was supposed to be funny, it was funny. I found it funny, but it says in Matthew's 23:9, and don't address anyone here on earth a father, for only God in heaven is your spiritual father.
And then
I've
you
got
look
a
at
question.
contemporary figures too, like George Lament. The Big Bang, the guy who came up with Big Bang, Catholic priest. I mean, he lived in the Vatican, at the end. He was from the age of 17. I mean, this guy never married, never did any. His whole life was Catholic. So it's like for people to say, "Oh, scientists are doing this and scientists have proved this," they're they're all. It all seems to be coming from one source, though, one group of people, if you will.
And for them to believe in the Big Bang, that's already broken in itself. That's already off.
Well, what's
If
interesting is
they
you hear
think that.
atheists say that Big Bang is a reason why they don't think there's a God. And I'm like, but the guy who came up with it said this is how God did it. This is the mechanism. God made the universe through a Big Bang. So that's the part where I guess Hill is what I don't know, I guess quote unquote Jesuit piece comes in, is that when you start seeing all these people seem to be saying the same thing, and they're all coming from the Vatican or connected somewhat to the Vatican, it makes you think like there's some sort of the rewrite of history too. Like Galileo wasn't persecuted for trying to advance science. He was persecuted for calling the Pope an idiot, like a reject or something like that. They told him not to advance heliocentric because Copernicus came first, then Galileo, and they said, no, don't talk about this stuff yet because people aren't going to pay attention because they can see the Earth is flat and stationary. If you come out and start telling them it's a ball in space, they're not going to believe you, and it's going to damage the church. It's going to damage the Pope. But then, Galileo said, I'm going to disobey, and then that's how we got in trouble.
I have a question.
That's his story, anyway.
Yeah, his story.
I have a question. So how do the Jews and the Jews, the Masons, and the Catholics all tie together? It just occurred to me that maybe the Catholics are controlled opposition to the Jews because they're all Freemasons.
I think that Rome runs it all, and when you say the Jews, you have to be specific and call it.
I think the Jews run
Zionist
Rome.
Jews. No, it's the other way
the
around, man.
Catholic the Rome's own a lot of land that the Jews live on. So Jerusalem is owned by.
Okay.
A lot
Who
of the
owns
land is
all the
owned by
money
the
in the world?
Romans.
Who owns all the money in the world?
Think about all
Who's in control? Who's in control of all the banks? World banking system.
Think about all the center, the city centers. They have the Catholic church. Next to it is the bank, the mayor's office, the school, and all the town around them. They don't pay taxes.
It's not the Jews, man. It's the Zionist Jews.
Right. Okay, but who? All right, who controls all the money of the world right now?
True money? Well,
who controls the world banks? Who is in control of the world banks?
That the papacy actually has the most money. Now, who controls the most currency? That's a different story.
Wouldn't that be like
Who
the
controls the
Rothschilds
world banks? Yes,
and
the Rothschilds. Thank you. I
And
couldn't think of their name.
there's a few of them. There's like 13
Okay.
families.
The Rothschilds are
Rockefeller.
Jews.
Oh, okay, yeah. And then what about what's the other one? Starts with
They're
the R as
Zionist
well.
Jews.
No,
Oh,
the
Right.
okay.
Society of
Okay,
Jesus, I thought, was the
and
one
they're
that
the ones that
controls all
control
of that.
the Catholics.
The Society of Jesus,
I
right?
think they're controlled opposition.
You should go back and look who brought the papacy back in after
I
it was
don't know.
taken out. Just search
Yeah.
New York Times, the deadly wound that healed.
I don't believe anything the New York Times says. It's all propaganda. I won't look at any tabloids and to me, New York Times is a tabloid. I won't
Yeah,
look at
same
any
with
of
Washington
those rag
Post.
sheets or TV. I don't watch TV news, any of that bullshit.
I'm just saying that because that's the easiest way to find out when the papacy was brought back on the scene.
I don't even know what that means. So
It was
who's the
underground.
papacy?
It was underground. It was underground for a long time because they were in
Who's the
control of all
papacy?
the kings, and a
No,
few of
who's
the
the
kings
papacy or
actually.
whatever you call it? What is the papacy? What'd you
Papacy.
say?
It's Rome.
Papacy.
It's Rome. It's Rome.
Okay.
The Caesars of the world.
Well, Rome never fell.
That's what I'm saying, man. They went underground.
Just went
though.
underground. Yes, I agree.
And
Would
so
that be
look,
like
and so if you look up that article that I said, then you see who brought them back out on the world stage from underground. I
So would
just
that be
don't
like the
know another way
Masons,
to
though?
look it up
The
because
Freemasons?
I don't know
or
the
no?
time. That's why I said look up that article.
But they're all working together, wouldn't you say? I mean, they all want to destroy the world.
I say the world is a stage, and they all have a script.
Right. They
As
are all actors, exactly.
Yeah.
There's the
kinda what-
puppets, the puppet masters, the puppets, and then the puppets have puppets.
Yeah, like
Walter
everyone's a
J.
puppet.
Veith. Yeah, Walter J. Veith has a good, like I would call it a mini documentary of him, but he's just talking and showing you pictures, dates, and timelines about the papacy and the Jesuits and how they went underground, how they come back on the scene.
How old is the story? The article. How old is the article?
I don't know. I'm behind the wheel. Can someone look up New York
Oh.
Times, the deadly wound that healed, please?
Yeah, I'm in the dark and it's still dark here.
Oh wait, that's part of King James too.
What
The
is?
deadly wound of the beast from Revelation 13.
Ah.
Yeah, but that's yes, and that's yeah, I agree, and that's why they said that because via Revelation, almost everybody agrees that the papacy is the beast or the whore. I meant the
Oh,
whore.
I see what you're talking about.
The
Hold on,
whore.
I got something here. It says the infliction of the deadly wound points to the downfall of the papacy in 1798. After this, says the prophet, his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wandered after the beast. Paul states plainly that the man of sin will continue to until the second advent. 2 Thessalonians 2:3-13.
Yeah, but I wasn't really trying to go like scriptural. I was just trying to go with timeline and the facts, quote unquote facts that were brought to the people. And if you put New York Times, the deadly wound that healed, then you'll see the date that the papacy was brought back out on the scene. And in my opinion, that's when Rome was brought back out to the forefront. And it tells you, just like earlier, y'all were talking about the Rothschilds are the ones that brought Jerusalem, and that on the scene. Did I get disconnected?
No,
Nope.
you're still here.
Okay. And so just like how we all, knowledge wise know in quotes that the Rothschilds are the ones that gave or told the quote Jews to go live in Jerusalem. That's why I said look up that article, because that article will tell you who brought, I think it was Turkey, but I'm not sure. It could have been Spain. It was somebody over there that let the papacy go back to the Vatican and all that. And before that, they were all underground. Really a thing that was like public knowledge that they were still around, or still had the power that they have.
Okay, so what about the Romans writing the Christian Bible and then killing Christians for reading it? That just doesn't make sense to me.
Right, during which timeline?
Yeah, I don't know which
Well,
one that is.
back when oh gosh.
Talking about the Crusades? Talking about
No,
Martin
before
Luther
that. No. I'm talking about the like 700 AD.
It's pretty simple.
I
The
think
reason
700s, 500s. Actually, might even been the 100. Okay.
No, so it's in the 1500s when they were really persecuting a lot of people in Germania.
When did Flavius Josephus write? When did he write his writings? Or
the Antiquity of the Jews?
Yeah. When was that? I don't remember.
I'm not sure. I could guess, but I don't like to speculate. Like
Right.
that. When someone's asking a specific question.
I got Mike check.
Elijah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's pretty simple. The question the guy asked, right? Why it doesn't make sense. The reason they were doing that is because if people were to read what the scripture said, they would know that everything the Catholic Church is doing is wrong. That's why they didn't let people read it.
Even though they wrote it or had it written, commissioned it to be wrote.
That was later on after enough people raised an uproar. That was after Luther's time. Before that, it was in Latin only, papacy-wise, and like what was printed and was in the churches. It was just in Latin in the Catholic churches. That way, only the priest could read it. The average person couldn't spell it right, let alone read Latin.
Well, I never took history, so I'm just trying to understand how everything fits in the timeline.
Well, for that specific timeline, the best book to read, in my opinion, that puts it all into one book is a book that the Seventh-day Adventists give out called The Great Controversy, and it's like a history book.
I've looked into their church a couple of times while I was searching out.
The Great Controversy doesn't have really anything to do with their church until the very end of the book, and I mean the very end. I would say 7/8 of the book is just history. It's a really good read. I read it many years ago.
I really thought they would be flat. I thought they'd be a flat Earth church, but when I talked to the preacher here where I live, he when I asked him about Genesis 1, and he says, which part? And I said, the whole chapter. And he said, well, I'm kind of busy right now. Can you come back later? And he wasn't there. I never went back again after that. So, like, whatever. I just asked another preacher that came knocking at the door. And I said, well, if you want me to come to your church, why don't you grab your Bible and let's talk about Genesis 1:1, the whole chapter. And he was like, he got all nervous and started stuttering and left.
What do y'all think about the that one club that meets in the woods and they worship that owl? Oh, I forget their fucking name. But
Bohemian
Alex
Grove.
Jones. Yeah. Alex Jones
Bohemian
actually
Grove?
infiltrated them. Yeah, Bohemian Grove.
No, he was one of them.
No. Alex Jones is not part of Bohemian Grove. He was literally the first person to get video.
How do you think he got in there? How do you think he got in there? Okay.
He explained it. He was like,
why do you think he's a traitor? He's a
acted
traitor
gay.
because he was one of them.
There's no way Alex Jones.
Okay. Yeah, He's a wizard, buddy.
Okay,
He's a
one thing I
wizard.
know I've seen about Alex Jones is he's Mossad. Like I have seen that.
What's that? What'd you say? He's a
Mossad.
what?
He's Mossad. It's like the
Part of it.
yeah, like the controllers of like
Yeah.
Israel and
Okay.
Jerusalem. Yeah.
Right.
I don't watch Alex Jones, but to play the advocate to that statement, if you wanted to be rich and you wanted as many airways as possible, you're not going to talk crap about the people that own the airways. That would just, if your goal is
Yeah.
to make a lot of money.
Yeah, and who owns
Unless you're
all the
controlled
TV.
opposition.
No, I understand. I'm just saying advocate wise, let's just kicking the can down the road. Let's say he's not. And the reason why, if he's not, and I'm not saying that he's not, just saying logically, if you want to make money, you're not going to talk about the race or religion that owns, 95% of the airways, because you're not going to be able to get your message out.
It's not about money,
That
it's
is
about division. It's about keeping us all
I
divided.
understand. I'm just saying, I'm not a paranoid type that thinks everybody's controlled opposition. And I just like to keep an open mind about it, like, yes, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not even saying I disagree with what you're saying.
I believe David Weiss is controlled opposition.
David.
So?
David
Why?
Weiss.
Just because
I'm
he's
starting to.
ethnically a Jew?
Was because
No, nothing to do with that.
Got something to share with you guys. You guys want to hear it?
What's up?
Here goes.
Because he's all about money.
Well,
Hey,
all right,
you talking about
you
because
guys
the
think
app?
about this real quick, and then I'll stop. Real quick. I want to share this with you before I forget. How insane can it really make your brain when you think about the Earth's curve? How insane can it really make your brain when you think about the Earth's curve? Would you believe me if I told you that it was 3,958 degrees? Would you believe if I told you that you have to prove to me an Earth's container? No, I don't think you can understand everything that I'm telling you, my man. Can you think, can you even really think that the Earth curves? Sure. How insane can it really make your brain when you think about the Earth's curve? How insane can it really make your brain when you think about the Earth's curve? Okay, all right.
That sounds
Before
great.
I
But
forget.
don't
That was pretty
interrupt
fucking
anybody.
fire.
It is pretty good, but don't interrupt the
Pretty good.
conversation.
Wait, I got a question. Do
That was a
y'all
good
have a
episode.
role for fellow Texans? Is that what I see here?
Yeah,
What's
there's a
up?
Let me
Texas.
get in
want that
there.
role.
I'm San Antonio
Yeah.
born and raised. God
Can I
damn
have
it.
that role as well?
Yeah, I want that shit.
Yeah, from Texas.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm from
Master.
Texas.
Texas, please.
Are y'all
I've
from-
built
are y'all
100
from-
houses there.
Are y'all from H-Town?
No,
You
I'm
ain't.
San
Well, then
Antonio.
y'all not from Texas.
I'm-
I'm just kidding.
Nah,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we're not from the biggest ghetto in the United States.
Oh hell no, that's Los Angeles. That's Los Angeles.
I built a whole bunch of houses all over McKinney and Plano and Capel.
Yeah, I've been.
Plano.
What's y'all's favorite
Plano,
part of Texas?
Texas. Yep. Plano,
I know.
Texas.
The first.
I know
the first,
Give him the Lone Star Republic.
First toll road in Texas went through Plano. I can't believe they didn't raise hell whenever.
I can't believe that there are people that consider Texas
Yes.
as anything other than the best fucking state in the USA.
It is the best. It's the
Like,
only one that can
goddamn.
succeed without a problem.
Yeah, I just moved over to California. I'm over here in East LA, and this shit is like so fucking bad.
Oh, no.
There's like, it's
Take away
literally-
his Texas Lone Star shit, man.
No, I'm
Watch
going
it,
back. I'm
watch
going
it
back.
there, brother.
I had to move because of military reasons, but all right, it's like
A good buddy of mine, Pugs, lived in East LA, and he was walking out of a convenience store, and a guy just walking by shot him in his head, dead.
I thought that was gonna
Damn.
happen to me. I'm not gonna lie. There was people screaming outside. I was filling my car up with gas, and I was like, "Fuck! I don't have my gun with me." There's people screaming behind me. What the fuck is going on? These two people are
That's
like running
ridiculous.
across the street, sprinting, and they're screaming at the top of their lungs. And I'm like, "Bro."
I
was
used to
like,
live in the valley.
in the valley.
In the valley, Sun Valley.
Go to the valley. The valley.
Yeah, there was. Remember,
Or is it LA?
I was a kid. Yeah, no. It's a little. I think
Like, well, near LA. My bad.
yeah, it's near LA. Probably like shit. 15
I
I
live
know
in
what you mean,
Redlands,
yeah.
so we got a whole mountain range over here. Like they call it the Inland Empire.
Hey, so
I have
earlier
friends in the
y'all
valley
played
too.
that Tom McDonald song, but I didn't get to listen. I was having to talk to somebody.
You want
Did
the
y'all
link?
think it was all right or what? The
I like
Brainwash
it.
song by Tom McDonald earlier. I didn't get to
Yeah.
hear
I
anybody's
thought it
opinion
was
on it.
okay.
No, he had some fire bars. He was like,
Yeah,
you
I
guys
can't
are
rap
turning
for
from
shit.
monkeys to people to sheep, and then you guys are like, you got fluoride in the fucking water and shit. Which he's spitting facts and talking about how like the religions divide the people. And it's like all just a chess game, pretty much.
Yeah, but I would like the Texas roll if I could have it. If I don't got it,
Was this Hill?
You
I think
got
Hill.
it.
You already got it.
No, I got it. Serve wanted it.
I serve the one I am.
Either Hill, I posted a picture I think you might like about the chess game stuff.
Oh
you have the Lone Star Republican.
yeah. Let's fucking go. Oh,
So could we go back to the history of when things were written and when the Jesuits and all that? Because I'm still trying to figure out where the Jews, because from what I understand, the first Freemasons were Jews, but yet if there's a close tie between the Jesuits and the Freemasons also. So I'm just trying to figure out how it all ties together.
Go check out Walter J. Veith information, man. He does a really good job on the questions you're asking. I think my
Got a
wife is
link?
gonna look up a link. I think my wife's
Oh.
gonna look up a link for you right now.
Well,
Grab
tell
your
her
phone
thank you. Or thank you very much. Except that I'm. Oh crap! That's bright. It's still dark here. Freaking screen came on and I can't see now. Did you post it in, or is she posting it in the main live stream chat? Oh, damn. Oh, I'm so glad somebody posted one of Jay Tolan's videos. For some reason, he disappeared off my YouTube.
Hello.
What's up, Hawk?
What's up, Hill? Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Beautiful flat day, isn't it?
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
I've got this really nice fucking mountain range in front of my house. That
Yeah.
I like to look at around this time because it's almost getting about sunrise.
Damn, that sounds really nice, bro. Yeah. Have you ever walked up to the top before?
No, I'm about to actually go up there because I want to see it from the top.
You should take some pictures for us.
I will.
If it's really high up, we can probably see how the flat is Earth. the Earth is flat.
You can't see the curvature of the Earth. It literally doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's what I
Like
mean.
you,
Man.
there's no picture that shows you any remote curvature without using a fisheye
Yeah.
lens.
And
Like
now you can take a picture to fucking prove it, bro.
No, he's just asking for a picture. Like he just wants to see.
All right.
No, I wanna have
Yeah,
a
no, I'll show it to
confirmation
you.
as well that the Earth is flat. Did you guys hear about the there was a flat Earth scientist who wanted to prove that the Earth was flat?
Why would you need proof?
No, but he wanted to go up against
Hawk, Hawk, you don't need proof. Anyone with brains can know that like the Earth is flat.
Hey, you don't have to attack me on this. I'm just talking about the fact that the guy did this. So he built a rocket, yeah, with cameras on each side, and he shot it up to space so he could take pictures of the flat Earth.
Mike, talking about Mike.
Is that Mike? Is Mike in
Wasn't
the
his
chat?
name?
Flat Earth scientist?
Yeah.
He wasn't a flat earther.
Who's a flat Earth scientist?
Scientist.
Did I offend someone saying scientist?
Just hilarious.
Yeah, I think he was suicided.
Yeah.
I mean, he never said he believed in it. He's just saying that he's just talking about a case.
Have
Yeah,
y'all ever
you're
heard
going to
about
have
the
part of the
guy?
story.
Have y'all ever heard about the guy who found the cure to cancer in the 1970s? He was Canadian, and it was some sort of a really easily
Hold
findable.
on. We're having a conversation with the guy. Don't red herring him.
What, you want to hear more about the flat Earth scientist?
I do.
Yeah. I don't know that much about the case though. I'll tell you what happened if you want to.
Go ahead.
Got a video link?
I'll see if I can find it actually.
Just explain it and then show the video link.
It's that right there.
What's up, Tap?
Oh yeah, so the
I-
point
I
was he wanted to Mad Mike.
Mad Mike. Oh, I know who you're
Mad
talking
Mike
about.
Hughes. Mad Mike Hughes. Yeah.
He got fucking suicided.
He's
Yeah,
not
he,
even a flat earther. No,
Wasn't
he
a
did
flat earther.
suicide.
Publicity freak.
What do you say about the
you understand
is there
you
a,
can send listen, Huck. You understand that you can send a hot air balloon or a balloon way
Yeah.
higher than when he actually went up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so he wasn't a flat earther. Any flat earther would know that.
Wasn't he?
And no, he wasn't.
Okay. I'm new to this whole thing, man. I'm just here to learn, bro.
Oh, okay.
But I found a picture of the rocket if anybody's interested in seeing.
Yeah, can you send
Yeah,
that?
we've
to me?
seen that.
Can you? Yeah, I haven't seen it. Can you send it to me?
Yeah, is there a chat you guys want me to post it in?
Voice text.
Oh.
Yeah, that's retarded.
Is that
Hey,
far
mods.
up or far down?
Mods, just a head up. Discord changed, okay? So if people are on a mobile device and the connection's bad, you remember how it used to? We'd be like, oh, we got booted and we had to go out and come back in. Now it will just connect, reconnect on its own. So maybe y'all be a little more careful on banning people for coming in and out of a room because they might not even know it's happening. I'm not trying to take up for any trolls. I just don't want to get banned for some stupid shit because Discord's taking me in and out of a room, and I ain't nothing I can do about it.
System.
All right.
I've been kicked out at least 4 times tonight or last night, whatever.
Wait, Hawk, did he send it?
Warning.
I'm still
Did you
looking
put
for
it?
the chat you want me to
Oh,
on live stream, but there we go.
Yeah,
Found it,
it's
found it.
right over. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like right above us.
That was so hard to find, bro.
Yeah, I struggled too.
Can I even type in this? Yeah, I should be able to. Alright, copy image. It's not working, bro. Literally not working.
Do you have a link?
Agree and continue. There we go. I'll send you guys the link then. I don't believe in science. Is flat earther set to launch himself into own rocket? Was the title of.
Well, he wasn't trying to prove the flat Earth theory, though.
Mad Mike is just a weird guy, isn't he? Doing loads of crazy stunts and shit. Isn't that his thing?
It says it says that the video's unavailable.
It's not even a video.
So
The video
at the
on
first, if you're interested, Mad Mike, here's what people say. The first Flat Earth conference that they had, the international, whatever the hell they called it, with Truth guy, can't even think of his channel, that tall, lanky guy. They say that he was outside protesting them, and just like for publicity venue, they were like, "Hey, why don't you just bring that in here?" And then he saw how many people were coming and whatnot, and how he could get publicity from it. And then after that day, all of a sudden, he was saying he was a flat earther.
It's a PR stunt.
But people that were at the conference
Robbie
say
Davis?
that he was protesting it. Well, he's one of them that says it, but there's others.
So, Hawk, so you're new to this place. So let me ask you, what do you think of the shape of the Earth? I mean, because I haven't seen you. Sorry, you were gonna say something, Elijah? Okay. Hawk.
Yes.
So, what do you think of the shape of the Earth?
The last years I've really been doubting the fact that it's round, that we've been taught in school and all that shit. So I started looking into it, and the more I looked at it, the more I'm still like on the fence, I'd say, but I'm leaning
Okay.
towards thinking it's flat.
Do you have any? I mean, because you say you're on the fence, but do you have any?
It's the whole thing of who do I
evidence
believe,
of-
right? No, but it's the whole thing of just who do I believe. I've watched YouTube
No.
videos on it, right? I've seen the
Yeah.
evidence towards why it's flat, and I've seen counter arguments. So it's the whole thing of who do I believe? Yeah.
No, you don't believe anybody. That's the problem. That's what got you there in the first place. I mean, you gotta go do this stuff yourself.
So you're on the fence.
Yeah. What are you, Hill?
I just like want to see an actual fucking picture of the world, not something digitally artifacted or compiled. I want to see like some fucking clarity. So as of right now, I like don't want to believe in anything. I just like want to see some actual facts.
That's fair enough.
What about looking out across the ocean?
No, not
That's
only
a
that.
fact.
Well, so I've seen the Black Swan video, and like that shit's like fucking crazy to me. I'm like, what?
No,
the fuck?
I'm talking
What
about
about-
going to the ocean with your own eyes and your own camera, or binoculars or telescope, whatever you can get your hands on. Go to the beach yourself, watch a ship sail away out of your sight, and then zoom back in on it and watch the whole thing come back in.
Yeah,
and
no, it's
then,
still there. Mm-hmm.
Yes, use your own eyes, use your own judgment. Sit in a chair facing west and look up and think about it. Are you really falling over backwards at 1,000 miles an hour sitting there?
Yeah, and so
Seriously?
another thing that really got me was because I used
That's
to fly all
crazy.
the time because I used to live in Guantanamo Bay while I was living with my mom. She's in the Navy, and I would take like plenty of flights to get back and forth, right? But every time I would try and like look out the window to see any fucking curvature of the Earth because I was like, I have to be able to fucking see. I'm literally like 40,000 feet in the air, and I would just be like, I couldn't see anything. Like the cloud line is flat. Everything is just like for as long as you fucking look. Like as
Yeah,
far as you look, it's like
but then their
there's no
argument-
real curvature except for the end of the window, which is like I heard that they construct the windows in a weird way.
Yeah, they have. It's curved. It's especially there's a bunch of pressure on it, so it curves even more. No, the thing is, their argument is you have to be higher, taller. You can even supposedly see it from the Bun Gardner jump.
Oh,
which
is that what they say?
130 Yeah, which is 130 feet. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson says you have to be much higher than that, way much higher than that. I mean, I think even there's a mathematician that says you wouldn't even be able to see it from the ISS. By the way. So now, I mean, the thing is, you got the best way to do it is measure the Earth, right? I mean, I don't know if you've seen the FE core measurement with the laser.
No, oh wait, I think I know what you're talking about. Hold on. Could you link something in the
Sure.
voice text real quick?
I think I'll
And
do
FE is not for flat Earth. It's for something else, isn't it? The FE core. FE stands for something else, doesn't it? Not flat Earth. It's
Yeah, field engineers.
yes.
Oh, I gotta go
I
let my little
posted. I
dog out real
posted.
quick.
I posted a link to the FE core.
Oh. Greatest
Hey,
laser experiment in history.
there's a new perspective in the chat. New perspective. Thanks for the links, bro. I'll check them out. Thank you guys for being so open and taking me in. By the way, I'm loving you guys are so open to spread information and show me the truth. I appreciate that.
Oh, sure thing, man. Well, we're here to give you a guidance to where to find information and test everything yourself. Don't just
Yeah,
randomly.
now I got a
Yeah,
great,
dude, and
great
don't
bunch
use
of
Google
links.
either, because literally Google like blocks everything that's like
What
worth
search engine
reading.
should I
Use DuckDuckGo. That's what I like to use.
Okay.
Bing is okay.
Yeah.
There are probably like I don't know. Those are kind of like just vague, but I think that they're a lot better than Google.
I thought they all used Google.
Oh no. Like
No.
DuckDuckGo has like is a private sourced company.
Has it gotten
and
better? Because it sucked.
Oh
It
no,
would only
Google's
give
just
you.
gotten worse, bro. You can't look
No,
up a
no. I mean,
single.
does DuckDuckGo have they gotten better?
Oh yeah,
Because
they're
I
really
tried
good
them
now.
out a while back and they sucked. There was
Oh no, they're
like one
great now.
choice for every thing you looked for.
No, because they don't hide any of the information. It isn't like sort of piled on by sort of just like useless bullshit. It's like you'll be able to find articles about like 9/11 and a lot of things that like so there was older articles that would point to evidence of like 9/11 being a real genuine inside job, and that they were talking about how there was a certain guy who like invested billions into the fucking terrorist security insurance on one of the buildings that got blown up, and he was able to make $40 billion I think off of that investment, which was only like 2 months before the buildings fell. It also had information about how there was like information on Hillary Clinton in the CIA building, which like seemingly crumpled for no reason. I think it's Building 7 is what they called it or something. And I was able to find like an article like that. What's up?
He's cutting out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
cutting
lagging,
out.
man.
Robot.
Salomon brother.
The Salomon
We
brothers?
heard that. We got that there.
The Solomon brothers. Oh,
they?
yeah. Okay. Damn. They're worth like 200 billion. Holy shit.
So how long have you guys been flat earthers? How long have you guys believed in it?
I've believed my whole life, 57 years.
Yeah. What made you believe it?
That the earth was flat?
Yeah.
My senses?
Yeah.
I've just never believed that they went to the moon. I've never believed none of the crap. I've just.
Do you have
Yeah,
like
the moon landing
a memory that you like
Yes,
remember
I do.
being the first one?
Well, I remember that American and Native American started telling me stories that match biblical stories when I was 3 years old until I was about 6 years old, and he told me that the school systems were going to lie to me and told me a lot of stuff, and I didn't remember a lot of it until after I got older. I've been remembering a lot more lately, a lot more. But when I finally picked up and read the Bible when I was 28, first time I had ever really sat and read anything in my life. I read the Bible and found out that all those stories he told me, they kind of lined up and matched, and so I've always just believed the earth was flat. And in school I would refuse to read anything. They diagnosed me with severe dyslexia because I said it was just garble. It didn't make sense to me. It was just a bunch of symbols that just didn't make sense. And so I never read all the way through school. They read everything to me.
Can you read now?
Oh yeah.
Good.
Like I said, when I was 28, I picked up the Bible and just started reading, and been reading ever since.
Good, man.
56, almost 57.
I was a 504 student. I had the option to make them read to me if I wanted to. I never did.
I
I
did.
did make them give me notes though. I wouldn't take
Because
their
it's
damn. I
on.
wouldn't write down their notes.
Because it's on record. Anytime I go anywhere, I make them read contracts to me if I have to sign anything. If they want me to sign a contract, I tell them they have to read it to me. If they say no, I say, well, according to the American Disabled, Handicapped Act, you have to. And by law, they have to because it's on record that I have a severe learning disability. And it's also on record that I'm tone deaf and I can't hear.
Is that
And so people have to take off their masks to talk to me because it's discrimination if they don't, because I have to read lips. That's what they believe.
How can you hear us when we talk to you over Discord then?
I have the volume all the way up.
Okay. Okay.
Really loud.
Fair enough.
You hear him laughing, right? He means like he tricks people into doing it.
Yes.
Wait, I see.
I have a
Yep.
question.
What did
Don't
you
you think
say?
it's harmful?
I can't hear you with the muzzle on. Think
Don't
what's
you think
harmful?
it's harmful that the school system is teaching us that the Earth is round and they're
It's
brainwashing all
extremely
these children?
My children weren't. I told them the truth. They fought with their teachers all the way through school, got in trouble. I'd go to the school, pick them up, and say, "Let's go get ice cream."
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
job.
I'm gonna go a
Good
step
job
above
putting
that
them in their place.
and not let complete strangers raise my children for me.
I have 7 children. I have 20 grandchildren now. I was going to say 18, but I got to quit saying that. There's 20 of them.
Congratulations, man.
Well, I'm glad you're
Thank
helping
you.
your children see differently because school's actually really harmful to kids.
People need to open their eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, think of what the children would do if a baby goat was there, man.
What?
The baby goat might try to run out the cafeteria windows or something. She said the school's bad for kids. Agreeing with her.
Right? Bad. Sheeple.
Kids, it's actually a baby goat. So when you call your children kids, you're calling them baby goats.
You
Oh.
got to be kiddling.
Every day.
So if somebody says you're kidding, you're pregnant. Pregnant with the goat? Kidding? When you're kidding, never mind.
Man, I've learned so much new shit from joining this.
That's my senseless humor.
I'm just happy I saw the light.
Yeah, I'm happy you
Pardon?
convinced us to join Hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want everyone to see the light and not to be so quick to listen to all of these stupid people around us.
Do you have to actually believe in flat Earth to join the Discord server? I can't invite people so that they can see the truth themselves, even if they're skeptics. Or
No, you don't have to believe. We don't believe.
Oh, that is a
Earth
good question.
flat.
yeah, what's the actual rules on that? Though?
Everybody's welcome.
If I were to, or if somebody were to come in and express an opinion that, does not go along with the flat Earth, they get banned for it.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I want to convert as many people.
I don't want to convert anybody. Everybody can believe in whatever.
When you know the truth, you want to shout it from the rooftops. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't try to convert anybody. Just
No, we
No.
gotta
just
convert
show
as
them.
many
Just
people as
show them the
possible, Elbow.
information.
They don't have to believe us, but I'd rather give them a chance to open their eyes.
Exactly.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. So what if you invite someone and it's one of those people that you brought in to try to like get them to see, but they end up like saying things that might seem like trolling. Like how do you guys like? Where's the fine line in that?
Well, I mean, there's a few things that it's a no here. We don't. If you say the Earth is a dinosaur, that's just trolling. I mean, there is some information out there that seems trollish because some what if the water is falling off the edges or whatever, yada yada yada. It seems trollish, but some people actually think that's actual what we think,
Yeah,
which
they're
is
trying to.
not right.
What about
So,
the ice wall around the Earth? Is that something you guys believe? Because I've heard that.
Oh yeah, I've heard that as well.
well, we have never been to Antarctica, so we can't really tell you what's in Antarctica.
You
But
personally, or
but they
in general?
I think personally, I haven't been there.
Yeah, okay.
So I mean, they do tell you that there's an ice shelf, which is
Yeah.
no, that's something that we didn't make up. That's what they tell you.
Because on the picture that you guys have on the Discord server, the ice wall is depicted on the sides.
Right. I mean, if like I said, if you look at history, when they went to Antarctica to explore Antarctica, there's an operation called Operation High Jump, meaning there was over I think a 200-foot ice shelf that they have to
Yes.
climb up to. So it's something that we didn't make up. That's something that they tell you in history. I mean,
Yeah, okay. So it's documented history.
Right. It's not something that we make up.
Yeah, so
Richard Bird.
Hawk, go to Google and type in ice wall. This is a globe term.
I
Not
thought
something Flat Earth is made up, right?
Yeah, okay.
It's a globe term.
Yeah.
And I want to remind everybody, we're not here to convince anybody, right? We're not here to convert. That would be doing the same again, right? Everybody here was indoctrinated or thought the globe lie, right? Everybody here got the same education. Why would you then go on and try and convert people?
No, we were
Okay.
halfway joking when we said that, but we do want to like give people the opportunity to see the light. Yeah, we want to introduce this to them. We're not going to push it onto them, obviously.
So, and you are a flat earther, Hawk?
I'd say I'm on the fence, but I'm leaning
Oh.
towards it. Yes.
And you want to then go out and tell everybody what
No, I was just talking
can
in general. I was just talking in general now.
So my advice would be learn the heliocentric model. Learn how it's supposed to work, right? It doesn't work, but learn how it's supposed to work and how you can take it apart. Because if you encounter an anti-flat earther, right, that will go the wrong way for you if you don't know the arguments.
Yeah. No,
Okay?
I'm not gonna go out and engage in a fucking argument about the shape of the Earth if I don't have.
Yeah, that's just
That's kind
this
of why
is
I'm
gonna
here,
go
though,
on
to get the
forever.
truth.
That's just
And,
gonna go on.
once again, I want to thank everybody who's taking the time to send me links and information so I can do my own studies. God bless.
Thank you.
God bless.
Amen. So, do you guys have any hobbies?
Researching the Earth.
Yeah.
Photographs.
You take photos.
Yep, flowers mostly.
I'd love to see some.
I would love to share some. I will do that.
Do you mind sending it in like the voice texting?
Yeah, can we all see them?
Yeah.
Of course you can.
Thank you.
I don't mind at all.
Thank you.
I love sharing the beauty that God created.
Me too. Like, we have such a beautiful world.
We're truly blessed.
I don't understand why I doubt sometimes, because if you guys knew how blessed my life has been, even though it seems like a curse to many, but my life has been so blessed, even though it's had a lot of tragedy in it, you'd probably be like, how could you ever doubt what you know? But I do all the time. I am so unsure of everything because I just feel like nothing is right.
Yeah.
Anyways.
No, that makes sense, man.
God is with you always. He's got your back. We all do.
Yes, I know he's got my back. I've actually been saying that lately. You don't want to mess with me. God's got my back.
Yeah.
All right, where did the conversation go? I was taking care of my little dog.
Well, IC24 was
Oh.
gonna show
Send
some of his pictures.
Yeah,
of
some
like
flowers.
flowers, he said.
I've got thousands of pictures, so I'm just kind of scrolling through and picking out a
Yeah, take your
couple of
time.
pretty ones.
I want to see.
Here you go.
I'm sure they're all
I'm
pretty.
sharing it right now in live stream.
Can I share
Or
it too?
not live?
Livestream voice text, yeah.
Live stream voice text.
There's...
I'm in that one.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wow.
Those are fire.
Nice.
Beautiful, man.
That's just the first one I found. So.
Why is slow mo enabled in here? Fuck. I can only share one then.
Those are some pretty flowers.
I like them.
Do you go out looking for flowers to take pictures of?
I
grew all these.
Yeah, I used
so
to
they're in your
take
garden.
like
Oh,
fucking
nice.
I used to walk for like 2.5 hours every day when I lived in Virginia, and like I would always come back taking like, or I would always try and get some really good pictures of shit. Let me send one.
God's miraculous.
God creates some beautiful things.
Yeah, like check this out. Pure creation right here.
Wow.
Yeah, that's beautiful, huh?
Wow.
You can't tell me the tricks.
Those are jockey cap. What are they? Jockey cap lilies.
They're beautiful.
I don't think I've ever seen these flowers before.
I'm trying to find my crimson. Oh gosh, ones that they use for corsages. Big, beautiful flowers. I'll show you one.
This
I
is
can
more of
find
like
it.
a sort of like dreary picture, I guess.
That's
I'll
quite
try to
nice
be
as well, man.
artistic.
Ooh. When did you take that one?
Just on a walk. I think it was at the sunset, like when the sun was around the set. Sometime. I don't know. I would literally go on walks sometimes if I couldn't sleep, which I would get up at like 6 a.m. in the morning, so it could be sunrise. I don't know.
I don't know why this is a beat up looking little bud, but for some reason this is one of my favorite pictures.
That is a really nice picture, though.
Yeah, that's powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, powerful. That's a good word to describe it.
I took that picture 50 times before I got that one. That's the one though.
That's like something I want to make into my like a desktop icon.
Yeah.
Oh,
This,
do
this
I
is like where I
wait?
used to walk.
Whoa, that one's really nice.
Can I put your photography as my wallpaper?
If you'd like
I mean,
to,
I don't care.
I don't have a problem with it, or I don't know who you're talking to.
You.
I. Yes, you may.
Thank you. They're very beautiful pictures.
Oh, they're God's creations, man. So I just enjoy being able to take pictures of them. It's like the
Yeah.
last thing I can do. I'm scanning through my pictures. I want to get to my. There's so many of them. Oh, you want to see some small flowers here? This flower is just incredible. Where is it? I just seen it. I went right past it. Oh,
Ooh.
there it is. Okay, here we go.
This one's kind of bad, but
That's very tiny flowers, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that your
fucking
thumb?
finger?
Yeah, geez, that's a small flower.
Yeah, that's my fingerprint. Whoops. Oh. Speaking
Yeah,
of flower,
that's profile picture worthy.
Let me see.
these are just as small almost.
Bro, those are so fucking cute.
Are those the same
They're like
size as the
baby
ones you took on the
flowers.
top?
I'll post another picture with it in a second. That puts my finger next to him, pointing at him. Because I take like 50 pictures of each.
Do you grow the flowers?
These were just in my yard. I dropped something and I was on my belly looking for it, and I was like, oh my goodness, check this out. And I started taking pictures of them. But see my finger pointing at
Wow,
them?
they're tiny, bro.
Yeah.
Ooh, let me show y'all this really nice sunset real quick.
I got a little bee too. Miniature bee. He's cute.
Is that planes in the background?
He's on a little tiny
I have
flower.
no idea.
Let me see if I can find him.
And then this is like my fucking.
Is there a photography tag?
Yeah, just like put all these pictures. This one was when I was walking at night and it was
Oh.
really fucking foggy.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that one's nice. I like that.
Yeah, I felt like a fucking little goth boy or something. I was like out here in the motherfucking woods at 4 a.m. God damn.
Is that a bee?
Yeah, wait, I'm gonna post how big that flower is. It's tiny. I didn't know bees existed that small. If I could find it. That is actually the flower on a radish. That's a radish flower, and they're each petal is about an 1/8 inch big. Trying to find a comparison photo. Oh, there it is. I always take a comparison photo.
Oh, someone deleted their link.
That is a tiny bee in that case, man.
You think that's a
Does
tiny
anyone
bee?
here
Yeah.
smoke weed?
Yeah, it's really tiny.
Yeah, I got some pictures of flowers too.
You smoke some weed? Alright, I'm gonna send you a meme real quick. This shit is pure fucking gold, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I quit taking pharmaceuticals 10 years ago, and that's all I
Yeah,
do
fuck
is
that shit. Like all
medical
that shit is
marijuana.
garbage. It's meant to fucking like let you die sooner.
I think they're doing that to the pharmaceutical weed too. Is they're
Yeah.
dumping chemicals in it to kill us. So I'm getting ready to start growing autoflower because I
Wait,
live in an apartment.
Are you able to view the video? Because I sent it from my phone and
We're
I
gonna
don't
have to
know.
download it to view it.
Oh, that's so bad.
Yeah.
And it's not going to affect my phone, is it?
Oh no, it's I don't know. I just sent it from my iPhone library and it just like fucking I don't know why it did that. Maybe Discord's just weird. It's literally
I
just
could
like
only hear
18
the audio.
seconds. What the fuck?
No, because I'm
It's so fucking
sorry,
funny.
baby. It's not loading.
That's upsetting. Well, I'll send you a Gordon Ramsay meme in the meme time. Ugh. Did I just say in the fucking meme time?
And the meme time. Oh, that's a good sentence. I treat my Minecraft dog. I treat my village.
Some more tiny flowers, peppermint.
Hey, I see, man. Have you played Minecraft?
Fuck yes.
No,
Minecraft, no.
No. Have you played any video games?
Yeah, Call of Duty Mobile.
Oh, I fuck with Call of Duty Mobile.
That's cool, man.
I'm a big Call of Duty Mobile fan. That's about it.
Yeah.
Did you play PUBG Mobile?
It's too hard for me to see the pickups and stuff what they are because the type is so small on it.
Yeah.
Call of Duty's a little bigger. It's easier to see.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I started playing PUBG. But when Call of Duty Mobile came out, I was all over it, and PUBG was gone.
Yeah, no, God bless Call of Duty.
Yeah, it's where I get my globe head frustration out. I just picture them all as globe heads and pop, 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 pop.
Yeah, man.
Because they're all zombies, the living dead coming after me.
I never even thought about that. That's a good
Kind
idea.
of what globe headers feel like sometimes, isn't it? Fucking zombies.
Yeah, I've got a pretty high score, but I got a tablet and I changed my account, or I went to put my account on my tablet,
Yeah.
and I lost my account somehow.
No, really?
Yeah, my Call of Duty account. So I just started a whole new account.
Sometimes it's nice with a fresh start, though.
Yo, I
No,
follow that meme account.
no, I want all my freaking damn guns back.
Follow it?
Unfortunately, I
did.
never paid for it. Unfortunately, I didn't spend any money on the game, so there's no.
That's good at least, man. No, you didn't lose.
It's like I forgot my password or something. I don't remember which one of my 4 emails that it was on. I've tried them all. It's like, what the hell? Well, they're saying the password or either the password or the email is incorrect. And it's like, I don't fucking know which one.
That's what they always
I've tried every combination. At least I think I've tried every combination. Obviously, I haven't because I haven't broke into it. The last account took almost a year for me to figure it out.
You know, the fault can probably be on their end, bro. You never know with, the big companies.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh my god!
I'm
I just
going
saw
through
this,
my.
but it's from so long ago.
Oh my god.
Now am I missing something there? Now we won't have a pet monkey?
No, we won't have a pet monkey. That's what she's saying.
It's just dumb. It's just like it's just one of those jokes that there's just
That's
nothing
why
to
it's
it.
so funny. That's why it's so funny. It's like this is like one of the stupidest memes I've ever seen. I like stupid memes. I don't know why.
I'm gonna go get a snack. I'll be back.
Best of
He
luck.
just
Because
got
like
shot
he wanted
and
to,
she's still just.
like he
ahead.
wanted to have a relationship with a gal, but she doesn't.
She just doesn't want to fucking pet
Well, if she
monkey,
doesn't
bro.
want a pet monkey, I don't want that relationship, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Not wanting that pet monkey is like not wanting me.
that's a deal
Not gonna
breaker,
work.
bro.
Yeah, that's a hard pass.
Yes, I need that pet monkey in my life.
That's so funny.
Who else
Oh
is
my
gonna like
goodness.
that on this?
Pet monkey in your life.
Yeah, man.
Why would you need a pet glober?
Mhm. Oh no, monkeys are all flat earthers. I've known a few.
They don't have concepts of that, bro.
Oh yes, they do. Just ask one.
They say that there's been a monkey in
I see what
space.
you're doing. Yeah, that's actually yeah.
Yeah, like they sent a monkey up in space.
Well, they're telling you they did.
Yeah.
Somebody's got a monkey in his head because space is all in their head.
Yeah, word, man. No, fucking space, bro. Imagine believing that shit.
I was just thinking that all through my life, even though I believed the earth was flat, I've had moments of cog dissonance because I used to, watch Star Wars, Star Trek, and all those things and think how wonderful it would be to go into outer space,
Yeah. Hey,
Even though I
Wars
believed the
is
earth.
fucking cool though, right? It's still fucking
Yeah.
cool though you don't believe in space.
Well, with science fiction, I love science fiction still, so
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the next Mandalorian to come out.
Oh, that was a good show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The Baby Yoda show.
Yep.
Fucking wonderful.
It's the animation and what they're doing is pretty incredible with effects.
Yeah, I
You
love
know?
where they're taking the show, just expanding on the whole Star Wars universe.
What's up with this Captain Caveman with no rolls?
Captain Caveman.
Captain Caveman was my hero when I was a child. That was my favorite cartoon character. Captain Caveman. I don't remember. I can't. Anyways, yeah.
I think I'm too old for that. Not too young, sorry, too young for that. Don't.
All right, I'm back. What did I miss?
That's funny. Well, my 4-year-old nephew says, I remember I did that back when I was your age. Told his dad that.
Yeah, I got.
We busted up laughing.
I gotta start winding down, but I'll talk to y'all later.
You have a
take care.
blessed day, man.
Yeah, have a good one, bro.
Have a good one.
I don't know why I say have a good one. Good one what? Good what? I don't even know what that means.
Well, I'm gonna go too. I'm
A good
pretty
one,
tired.
whatever you want.
God bless everyone. Have a good day.
Bye.
God has blessed. Thank you. God bless you too.
God bless.
I have a question, but I don't mean to seem like I don't know how to say like. Because I guess I'm still kind of new to this.
Yeah.
I don't. I
ask
just.
anything, dude.
I just.
We love questions.
I don't really like asking questions because I feel like it sounds like a joke or like it's like. But I just don't know the answer to it since I'm like newer to it, and I just don't want anyone to get offended.
No, you'll be fine.
So earlier we were talking, or someone, I forgot who mentioned it, but someone was mentioning how like the whole like trolling thing, how like, you know, water like falling off the edges and stuff, you know? And I just like what's the counter argument to that, to like for like flat earthers? Like what do you guys
Antarctica
what do you
is
guys
the
say that?
shoreline of the world pond. Okay? You can't fall off the edge of a lake. And water, you know, you get what I'm saying? You can't fall off the edge of a lake. And if the Antarctica is the shoreline all the way around us of our world pond, you know, continents are just little islands in it. At least that's
Okay.
what I think.
Okay, no, that makes sense. No, I respect that.
Anybody else got a
An input?
Yeah, like why people don't fall off the edge if the earth is flat. That's what you're looking for, right?
Well, I mean, I was
Or
mainly
why
talking about
water
like the
doesn't fall
water,
off
but
the
like
wall,
that, I
why
guess that
water
applies to
does
it as
fall,
well.
whatever. But it was good to go just straight to Antarctica being the world pond, because it being on a ball in the first place presupposes the ball. And the idea that water could stick to a ball. But
I'm kind of up in the air about the lost world history or flat Earth history or whatever. I don't remember the 7-part series where he starts talking about the moon being a reflection of the land. I'm still not sure what to think about that. I'm really kind of torn about it. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I've not seen it. Should share the link.
It's down in chill in the chill text. We had just posted the link before I came up here.
Nice.
It's in there, so I was gonna make sure it was there. Chill text. Where is it?
All right. Well, I'm getting pretty tired.
Did you
It's 6
find it?
a.m. for me.
I'll repost it.
I'll see you guys. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
getting
that's
pretty
all right.
tired.
All right, take care.
I hope you guys have a good day, and God bless you too.
You too.
Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you.
Anybody in here remember when I first came into the server?
I don't know. I wasn't here long enough.
When I first came into the server, I was still struggling with ADHD and or ADHD. Yeah. Anyways, and I could not. I would stay in here for a few seconds and then blow up and just leave the server. You know, because I just couldn't focus and concentrate, and I'd just get real frustrated and just leave. But somebody in here told me about doing the charcoal cleanse and the clay, and I did it, and I can't believe the difference it made in my thoughts. How I'm able to sit down and think about things. It's crazy. But I was just wondering if anybody remembered how I was when I first came into the server compared to how I am now. And they were pretty patient with me. That's all I was getting at. Was they were pretty patient with me because I was like bipolar.
To be honest, I mean, like you're pretty much like describing me. I have ADHD and I'm also bipolar. Except I
Well,
have
you
Tourette
need
syndrome.
well try do a charcoal cleanse. I took it for a couple of days, and then I let off for a couple, and then took it for a couple of more days, and I cannot believe the difference it has made in my life. It's incredible. Um, honestly, it's just wow. I don't know what to think. I'm not saying that it'll work for you 100%. I just know what it did for me.
I'm into a lot of holistic healing.
Have you tried cleansing with charcoal? Bamboo charcoal is what I used.
I haven't. I use I use white sage.
Well, I took the charcoal 3 times a day, 2 capsules, and I took it for only I think 3 days the first time, and I started to get a little constipated, so I laid off for 2 days, and then started again for like 2 days, and then off for one day, and then back on for 2 days, and then after that I didn't do it anymore because I noticed I was already noticing the difference, but it wasn't making any more difference, so I quit doing it.
Right.
But
I actually take some. I drink coffee that helps me with my symptoms.
right, I used to.
I mean,
I
I
used to
don't
have
just drink. I don't just drink coffee. Coffee. I mean, I take uh
take it medically. Drink coffee medically, caffeine medically, to calm you down, to help you.
like
That's why I had to drink coffee
right.
as a
Um,
regulator, not as a stimulant, but as a regulator.
I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, caffeine does help people with
Yeah.
ADHD.
Yes.
And that's the reason why one of the reasons why I even take it. Uh but the coffee does is that it it's plant based and it releases dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins naturally, like in your body.
Right.
Because of my bipolar, it this coffee helps me because of my bipolar as well. And even though that it releases these natural chemicals in my body, I know I'm aware of because of my Tourette syndrome. Aware of what's happening to my body. It's because Tourette syndrome is a neurological condition. So I understand that the muscle pains and aches are gonna come. They're gonna happen because of what I'm taking. But
Okay.
And
Do you
I say,
believe that it's because you were vaccinated when you were younger that you have what you have?
what do you mean?
Do you think that you just ended up with this because it was luck of the draw? Or do you think that people like Bill and Linda Gates pushing vaccinations, their predecessors, fed all of us vaccinations as children? Do you think that it could be because of the vaccinations that you have the problems that you have today?
Yeah, like I do believe that the
Okay.
medications that they were giving me was making me worse. Like they diagnosed
Okay.
me with ADHD, but I felt that they kind of misdiagnosed me, and it ended up with the results of how I am today. And now that I've
Okay.
looked, because I've studied I went into massage therapy, studying medicine and learning herbs, and like I found myself turning turning vegan and watching my health, meditating and eating a
The
certain
reason
way.
reason they told me to do the charcoal cleanse was to get the heavy metals out of my body that the vaccinations put in me that were poisoning me my whole life. And when I did the charcoal cleanse, it pulled all that toxin that's been in my body my whole life out of me. Okay? And helped me a lot. I'm just saying, if you haven't tried a charcoal cleanse, you really should try it. You should look into it. You know what? There's doctors. The doctor that I listened to that got me to do it. I will share the link with you. I will look it up right now.
Yeah, I'll
Um,
definitely look into it too. I'll definitely look into that. Charcoal
I'm just
cleanse.
saying it helped me so much, man. It helped. I can't believe how much. And not only me, but there's a lot of people out there. And I
I
guess,
believe it. I believe
and
it.
I'm
And
not sure
also
about
like,
the colloidal silver, but I
yeah, I was
hear
just about
really
to
good
say
things
real
about it.
silver too. Silver helps as well.
I can't say nothing about that, but I've heard about it. That's all I could say.
I can. I've taken real silver. It helps. I've taken it.
I'm not sure what colloidal silver is. I think it's just maybe broke down in a solution or something. I don't know. But I don't know. It seems like putting any metal in your body in a form that isn't in food shouldn't. Alright, where the heck is that? Oh, well, I'm in the wrong YouTube channel. What? Where are you, Doc? Every time I turn around, I swear I have channels missing. Oh, there he is, Dr. Josh. Okay. If I can find it. Dr. I think this is the guy, but it doesn't look like him. Well, I'll just give you a link to one of his. He has got shows about everything, but he's
Also look into taking the cannabinoids too.
I've been doing that for. He's got a lot of videos, and I'm not sure which one covers the dang charcoal. How to heal this, how to heal that.
Is it something I can look up on YouTube? Like if I
No,
look up
his
his
name
name,
is.
and then if I look up
Yeah,
his name and then put charcoal cleanse, it'll show me on YouTube.
you might be able to. I don't know, but his name is Dr. Alex.
All right.
Jason Alex, I think his name is. Josh Alex. Or, I mean Alex. I don't know why I said Alex. Axe. AXE. Dr. AXE. Josh Axe.
All right, Dr. Josh Axe.
Yep.
And look up charcoal cleanse. All right.
But he also talks about clay, about a lot of stuff. So, anyways, he was referred to me by I think it was by, man, I hope I'm right about this. I believe it was Elijah, but I'm not positive. I don't want to say the wrong person. But somebody here on the server hooked me up with the guy's video, with the guy's channel, and I watched the video and followed his instructions, and it made a difference in my life. So I hope that's even the right doctor. It's the only one I have. It's got to be. Well, I give you props, bro, for being on here and putting yourself out there, because a lot of people shut themselves in.
Really appreciate it. It's really hard. It is, man. It's not easy. I don't think it's easy what any of us is actually doing either, too, trying to be truth seekers or even trying to seek the truth, period.
Yeah. So I got these picture of this little bitty cloud that looks like a gummy bear on skis, and it's blocking out the whole sun and making the clouds just below that little gummy bear cloud dark. And as soon as I find it here, I'm going to share it, and I'll share the next photo when it comes out of the cloud. And you can see that the clouds are all lit up after it comes out and all dark. Whew. Too many pictures. Hmm. Oh, is that it? No. I need to sort my pictures. I need to get rid of a bunch. Great. I don't know what the heck this was, but I took a picture of it because I didn't know what the heck it was. I was trying to see if I could see something in the picture, but forgot how to post. There was a bright light at the end of the stream, whatever it is.
That's cool.
But the picture doesn't show it as well as it was, and there was no chemtrail plane that went by. It's not a chemtrail. It's different. It's like a wake almost. Those clouds just look like something poked through them several times, don't they? Like something came through them really quick. Like if you look to the right side of the picture, going in a downward left motion, it looks like something like punched through the clouds, come through the clouds, and
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
I don't know, man. Strange things going on in the sky. There it is. I found the little gummy bear cloud. Gummy bear with skis. There, okay. You see how the clouds are darkened? It's like almost the whole sky got dark from just one little cloud.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
But it just kind of struck me odd. I mean, if the sun is supposed to be 93,000 or a million miles away, how is it that that little bitty cloud is blocking out the whole sun and making those clouds dark? Because they're two different heights. That little cloud is up quite a bit higher than the lower clouds, than the two big fluffy ones. They're down low, but not that low. But it does look like a kind of like a gummy bear with skis. You think? I do. I don't care.
It looks pretty nice. It looks.
See the rainbows in the cloud?
I can see the gummy bear.
The rainbows in the cloud? It doesn't. Wow, not rainbows, but the there's a that one foot looks like a duck's head on the front of the ski. I never noticed that before, that it had a little duck's head. Well, and right above him is a man. Looks like he's got his hands together. Up and to the left just a bit.
Yeah.
That's funny. I see faces everywhere I go. I see faces in all the clouds. I see faces in stucco, drywall.
Yeah, I see things in clouds too.
I see faces everywhere. Oh, I forgot I got this one. Tell me what you think this one looks like. What do you mean? I'm not allowed to. What? Somebody just blocked me from posting? Did I post too many pictures?
No, if the picture is above 100 megabytes, then it might be that it isn't allowed to post.
Huh. I don't think it's more than 100 megabytes. I haven't taken. It was taken off of one of my old cameras, not this one's 8K.
So maybe the format, I don't know. Let me check.
Sometimes. Did it? No, it did not post it. Okay. Even
No,
though my camera's.
I can't see. I can't see that your message been deleted. So I think it's on Discord's end that it won't upload.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't upload at all. It just told me that it couldn't do it right now. Then I lost the darn picture. That was chemtrails. Oh, there it is. Okay. Where do I see the size at? Oh, there it goes. It's letting me share it now. Okay. What's that look like?
A bird.
What's that?
A bird.
Yeah, looks like a phoenix.
Yeah.
I love taking pictures. Captures the moment, especially clouds, because then you can look at them and see all different kinds of things in them. I really wish I had my 80 gig hard drive that my sister stole that had all my pictures. She probably threw it away because she's just evil. But it had wonderful pictures of the Nevada sky of some extremely strange clouds that look like donuts. Donut clouds, dots. There was a bunch of dots, just perfectly round dots in the sky. Just all kinds of strange phenomenon going on in the Nevada sky. Yeah, it is a beautiful picture.
I can't seem to share anything either. Weird.
I can barely hear you. My volume's
Oh.
up. Oh, that's better.
I said I can't really share anything either. Though I should have permission to. Weird.
I don't know for sure. What it? One second, Meru. Yeah, let me check. What happened?
An awesome photo.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me check what happened. Yeah, weird. It's not being deleted, so I think it's something to do with Discord at this point, because the bot.
Oh wait. Let me check if the browser works. Discord. Sometimes the browser or the app it might make a difference, but let's see. Nope. I'm dragging a picture to. It says that plus sign and copy, and I let go of the mouse, and nothing happens. No message, nothing.
I finally found all my lilies, my pictures of my lilies. I don't even think she's still in here. The one that wanted to see him.
Those are really beautiful.
I love my crimson lilies, and they didn't grow this year for some reason. They're very rare.
I don't know what.
Meru, can you try again? Can you
Yes.
try again?
Yes, now it works.
Okay, yeah, it depends on the role you have now got the image.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And it seems that in the lobby you can post, but not here because of the live stream. So now you have image perms here.
Sweet.
Okay.
That is a man, ear, everything. Oh my goodness, that is a demon in the sky.
There's a theory behind this that it's you know how sonic booms when they break
Yeah.
a sound barrier you actually switch to a different dimension or something, and when that happens you get these clouds, these weird anomalies. Hang on, maybe I can find a picture.
That's a freaking demon, man. Oh my goodness. You take that?
No, I found it, but
Oh.
it's hang on. Wait, this one is.
That's got to be photoshopped.
No.
I thought maybe you took it yourself.
Let's see.
Wow. If that's not Photoshop, that's incredible. That is just freaking incredible.
Let's see. Oh, but there are. Wait, I'm going too fast. This one.
And I've seen pictures like this in fire. I've seen faces like this or more demonic in flames and smoke clouds from fires and stuff. That's just crazy.
Yes. Oh wait, that's an.
Wow, that is just something else.
Save image 2. All right. Then 1. So you have this phenomenon, with the sonic boom. It creates this cloud-like substance when they breach the sound barrier.
I've seen that.
And then when you have something like this, you know how Disney and all that sort of things like to show the truth in plain sight?
Yeah.
It got me thinking to this. in the old movie The Lion King, where the father lion dies, he comes back and talks to Simba in a cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just found it really uncanny. Food for thought.
That's just.
Oh, that's beautiful. Wait, I have a lot of nature photos as well. Nature,
Yeah.
Nature 2021. Oh, this was a really toxic sky. Beautiful, but toxic.
I was looking for my double sunset. My two suns. There's two suns.
Two suns?
You can tell it's not a sun flare because we took a picture and then took another picture about a mile down the highway. A second picture. My wife did. Where?
Oh wait, I have one awesome photo of sun dogs. That was in Sweden, so I have to check. Mm. Oh wait, this one is awesome as well. Lightning.
Oh, I've got several videos of lightning and I can't figure out how to edit them.
What I did was basically spam the photo button. Just keep it pressed and it will make like 1,000 photos in a minute or something. Then just
Of the video, it'll turn it all into photos.
no, just when you with an iPhone. I don't have an iPhone anymore, but you can hold the button and it will just keep snapping.
I can do that on my Samsung.
Okay.
I didn't think about that.
And then you get like 1,000 photos or a lot, and then you open the folder and you just see a bunch of dark ones, and then the bright ones, like the one I posted, they really stand out. So you can just take as many photos as you can, delete all the useless ones, and yeah. That's how I got these pictures. But that wasn't what I was looking for.
During the last big fire. Oh, back to not letting me post again. Why is it doing that? Oh, I love photos of lightning. I love photos of clouds in the sky.
This one is also awesome. But no. Come on.
Like, I need to go through and delete pictures, man.
No, never delete pictures.
Oh, I
Always keep them.
take like 15, 20 pictures of each picture of each thing, and then I pick out the best one.
Okay, yeah,
because
okay.
because I can't see very well. So I don't use autofocus. I'll use the focus, and then I'll sit there and move the camera while I'm just taking a bunch of pictures back and forth, and then I'll zoom in on them to see which one has the best detail in the center.
Oh, that works too. You can always never make too many photos. But this one was in Sweden. I was on a vacation and we saw this sundog. I couldn't get it entirely on the camera, but You can see the outline. But this one I did take myself.
Oh, this is a pretty cool one.
Yeah, it was really magnificent is too short a word. It was amazing. The feeling you have when you see something like that, it just makes you feel blessed or something. There's so much beauty in nature. There's
Yeah.
really an abundance of it.
The sun was lighting up just the bottom of the flower.
Oh wow.
I wish I could see the rest of your photo. I mean,
Translucent.
I wish there was more to the,
Oh wait.
more to the photo
This was
to see the rest of the circle around the sun.
this was on the North Pole. I have a
Did it
ton of
have?
I have a ton of photos of the North Pole, by the way. I went to this ice hotel. It's basically a hotel made of ice, and every year they
I've
take it
seen
down.
videos of it.
Okay, I have a lot of photos. I can share some.
Just had an interesting conversation with my child's principal.
Some really weird stuff.
Oh,
wow, that's pretty
yeah.
Oh, it has a cooldown or slow mode. Oh, this was really amazing.
Huh. So they that on Friday they were trying to require the mask on the districts here in Texas.
Yeah.
They were trying to go against Greg Abbott.
Child abuse.
Yeah, they were trying to go against Greg Abbott mandate saying that you can't no government entity or entities or government funded, education can be can mandate anybody to wear, even especially schools can mandate any students to wear masks. They're saying nope, that the district decided that they're gonna require on Sunday. Supreme Court sided with Greg Abbott, and I told my kids you're not wearing masks. You don't have to. Yada yada. So they went into class. The principal calls me. Like, whoa, the students are required to wear masks. I was like, no, they're not. According to the Supreme Court, yada yada yada. And any government funded entity or any government entity don't have to be. Well, this is not a government entity. You're funded by the government, aren't you? Like, no, we're not. We're funded by the state. I was like, hello?
State government. Moron.
Right? And that's the principal? I was like, is that the principal?
What an idiot.
Right? And so then she was like, well, if for lunchtime, they're going to have to be separated. And I was like, oh, so you're going to discriminate against my children? And she was like, no. Oh, they just have to be separated because the lunchtime is something different. I was like, no, hold on. You're discriminating against my kid. Let me record this because if you're going to discriminate on my kid, I want to have it. Oh, if you're going to record, I'm going to have to hang up. So she hung up.
Oh, wow.
So she called me back 2 minutes later. I guess she called the superintendent, and the superintendent set her straight, like, yeah, we can't require. So she calls me, she's like, well, we're required to give them a mask, but it's their choice whether they want to wear it or not. Like, okay, that's fine. You can give them a mask, but let them choose. And make sure you tell them it's their choice, because I'm going to ask them if they tell you that.
I wouldn't even wipe my butt with it, even if there was no toilet paper on this earth. Really.
Exactly.
Wow. I thought that whole toilet paper thing was stupid.
Right? And it was what's crazy is like, if this is the principal, then she doesn't know she's a government entity. The school is government. Oh, I'm concerned.
Yeah, you should.
She thinks she works for a private school.
Yeah, I should have asked her. So when did this become a private school?
No doubt.
Yeah.
They just make up shit as they go. They're just like cops, man. I've always hated teachers and the whole school system because they're a bunch of liars, just like the cops are.
Yep, exactly. And then she wanted to say that the governor mandate was that they are required to wear a mask. I'm like, no, it isn't. That was the first thing she came up with. I was
If I
like, no, that's not what the actual paper says.
if I was a kid
Circle.
going to the school, then no, I would not wear one ever. I've always been like this. The moment
I
someone,
don't wear a mask and I make them take theirs off to talk to me because I have to read lips to see what they're saying. And it's discrimination if they don't.
the moment someone says I must do something, I am immediately no, I don't. Then I always go against it. It's,
Always.
yeah,
So do I. I can't help myself, even if it's something that I want to do.
yeah. But it got me into a lot of trouble until I was 18 and I had a voice of my own. Then I couldn't do jack shit anymore. But before that, it was all just one giant, big cesspool of, yeah, very unpleasant words to be inserted.
Yeah, I was there. Probably a few generations before you, but I was still in that situation all the way, my whole life, pretty much. I've always hated authority.
Yeah,
Always. I have always believed that because I've always believed that we are all created equal, that
yeah.
no man has the right to apply authority over me in any way. So I have no respect for courts. I have no respect for cops. I have no respect for anybody who wants to oppose themselves as authority over me because you're just as equal as I am. You have no power over me.
I have something like you can earn my respect, but you can't force it.
Yes.
And there are a small percentage of cops and the likes who really are good people, but unfortunately, you almost never encounter them. And if you do, then they have a colleague who is really insane. So because of
So
the
you mean
insane coworker, they can't.
All I got to say,
Yeah.
I got them zombie rounds galore. Anyway, go ahead. I was joking. It was a bad joke. Go ahead.
This one is
you
also
mean
really beautiful.
those governed are those who vote?
Who votes?
Yeah, those should be the ones who are governed. And those who don't vote shouldn't be.
That's right. We should be allowed to have a piece of land away from the cities and away from towns to do with what we want with.
In this country, you can't even go out camping in nature.
Huh.
They find you and yeah.
So why? Because they're afraid that a bumblebee's going to give you COVID?
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous bullshit, man.
Yeah, protection of nature and such. But I don't care. I go wherever I want, and I think it was 2 years ago that I went camping on a how do you call it? A natural preserve. And at the third night, these forest rangers or something like it, they couldn't find me even though they were 20 feet apart or something. And them flashlights are really intense.
And they
Yeah,
couldn't find you? Walked right by you?
no, no. Oh wait, I have photos actually of that. Makes it a bit more clearer. Photos. Me.
I got that rap song in my head now. Zombie rounds galore.
Camping. Campsite 1. Let's see. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna edit it a little bit. Edit. Just rhyme a few lines. 1, 2. Yeah, so this is my tent, and the black line, it's rather thin, but that's this dike. But these forest rangers, they were walking really, yeah, just behind those trees you see there, and they couldn't find me.
I can see why. That
Yeah,
blends in pretty good.
yeah, yeah. I chose that color for specifically that reason. Oh wow, this one.
Would have been nice to have a wrist rocket to shoot them in the butt while they weren't looking.
The funny thing was, my car was actually parked on that dike on this small, how do you call it, parking place or something.
That's probably why they were there looking for you, is because your car was there.
No, I think they got some complaints because I was cooking and making fire and smoke, and where there's smoke, there's fire, and
During the day or at night?
all the time.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
whenever
you
I wanted to.
never burn during the day when you're somewhere you're not supposed to be. Make sure you
Yeah,
build a pit and build your fire low so it can't be seen from a distance.
this was the fire.
And you can build a fire during the day, just do the same thing and try to keep the flames going good, but yeah, too much smoke during the day.
Yeah, the wood was also a bit moist.
Which makes it smoke more.
Yes. But yeah, if you can just find a nice spot, have a good camouflage tent, yeah, that really reduces the chance of being spotted. This was at night.
I've done my share of camping.
It's really amazing. It really lets you, how do you say it? Unwind. Just to let go of everything, all issues. Just be with nature.
I don't know. Camping was great for my family, but it caused me to go into a deep depression. We lived in a tent for a year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fun for like a week, but a year.
The kids loved it. They wanted to go back to a tent as soon as we got in the house, and it wasn't because we couldn't afford to get into a house. It was because we had a big family and nobody wanted to let us move into their house.
Okay, that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah. Life goes on. We were blessed. We were blessed with good things. We had fun.
I was kicked out of my home when I was like 14. I was in a
Wow.
really dark place. Yeah, I deserved it. Not gonna lie, but I had to live.
I moved out when I was 15.
Okay.
But so I got a job. Went to work.
I have.
Anyways, go ahead. You were just a little hellion, huh?
Oh yeah. I had to survive for like 3-4 months. It was not pleasant.
Did you figure it out though?
Oh yeah.
Figured out you wanted to go back home,
Yes.
huh?
A warm home and a meal.
Yeah.
Especially the last part. I mean, at 14, nobody wants to hire
Yeah.
you, especially if you, are pretty much homeless.
I just happened to have a full beard when I was 15. I started growing facial hair when I was 12. Time I was 15, I had a full beard. I was buying all the beer for my older friends that were 18 and couldn't buy beer yet. And a guy comes up and says, what are you doing tomorrow? I said, nothing. And he said, be at this address. And I was like, okay. And I showed up and he gave me a job roofing.
Oh,
I roofed for 10 years and then started building custom homes for 30.
pretty awesome.
That's.
I've been in these, you call it, I've been handed over to the authorities. Kind of
And
like
where do you live? France?
Netherlands.
Oh, Netherlands. Oh, I thought you were somebody else I was talking to earlier. Said they were from France. You're from the Netherlands.
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know nothing about law enforcement in the Netherlands.
it's hopeless.
It sucks, yeah. It sucks.
Sheeple. It's the law. Obey the law.
Yeah, we had the like a month or two ago, maybe 3, was it? That they told us, yeah, in over a week you can the mask can go off, right? So they told us like Monday, and then it was like Friday or Saturday, then the mask could go off, and still nobody did it, right?
Yeah.
Only
Well,
on the
here
day.
they did. In the north they did. I live
Nah,
in Friesland.
really?
Yeah. And
Well,
over
nobody
here,
did.
it's really something else. Only one time I had somebody complain. That was at the supermarket. If I wanted to wear a mask, I said no. Yeah, do you have this, say it in English? The papers. Let's just leave it at that.
No, yeah, certificate. So yeah,
Yeah, I could show you.
exemption. It's called an
Oh yeah,
exemption. Yeah.
exemption, yes.
I'd go to prison in your country.
I will
I
probably,
would.
I will probably go there too. Although,
I'm rude and mean. I tell them all good animals should wear muzzles. You know, and all kinds of stuff like that. My wife says I'm socially unacceptable and not allowed to go out in public with her. I say all kinds of stuff to them. I can't stand being around people that wear masks.
me neither.
I tell them how stupid they are, and because of their stupidity, it's making everybody have to freaking keep doing it because you won't figure it out and quit wearing your fucking mask. Do your own research and find out that breathing your own air is just as good as eating your own shit and drinking your own piss.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's.
I say that to them. Ask my wife; she'll tell you.
Oh wow.
I say a lot worse too. I can't help myself. I try not to be like that. I don't know why I'm like that.
Oh no,
I need anger management.
we need more people like you, I would say. Especially in this time of day.
I'm courteous to the people that are working though that have to wear a mask. I never say nothing to them, and I always apologize for saying stuff to other people if they're in earshot. And I always tell them, you know, it's not directed toward you. You're being forced to do this. I understand that. But these assholes that are wearing their mask because
Yeah,
they're just ridiculous.
they're idiots.
Especially Arizona doesn't have a mandate at all for masks. None. But everybody's wearing them. Pisses me the fuck off, man.
Where I
You know,
live,
because they're
it's really, yeah. I don't know. People are more down to earth or something. They just go about their business, don't pay much attention to what I do, or but yeah, if I go to the south of this country, then it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I know.
It's depressing.
in the south, he's in the north.
Yeah, I'm southeast. No, south.
West.
Southwest. Sorry, southwest. Yeah, I'm southwest.
I am Northwest.
And I live in Northeast Arizona.
Arizona. That's,
Arizona, United States. Sholo, Arizona. Yeah, Arizona is the desert and dry. Everybody thinks, but I'm up in the pine trees, up in the mountains. Arizona has.
I hate Google Earth, but it has its uses. I hate it because it's not accurate at all.
Well, Google Earth and Google Maps are two different things, and the images are even different. They're not the same.
Okay. I'm not surprised actually.
Yeah, so was I when I found out. I went back and forth between the two apps several times, and I'm like, why wouldn't they be the same? Why wouldn't Google Earth and Google Maps be identical?
Do you live in East Arizona?
It's actually kind of central, but they say it's northeast. But we're more central, I think.
What about elevations there?
63.
I worry about.
We're at 6,300 feet, or 63,000. Yeah, 6,300 feet.
6,300. That's like. I have no idea.
Oh.
Like 8,000. I have to look it up. Feet. Yeah. What did you say it was? 16,000? No.
4 meters.
1,920 meters.
Oh, that's not too bad. A lot better than where I live. I live below sea level, so if a catastrophe hits us, I'm screwed. We all are.
But if you're on a ball, you could never be below sea level.
True. Yeah.
It couldn't happen.
This is.
I never thought about that until just now, but
It's gonna get bad. I think. Yeah. Really bad.
I think so too. I have bad visions and dreams about it. Not really dreams, but visions, because they're during the day when I'm awake.
Okay. I've
So
a lot of dreams that can be interpreted as visions because they. I don't know. I have always dreamt very lucidly. 4, 5 dreams a night. I would dream in color, and yeah, it's not always pleasant. But with the visions, they are really something else. It's horrible.
not all of it's horrible though. I see visions past all the horribleness into to 1,000 years of peace and love and happiness and joy, and that's actually where my name I see too far.
Is it Matthew?
That's actually where it came from.
I have to look this
I
up.
see beyond this realm and I want to be there. I don't want to be here no more. I hate it here.
When lightning cometh from the east. Yes, that one. Matthew 24:27. For as the lightning cometh out of the east and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. This lightning, I've had a really peculiar dream about it.
Yeah.
Like, the Milky Way, the Great Rift.
Yeah.
In my dream, I was standing at this grass field, and I was standing there, and suddenly there was thunder, lightning, and the sky just tore open, like the curtains were being pulled. The earth was very, very much shaking, And yeah, it was terrifying. And I never thought much about it until I read that chapter of Matthew. I mean, it was really insane. I have no doubt that what I saw in that dream, everybody in the whole world can see. Wait, I have some examples stored. Let's see.
It's a crazy world we live in. I know
Yes.
that. Things aren't getting no better. If I was going to be afraid of anything, it would be how my children are going to respond
Oh, yes.
to bad things happening to their children. You know,
Yeah.
saying it'll all stop if you just give us your soul. I mean, they're not going to be saying it like that, but they're saying, you know, we'll just get the vaccination or whatever it's going to be. You know, those of us that don't get it, we're going to be tortured and all kinds of, we're going to be made public examples. But I'm ready for it.
Oh,
I'm going to be up there.
I don't fear anything, to be honest. I never did, actually.
I fear God.
I
That's the
don't.
only thing I've ever feared in my whole life. And I don't really fear him because I don't worry about his judgment, wrath coming up
Yeah.
on me because I'm not that bad of a person.
Yeah, but I don't fear God because God is perfect and He is good and He is love. So whatever His judgment for me is the right
Is
thing.
accurate.
So
That's what I say.
yeah, I don't have anything to fear because yeah, what happens, it
I
happens
I
because it's
deserve
love.
whatever I get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's going to be fair and just, and I know that to be true. So I have no worries there.
oh wow, it's really windy. What the fuck? What's happening here? Oh wow, this
Oh,
is.
that's cool. You're the first person that I've heard say the same things. That you know, that's cool to hear.
Everything will be paid for.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this means that if you owe something, it doesn't mean it's going to be forgiven. Once you get his blessing, he speaks life for you, eternal life. So it will be a short time, that time which you pay back
I
your
prayed.
debts.
I prayed a lot
Yeah,
for God to take away my doubt because
yeah.
deep down I was still unsure whether Jesus actually died for us for our sins.
Yes.
So I prayed and I prayed and I prayed, and maybe 2 months later or something, I had this what you how do you say this? Let's say it a divine experience or something,
Yeah.
where I was just given the information. It was just yeah.
I
He
was an
says he'll.
atheist. And
It was just
Satan
instant
is.
knowledge or something, and I just instantly knew that not only did he die for our sins, but that he would return, and that
Well,
I will never forget it.
Awesome.
It was like every
he
pulp.
died. He died with the purpose to be able to save lives,
Yes,
because life is from him, and he's a god of life.
but
So he's not a god of death. He does not want. He did not brought death into the world. It is the
Never
wicked
thought that.
ones. Yeah,
but yeah, that
it is
feeling
the
that
wicked one that led men astray, and this led to death.
yes,
So
Right. Like Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. And I knew exactly what he meant when I read that. That there are walking dead amongst us. They're already
yes,
dead.
yes,
Their
yeah,
souls are damned. There's nothing they
Yeah.
can do about it. They're gone because of their sins and their whatever
He means by that
disbelief.
that you can say anything to that man and he will not listen to you. He will still have his doctrine and self-belief in his mind. You cannot change him.
Casting pearls before swine.
Yes.
When
It's
you
like they have horse blinds.
my neighbor, I tried to explain to him about why the earth is flat. He screamed at me and
Oh
with the
my God.
voice of a demon and told me to get out of his well, he didn't tell me to get out of his house. I got up and I left.
Yeah, but
He's
yeah.
tried to drag me back into the conversation several times since,
Mhm.
but I will not engage him in conversation because I feel that it's casting pearls before swine
Mm-hmm.
because of how he came at me sideways, screaming at me like he did
Yeah.
over a discussion. You know, I was like, "Wow."
Yes. All right.
He
Never
got
mind.
triggered. Well,
Big time.
forgive him if you see a change of heart. Forgive him, yeah, because he's your neighbor, you know. But
He's not just
yeah,
my neighbor. He's
you
the
are wise enough to see that.
he's
If
not just my neighbor. He's the
yeah,
father of my son-in-law. He's an in-law. He's related,
Really harsh.
and my next door neighbor. uh, I've prayed about it, and I don't feel the need to engage him again. I think it'll come from another source. I'm too close to him. He's got to hear it from somebody else now.
All in
I
due time.
planted the seed.
If people are meant to wake up, then they will wake up. It's easy as
Right.
that.
I
And
planted
if
the seed.
yeah, and if you fail to make it, how do you call it, blossom, then somebody else might.
I did pray about it, and that was kind of the answer I feel that I got. That was the answer I feel that I got, not kind of. I feel that he answered me and told me that it would be dealt with by, that it would be dealt with. I didn't have to bear that burden of worrying about him. So, anyways,
Yeah, I generally pray for guidance rather than for a solution because I don't know what is the best option, and but God does.
right?
So by asking or demanding or whatever, all kinds of things, it might just do more damage than good.
I always ask God to take control of my
Oh,
lips, or my Lord, my
yeah.
Savior. I always ask Him to take control of my mouth, and when I'm talking about Him, because I don't ever want to be wrong about what I'm saying about Him.
Mm-hmm.
Let me be clear,
Yeah.
please. Let me never be wrong about what I'm saying about you. That's my biggest concern, I'd have to say, in life.
Yeah, I can understand. All too well, actually.
I would uh, rather die than mislead somebody about the Lord. So, and I really needed to talk to you guys. I really did, because there was so much doubt running through my mind, and as of lately, about the whole about my Savior, and I've always known He's worked miracles in my life. He
Oh
brought my
yeah.
dead child back to life. He's my dead child. My daughter died from trib death, and she was dead and in my arms, and
Oh man.
purple and blue.
That's
And I said, I pled with him, don't take her like this, please. Don't take my baby like this. Give her back to me. And then I just knew, and I said, thank you. And I looked down at her, and she took a breath and started crying. And yeah, I've spent the rest of my life chasing after him.
yeah.
I've failed him a few times, and I
God
don't
is
know what to
amazing.
do about that, but
Looking back,
Yeah.
there have been plenty of signs in my life, but I have always kind of ignored them or not been able to understand it. Yeah, just too many coincidences, air quotes applied. That, yeah, no way that was just natural selection, random chaos. No way.
Right.
And
Yeah, lately
so
I've been being told that I'm willing things because I have so much faith and belief that I just will these things. That's what was causing doubt in me.
I can
Was
manifest a
how
lot
could
of
I
things,
will
but
this? But it's not through you, it's through the Lord. You're manifesting his
yeah,
power, not your own, through your belief and your faith in him and your trust in him. So I don't know how I could let somebody get into my head about that. It happens. It's just because of how the world is, and we don't know about anything. We don't know about our history. We don't, you know, everything is all doesn't make sense.
right. And the ones who control it, they know.
Yeah, right.
So,
Exactly. They know the whole truth.
yeah, but I also
They've
think,
been around
like,
since before the flood, so
yeah,
they know. They know
there,
everything.
I have
There's
no doubt that the Vatican Library has a lot of interesting things. And
oh yeah, we need to just peel the top off that
yeah,
place and open it up to the public.
yes,
I don't think nobody should have control over antiquity that
history.
belongs to all of us.
History is written by the victor,
Yeah.
and evil has been sitting on the throne for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
That's always what I say to people who believe everything they're being taught. And sometimes it helps, but yeah, sometimes they're hopeless.
Well, they're always helpless if they come in contact with me. I've seen them tremble. You know, I've any lately like this preacher come over just knocking at the door and invited us all to come to his church, and I said, well, I got to interview you if you want us to come to your church. And I said, well, why don't you go grab your Bible real quick so I could, ask you a couple questions, and I want you to be able to have access to your answers, you know. But he said, oh, go ahead, just ask me whatever. And I said, okay, well, what's your take on Genesis 1? Well, his demeanor changed and he started getting all nervous and
Yeah.
my neighbors were like, "Wow, what was that all about?" And I said, "The power of the Lord." He felt the power of the Lord in me, and he's a poser. He just wants your money.
Yeah.
Come to my church and pay me, and I'll tell you a story.
I want to hear something crazy. Not too long ago, because of this whole pandemic, the churches here were closed. And I don't know, ever since I woke up to the truth, and ever since I received the knowledge that Jesus would return, I have been having this urge to go to the church, to read my Bible, to get a cross, just stuff like that. But
This
then,
is church.
yeah, but then I had this urge to go to church, and yeah, I was not sure why, or I knew why, but I wasn't sure whether I should go or not. And it was just a shitty day, raining, stormy, and I was up all night. So I was starting to make excuses for myself. But then I went to take a shower, and I said to myself, "All right, take a shower, and then make up your mind." So I finished. I looked out the window, blue sky, no rain anymore, no storm, no clouds, perfect blue. So it's like, okay, I interpret this as a sign that it's okay to go. So I went, and turns out that was the first day that the church opened their doors again. So that was, oh, okay, that's a weird coincidence. But I was really shocked at the indoctrination there. They were preaching of how sad it was that in Africa and such they didn't have any vaccines and blah blah blah.
Oh.
And it was, oh man, there is no faith here. And I really don't know what my role was. Did I just
I
need to
do.
see it, or I don't know.
Yeah. He wanted you to see that church is not the building, church is the people, which
Yeah,
we are the people. This is church, brother. We're
yeah,
talking about the good of the Lord. This is church.
yes.
And I think that's what he wanted you to see, that wasn't church. That was not his house. His house dwells within each and every one of us.
Oh, I was. This was 3 years ago, maybe. I was at this Jehovah Witness. They invited me to go with them, and I was like, okay, why not? I've nothing better to do, and
Right?
I went there, and it was just, yeah, pretend theater, and I got heart palpitations, and I just
The
left.
Mormons are the same.
I just couldn't be there or something, and yeah.
Mormons are the same. I was with them for a while, quite a while.
I remember
That's what.
they passed along this glass of wine, and they passed it around, and nobody drank from it. And I really, really wondered whether I shouldn't just fuck it. I'm gonna drink some.
Slam it.
Yeah.
I would have slammed it. If it
I
was
was
real wine, I was like, I need a
yeah.
drink.
I was really close, but I was like, yeah, no, then I'm really no, that I can't do that.
What would they say? What would they do?
And they would definitely look at me weird, but I probably
Who
wouldn't care. But
cares?
I'm just decent enough to recognize that it would not, yeah, it would raise concerns.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, next time they invite me, if ever it happens again, then yeah, totally, I'm gonna drink from it. I mean, I'm not gonna be pretentious and
Actually,
yeah.
it's kind of cannibalism, eating the blood of, drinking the blood and eating the flesh of Christ. That's
Mhm.
that is kind of a cannibalistic ceremony,
Yeah.
and I can't find it anywhere in the Bible.
Yeah, it
Can
never
you?
really.
Can you?
I, I have to be honest, I haven't really finished reading it yet. And I know I really
Anybody else got a comment on
want
that?
to, but yeah.
Tells them not to do it, actually, in the Bible.
Pardon?
Yeah, the Bible does say that you should not eat bloody meat.
Yeah, the Bible,
Right.
communion, quote unquote. Yeah, the Bible says not to do it.
Yeah, because I can't find anywhere where it says to that we should take of the sacrament. I don't know. So the Bible actually says we should not. Do you know where that's at?
I can look it up. I hope.
It's in First Corinthians. I think it's 11, or I might be wrong.
Probably closer than I'd be. So I'd just tell you somewhere in the book, read it.
But you must not eat meat that has its lifeblood still in it. Genesis chapter
Right.
9, verse 4.
Right, I've heard that one. But about the sacrament
That I
specifically,
do not
is
know. Can try to look it up.
yeah, we're not supposed to drink any kind of blood.
How do you say this? Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy? I'm not
Deuteronomy,
sure.
12:23. But be sure you do not eat the blood, because the blood is the life, and you must not eat the life with the meat. And that's the New International Version. And then I go to the King James, which is what I have.
So that tells me right there
Not to eat the
that we
blood.
were not meant to be vegetarians either. He's
Basically,
sitting
yes.
there, it's saying eat meat. When you eat the meat, don't eat the lifeblood with it. Only eat the meat. Right? Make
Yeah.
sure you separate the blood.
Or cook it thoroughly.
Right, and does it say to cook the blood thoroughly?
No, I don't think so, but
Neither do I.
no, it doesn't say that. Oh, wait. Leviticus 19:26. You must not eat anything with blood still in it. You must not practice divination or sorcery. And then Deuteronomy 12:16. But you must not eat the blood. Pour it on the ground like water. And there's plenty of references.
But nothing about the sacrament. About partaking of the sacrament.
I'm reading, but
See, I was told that when I was younger, I remember being told that it was because of the Sermon on the Mount when he broke bread and for everyone, and then the wine is because of the miracle at the wedding or something. I don't know. Don't make sense to me.
try a different key. Blood, just that one.
I would love to see a working model of the globe that explains the stars staying locked in their position for thousands of years. I think I'm going to get off for a little while.
Yeah, I
I've
need
been on here
coffee.
for it's 11 o'clock. I got on Discord last night at 7:30.
Yeah, sounds like you need a break.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee too, with some cayenne in it, a little bit of cayenne pepper.
Cayenne? That's the
Yep,
first time.
I love cayenne in my coffee. Cayenne in my coffee, cayenne in my coffee, and
Try
it's
it.
not plain. I bet you think this cup is for you, don't you? But it's not plain. My grandkids sing that song with me in the mornings when I'm getting my coffee.
Much better than those. Well, when I was young, we had these church songs, and in it they have this indoctrination where we would sing about the globe Earth. It was looking back, it was insane.
Oh, one of the kids' songs I sing to my grandkids is the sheep will go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. The sheep will go marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. The sheep will go marching one by one. The little one stopped to say, oh, I forgot what he said. The little one stopped to say, gee, this shit's fucking dumb. And they all go marching. No, I don't cuss at my grandkids. But anyways, I did all the way to 10. I've got anyways. And they all go marching down and around to get the vaccination. Poke, poke, poke. Anyways, yeah, I sing that to my 7-year-old, my 5-year-old, and 1-year-old grandkids that live with me all the time.
I only know a few of the lyrics, but translated it goes like this: the world is a magic ball. Wait, I have to write this down because it was such a long time ago.
That's like the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole wide world. Yeah. You know, and they're showing a globe in his hands the whole time, you know, like a ball of Play-Doh.
Okay, so I'm gonna translate it.
And the Mormons, the way they indoctrinate children is by beating the prophet into their head. Follow the prophet, follow the prophet. Don't follow Jesus, follow the prophet. So I asked the bishop, I said, Bishop, when was the last time any one of the church's prophets prophesied about anything?
All right, so this the translation would be: the world is a magic ball. No man knows what comes out of it all. One thing knows everyone: we can't do it alone. I mean, how weird is that? It's one of the church.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't say nothing.
Well, it says that. Yeah, it has no.
It's a magic ball.
It's not even relevant to the church. And no man knows
Right.
what comes of it all, or what becomes of it all is actually more accurate.
Right.
But one thing knows everyone is that it can't be done alone. And if I were to interpret it now, it's just foreboding.
What if I'm the only one here and you guys are all just a bunch of AIs? What if this is all just my personal punishment? This is my personal hell. Having to be here in this world with all these fucked up people.
If that were so, then everybody here would be vaccinated. That's
oh no, that's part of the game against me. You know, it's like it's got to have the yin and the yang to torture me properly.
Yeah, this world is pretty much torture right now.
Yeah.
Man,
and it's gonna get worse, way
Yes.
worse.
So gonna get insane. At least that's what I think. And not just the societal uprising, but also the force of nature, the tribulation, and the weather modifications.
The list goes on and on and on.
Yes. Sometimes I really want God to speed things up, but at the same time, I know I must be patient because there are.
No, we're not supposed to be patient. The scriptures say that we're supposed to usher it in.
Yeah,
we're
true,
supposed to pray for it to happen.
what
We're
I mean
supposed to
is,
want it to come quickly.
I do, but what I mean is, people need to wake up. And even though I want it all to start right now, there are still many people that can be saved.
Well,
This weather is really
a while back,
weird.
one of my neighbor's sisters passed away from a drug overdose, and her sister was all freaked out, and I was over there consoling her.
Mm-hmm.
And I made her a promise that I don't even know why I made it to her, but I told her, I promised her that in the millennium I will go to hell and I will go with her to hell and help her find her sister and bring her back. I don't even know why I would make a promise like that to somebody. But like I say, I always pray and ask the Lord take over my mouth. You know, don't let me ever deceive nobody. Don't ever let me mislead nobody. But that one still baffles me about that because I am not even sure.
You wanna know my take on that?
Yes, I'd like to know your take on that. That's why I brought it up.
Hell is reserved for the truly wicked. The good, the light has no place there. So if somebody who was a victim and also has good in them is sent to hell, God will take the light and leave the darkness, the sin.
Yeah.
That's at least that's what I think. I am not nearly as educated on the subject, but it just
I kind
makes
of
sense.
believe that hell is a trap that we set for ourselves. And the only way for us to break free of hell once we get there is to recognize that what we've done, know that we're there because of it, and accept our punishment, and then the punishment can be over. You know, as soon as we accept it and realize that. But our own self pity, our own sorrow, our own that's what's going to trap us. You know,
Doesn't
I mean,
the
not us
Bible
personally, but
doesn't
people. That's what. Go ahead.
doesn't the Bible also say that God will create a new kingdom or dwelling place, and I don't know if I remember this correctly, but create a new hell. I don't know
Where
if
does it say that?
I don't know. Let's see if I can find it. That's always a challenge. Bible and then create
Oh,
a new
yeah.
hell and earth.
So,
Isaiah.
have you read the book of Nicodemus, also known as the Acts of Pontius Pilate?
No.
It's one of the Apocrypha, and it's actually what pulled me out of my depression when I was trying to kill myself.
Okay.
After I left the Mormon church, I was attacked by a bunch of demons. It was a pretty horrible situation.
Yeah.
I've stuck a gun in my mouth 3 times, pulled the trigger twice. The gun didn't go off twice. Third time I thought about it, and then I just took 600 milligrams of oxycodone and tried to kill myself with that, and it just made me sleep for 6 hours. But after I dropped to my knees and I said, "Why? Why? You know, I don't understand. I've always loved you. I've always, you know." And then, and then some things happened and changed my life. I believe I wept on his chest. I believe he came to me. I believe I wept on his chest, and he told me the whole story of my life and how I got to be where I'm at, and that because I did die at birth. I had a death certificate that the doctor was signing when I screamed, and he like went across the paper, and my grandma grabbed the death certificate and kept it. And so I have I don't have the death certificate anymore because we lost it in Texas when we got flooded. Lost everything in Texas when we got flooded. But anyways, Texas flood.
I think that just means that you were here
So,
for a specific reason, and whatever
but
it may be, maybe you
when
have already
when I died
fulfilled.
at birth, this is what he told me, and then he showed me a vision. But when I died at birth, he said that I seen my mother weeping. I listened to my mother weeping and said that I had to stay with her. And he told me that if I did, that it would not be easy to get back to him, that it would be very difficult. And I told him that I could do it. I told him I could find my way back. And here I am.
You're still here.
Yes, I'm still here, and hopefully I'm finding my way back to him. I heard somebody say hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
May I introduce you guys to our friend Luda?
Yes, you may.
Yes, you
Luda,
may.
this is everybody. I see too far takes beautiful pictures of mostly flowers.
Nice.
And
Okay.
sometimes his thumb. Who
And the
else do I
sky.
know here? Yeah, you take pictures of the sky as well. Who else?
Everyone in this server is amazing at photography.
They are. They are.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
Old dude is really nice in chat. That's all I know. The rest of you, hello, I'm Hawk.
Hello.
Hello, Mary, I've not
Hello,
met you before, have
Mary.
I?
Hello, hello.
So, what are you guys talking about?
Death and despair.
Odd. My
That's
favorite
awesome.
topics, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. So, what about it?
Yeah.
I don't understand how I could go through all that I've been through and then still have doubt. That just amazes me.
Doubt about what?
About what I know and what I've witnessed, what I've sensed in my whole life. I mean,
Are you doubting your beliefs? Is that what you're saying?
all the time back and forth because we've just been lied to about everything, and then and I'm a Pisces, so I'm really wishy-washy.
Me
Can't make
too.
up which way I'm going, pulled back and forth all the time.
I really need
Pisces.
Do you ever doubt the truth of the flat Earth?
Oh no, I've never doubted the flat Earth, man.
Oh,
I've known
I
that
thought
my
that
whole
I
life.
thought that was what you're talking
You
about.
you scared me there, bro.
I'm
You scared
talking
me there, man.
spiritual, brother. I'm talking about spiritual.
I
Oh,
good.
okay.
You scared me there, man.
Wait, you're talking about religion?
Spiritual, yeah, the spiritual aspect of it.
Okay,
I just,
okay.
Yeah. Do you?
Because we were just talking about what I've been through, some of what I've been through.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Do you guys start your days with a prayer and end them with a prayer?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys do that?
I never
feel like
stopped praying.
I feel like that's super old fashioned. Like
I
no
pray
people
every
my age
day.
pray. Yeah, same.
I pray every day, and I've been doing it since I was a child. And I think that if you're really looking for guidance and strength, you can look up to Christ.
You know, my grandma taught me a Norwegian folk song about Jesus Christ when I was a small child, and I still sing that every night for myself when I go to bed.
Sing it to us.
You want to hear it?
Let's hear it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, sing.
Alright.
In your native language.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I'm not a good singer, but I'll give it my best shot.
Don't be shy.
Yes.
Don't be shy, bro.
Kjære Gud, jeg har deg godt. Takk for alt som jeg har fått. Du god, du holder av meg, kjære Gud, gå aldri fra meg. Pass på liten og på stor. Gud bevare far og mor. There you go.
Clap, clap, clap.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
Sounded like a combination.
Could you
Swedish
translate it now?
Yeah, sure. I'll
Yeah.
translate.
Could you sing
Can
it
I,
in
Yeah,
can I
English?
translate
try
that.
it without knowing?
Okay,
I'd
so
like to.
Could
yeah,
you
I'll
sing it in
translate it.
English,
So the
Hawk?
first, no, I'll just go through the text. I don't want to sing it again. Okay, so kjære Gud, jeg har det godt means dear God, I have it good. Takk for alt jeg har fått means thank you for everything you've given. Du er gode means you are good. Gå aldri fra meg means never go away from me. Takk for liten, takk for stor. Thank you for small, thank you for big. Gud bevare far og mor means God take care of my father and my mother. And that's basically the song.
Thank you, Hawk, for sharing that with us.
Yes, that was awesome, brother. Thanks.
I'll find it. I don't think you can find it on the internet. It's like
Yeah,
an old
you could
song.
like put it in the chat or something.
I
a
can
link.
just type it out in the chat, then that's fine. Do you guys want the Norwegian or the English one?
Both.
You know,
I'm actually more interested in the Norwegian one because it sounds familiar.
Type in Norwegian, they can hit translate.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that works. Oh wow, this was...
What's the matter, little? Come here, buddy. Come here.
Is that your kid?
My grandson, my youngest grandson.
Oh.
I have 20.
20
grandchildren.
grandchildren?
Yep. Come here, buddy.
There you go. That's the lyrics. If you guys want to translate it, it's just to go Google Translate and do Norwegian to English.
Okay, I'm looking right now.
Tuck.
I'm a very blessed man.
What does tuck mean? Is that like thanks? Tuck, is that thanks?
Yes, that's thanks. Yes.
That's same as Swedish.
Yeah. Swedish and Norwegian is pretty much the same language. Like I can talk to Swedish people in Norwegian, and they'll understand.
So that's why it sounds so familiar.
Yeah.
My mom wanted to immigrate to Sweden, and she already learned Swedish, and she always talks Swedish.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, that's
Guys,
awesome.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Those of you who are parents, do you guys teach your kids about flat Earth, or do you try to let them and figure it out on themselves?
I would teach them. I have no kids, but I would.
If I know that we asked IC24, he seems to be away at.
I've taught all my children that the Earth was flat, and I am teaching my grandchildren.
Nice. Ever any of them like rebelled and?
My oldest. She
Your
ran away when she was 15 because she said we were all crazy. She even told the judge they believe the Earth is flat.
Wow.
I'm sorry to hear, man. That must have been really hard.
She's a doctor now, and she gives vaccinations to children.
I hope she's doing fine though, but I hope that you guys are doing fine.
She is. She's doing real good, and we haven't talked to her in 15 years, and she got a hold of one of my other daughters to make sure that me and mom got our vaccinations because it's very important.
What do you guys? Can we talk about the vaccine? Is that like a touchy subject there?
Well, I'm just saying my daughter recommended it for me and my wife.
Yeah.
Because it's very important, she said.
Yeah. And what do you think?
I think she's full of shit, and the only reason why she got a hold of us is she'd like to see us dead.
Do you think he's taking the vaccine?
I'd never take the vaccine. Fuck that.
Nice.
I think the government is trying to
I'm not putting
kill off.
anything in the government.
I think generally the government wants to kill off about 50% of the population with the vaccine.
90.
Is it 90?
With the vaccinations, he said.
Wait, dude, seriously, are you gonna call me out for? I was asked to write in Norwegian, bro, and now you're calling me out for not texting in English. You guys are getting me banned for writing Christian Norwegian shit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Guys,
I'll translate it.
Just so you know, it's meant to be. I'm only joking, but it's meant to be English text only, and that's for the
As for the vax, if we could stay away from the subject or talk around it, not use certain words, that'd be great, guys.
Okay.
Thanks.
I will add a translation to it so that that is
Too
solved.
late. Too late.
Too late?
Too late. I've been to do it.
Have you done it?
I've done it.
Translation.
I backed you up, man.
Dear God, I'm fine. Thank you for everything I have received. You are good. You love me. Dear God, never leave me. Yeah.
Close enough, right?
Seems legit. Seems close enough.
I also put in French that God heals the broken. It's in my home language.
I truly believe he would heal me of all my ailments, but I don't feel that I'm worth it. I don't feel that I'm worthy enough to ask him.
You know what I have to say? I mean, I just met you, like, we just met on Discord, but I can fully tell that you're worth it. You
Yeah.
seem like a very kind person.
You seem like the person who gives.
I didn't used to be.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't
but
used to be.
the past is the past, man. Right?
You know what?
We have to put that behind
You
us.
grew and
It's
you
what you do
changed.
now.
No,
You're not the person who did the mistakes in the past. You're the person who learned from the mistakes, and you're a better person because of them.
Nobody is born a saint except for Jesus.
You know what, guys?
Jesus died for our sins.
I feel like everyone here is religious except for me because I'll be honest, I'm not religious.
How can you not accept?
Well, I'm not religious.
You're not.
I'm not religious. I can't stand religion. Religion is somewhere
Okay.
where people tell you stories and teach you bull crap.
Sure.
And I'm not a religious man, and I wouldn't even say I'm a Christian, even though I believe in my Lord and Savior, and I believe He died upon the cross for me. But I don't want to associate myself with those people that call themselves Christians in this world.
Yeah. The thing about me, I'm not even spiritual, you know?
I think it was Austin who said this. You don't have a religion with God, but you have a relationship with God. And I
think
thought
you
that
gotta.
was a really nice
Yes.
way to say it.
You got to take everything in the Bible with a grain of salt. Not every story there is meant to be taken literal, but it's the learnings from them that's
But
meant to be taken.
So I used to be religious, but after a while I thought, well, how do you guys actually know that there is a God or there is a higher power? You know,
Because I've witnessed miracles. I watched my dead daughter come alive in my arms.
I asked for him to take away my doubt, and he did it in such a way that blew away my mind.
Okay, but couldn't that just be explained via
No,
you just
no.
realizing,
No.
you know,
My
or
parents were,
for
No,
the other guy, you know, what if
This
your
was-
daughter just, you know, came back to life on her own? No?
May I share my testimony of why I believe Jesus Christ lives?
Please do. Please do.
Yes.
Okay. Back when I was in my mid-20s, I was not a very good person and a drug addict. And I was sick of being the way I was. And so, for the first time in my life, I dropped to my knees and I poured my heart and soul into the Lord. And I asked Him for three things, three simple things. One, for somebody to come into my life that I could be with forever, somebody that could love me like I could love them. For the strength to say no to the shit that I was doing that I felt like I had no control over, to give me power over it, and for my life to be full so I could never go back to that life again. Well, that day, a friend of mine came over right after I got out of the shower and was like, "Oh, I got some good dope." Da, 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 da. And I said, "I don't want nothing to do with it." I stopped doing shit from that day forth. 2 weeks later, I met my wife. I looked into her eyes and I was like, "Wow, you're going to be my wife and we're going to have a bunch of children." And she laughs and says, "I can't get pregnant." And I said, "But you're going to be my wife. And who told you couldn't get pregnant? Some stupid doctor?" Well, God says different. And we became best friends for a whole year. And a year later, she left with her boyfriend, which I told from the beginning, "Hey, nothing personal, bro, but she's going to be my wife and there's no, neither one of us have control over that. It's just going to happen." So he moved her to Colorado, and a month later, she was on my doorstep. And we've been married for 31 years, or 32 years now. But last year was our 31st birthday, and the vision that I seen in her eyes the day I met her, I seen on our anniversary when we were sitting there holding hands. I seen all my grandchildren playing in the front yard. And that was my vision that I seen in her eyes that told me we were going to have a bunch of children.
That's beautiful.
That is why I believe.
Okay. Okay.
I actually have quite a personal story as well to why I believe.
But before you do, I want to respond to what he said.
Go ahead, Luda. Go ahead, Luda.
In my opinion, like, good for you that everything worked out for you. I'm really happy for you, really. But especially the first 3 things you asked for. So the first thing you asked for is for the resolve.
Actually, the strength. No, the strength. Yeah, the strength to say no was the first thing.
Say
Actually,
no. Okay. So I feel like you had the resolve to start praying and start trying to not, to say no, right? You actually tried it by praying, right? But, well, I think by just having the resolve to actually try, you actually just started trying to, say no, and it worked for you, and not because of a higher
it was.
power.
Have you ever had an addiction?
Addiction.
Have
Yeah.
you ever been a drug addict?
Yes.
And have you tried to stop, and then all of a sudden you just stop overnight, like boom, just. It was not like I didn't even have a craving, dude. I didn't even detox. I didn't, nothing. I didn't get sick. I didn't have no problems. I just quit.
Okay.
Boom, just like that. That was it. That was the end of it. Yeah.
Well, I feel like I definitely know what you're talking about. I've been like addicted
and
to
then
cigarettes and
our
and other
first
stuff
daughter,
too.
our first daughter died from crib death. I prayed for her. She came back, and then Joshua got ran over by a car, and it squished his middles, and it actually put BF good on the underside of his rib cage where the tire drove up on the middle of him and pressed against his rib cage. It put a BF good bruise on his side right there. But anyways, I blessed him before he went to the hospital, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with him.
Okay.
Zachariah died, or Sarah was the next one. She was born breathless. She was born blue. And they told us that she was going to die. I told the doctors, just do what you do. Don't worry about her. God will take care of the rest. And I prayed over her, and she had a full recovery within just a couple of days. It was miraculous, the doctor said. Zachariah, and so see, the first daughter, the first one was for me. The other one was the Joshua was for the paramedics, because I told the paramedics to let me bless him before he got on the helicopter. And they were like, we don't have time. And I said, it's my son, and you will let me bless my son. And I blessed him, and then he left. And then I've chased the helicopter to the hospital.
Man, it's so interesting.
And then, so that was for them, for the paramedics, because they were like, it's a miracle. We don't understand, because his inside should have been all torn up from how that car was on top of him and but he doesn't even have nothing wrong with him at all. And then anyhow, and then Zachariah, he had failure to thrive, pneumonia, and RSV. And they said because he did die, and a friend of ours was right there. She did CPR and brought him back. And the doctors were like, he's not going to make it through the night. And he made it through the night. I told him, that doctor, I said, you know what? Who the hell are you to tell me my son's going to die? You're not God. You don't know. That doctor at the end of it said, he says, I can't believe your son pulled through this as quick as he did. It was a miracle, and I think I need to change my beliefs.
Hey.
So I think that was for him, not because I had faith. I knew nothing was going to happen to my children. I knew that 100%. I had no doubt in my mind.
Okay.
So anyways, and he, and I had a relapse with drugs a few years back when I was suicidal and all that, and So I feel a lot of guilt right now because of that, and that's where we're at now.
Okay. I got a question though, because it's so weird. It's so strange because I'm on the internet a lot. I talk to a lot of people. I've spoken to Christians and to Muslims and everyone, and like every single devout Christian, Muslim, or anyone has like similar stories, no matter what religious person I talk to. It could be Muslim, it could be Buddhist, it doesn't matter. You know,
I'm not
so
a
how
religious
come?
person. I'm a person of faith,
Yeah. Okay.
not religious. I'm a person of faith.
Okay, you're a person of faith, but how come like people who believe other stuff have like similar stories to yours?
I don't know. I have no clue. I
And
don't
how
even know
come?
why the shit
How
that
come?
happened to me happened. And sometimes I even wonder if it did. Other than my children remind me that, yeah, I'm here and it did happen.
And how come people have stories like that who don't believe at all? You know, I feel, man. Listen,
That's the question
good
I
for
had for the
you.
Mormons. That was the question I had for the Mormons. How come all
Yeah,
this stuff happened to me before I joined your church? Okay? I
sure.
didn't need your priesthood power to do all these things. These things happened and they didn't have an answer for me. So I didn't. Anyways, that's funny.
Huh.
Go ahead. I apologize about cutting you off, bro.
Nah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. It feels like, you know, what you're saying. You know, I'm really happy for you, but I feel like,
Okay, so what's your take
what's my take? My take that
on it?
my take is that, of course, there are going to be happenings that are, you know, lucky or that happen by chance, and you might think that it's faith, you know? Like me winning the lottery, you know, I can say, Jesus gave me the power to do that. He thought I deserved it. Well, no, you know, just the numbers rolled in my favor by accident, you know? I can also say
I'd
that.
never
Or I can
believe
say
that.
that Buddha, you know, he blessed me and gave me the luck to do that. And
I believe if you won the lottery, you did it on Satan's power, not God's. What? Go ahead.
You're gambling.
I'm
Well,
just saying as a like,
okay.
you know. Oh, let's say my chicken laid some chicks, and you know, there's two chicks that were born from one egg. You'd say I'm lucky. Well, I'd say, you know, you lucked out, I guess. And it's like not Jesus giving you more just because you're good or bad. Because I feel like
I get what you're saying. I see good things happen to bad people all the time, and I wonder where
yeah,
is the justice in that?
yeah,
You
exactly.
know, but when you think about it, it's usually in a monetary situation or something along those lines.
Not necessarily though. I mean, you see like bad people get away with a lot of stuff. Like what about like Nazi Germany generals that live up to 90 and now only get trialed when they're like 3 months from dying? You know, how about those people?
Oh, you mean like Warner von Braun that didn't get punished at all? He got a promotion.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So
God acts in
They serve the adversary, and he rewards his people well. He has control over this earth and all the money of it and everything in it. Remember, he offered it all to Jesus. He said, "This is my kingdom. I'll give it all to you." So he has domain over it.
Sure. But yeah, man.
Can I share my story?
I do get where you're coming from, bro.
Yeah.
See, I used to not be religious when I was younger. But when I was like, I think I was 8 or 9, I was out. Just for some context, I come from a family of fishers. We fish out at our cabin, and we had this small boat. And even though I was young, it was completely fine that I went out on my own fishing trips. So I used to do that a lot. And one day when I was out, this storm just suddenly came in, quite abruptly. Like it was a slow boat, so I was already heading home because of the bad weather. I couldn't make it home in time. It started blowing up, and it got rougher and rougher. And at one point, I knew that if it gets rougher now, my boat's gonna tip and I'm gonna drown because I can't swim that well. So as a last resort, I started praying, and I was just asking for God to save my life. I just kept saying it over and over again. I'd stopped rowing and everything because the boat didn't have an engine. I just had to row. And like after 5-10 minutes of praying, I don't really remember because of the adrenaline, I guess. But after praying for 5 or 10 minutes, I could just see the clouds over me slowly like passing away. Again, really unnatural. I've never seen clouds pass that way. They just opened up I could see the sun coming through them, and the sea just started settling around me. So fucking crazy. I've never seen anything like that, and that's why I believe.
Wow. That's
So
amazing.
yeah, and after that, I've
Awesome.
devoted my life to Jesus.
Wow.
That was very empowering. Thank you.
Nice. Hey Eve, do you want to tell your story?
My
Yeah,
story.
you got a really good story as well.
Well,
Yeah, no, go on. Don't be shy.
basically just like, I don't know. You know, I saw my baby sister. She was in the hospital for a really long time. I might cry. Sorry.
Take your time.
Never apologize about that.
So, she was in a coma, and she actually woke up, like, after I just sat there, and I prayed with her, and we talked, and, you know, she was okay after a while, and that restored my faith in Jesus, because I was a doubter for a long time, but, you know, when you're faced with something like that, you have no choice.
Huh. I got a question for you guys. Do you guys hate people who do not believe in like Jesus Christ or your religion?
No. So
No.
this is
No, it's their choice. It's their choice.
guys, this isn't the religious. So everyone is welcome from every
Roger,
layer.
you're lagging. We can't really hear what you're saying.
Oh, so we're like only allowed
Yeah.
to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, this isn't a religious server, and I'm glad you guys found your faith, right? That's all fine, but this isn't a religious server. So
No, but
yeah, and
it's really
this
hard.
server, yeah, sorry, wind is blowing here.
Yeah, I can tell, man.
So the point is, this is the live stream, and we are this is dedicated for flat Earth, and I know it sometimes goes off topic, but yeah. So Luda, you're new, and why do you think that? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
What do I think about the shape of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Like out of 10, 1 from 10, I'd say I believe it 7 out of 10. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure. You know, I have my doubts.
You believe it, right? What is it you believe?
What is it do I believe? I believe that I need to stay and keep being skeptical, you know? And try
Okay,
to
but
learn.
so 7 out of 10, you think it's a flat Earth,
Yeah,
or
I think it's most likely a flat Earth, yeah.
and why? Why do you think this?
Why do I think this?
Mm-hmm.
My entire life, you know, people try to convince you that it's a globe, but I've never really seen any concrete evidence that's like upheld by actual logic and sense, you know.
So what about all these space pictures, right?
Yeah,
Earth is a
space
ball, right? What about them? Why don't you believe it?
Why don't I believe it?
Right.
Well, you see the technology right now, right? How you can Photoshop and make anything look real.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could Photoshop and
Yo,
make it
Elbow,
look
do you
real.
not believe my
You know,
story, bro? Are you
the
gonna call?
government has like a million bajillion dollars to do that, you know, and all that money from you know funding NASA. I'm sure they could. I'm sure they could make up a lot of movies and a lot of video footage that could you know make it true.
Can I interrupt, Roger?
Sure. Yeah,
Sorry, Roger.
I felt it. I felt it too. So let's go, gospel. Yeah.
Luda, if it's flat, how could we know?
How can we know? Well, first of all, just look at the horizon. You know, I've been like everyone says the horizon is like
Okay. So besides looking at the horizon, what do you do with it?
What do I do with it?
Yeah.
What do I do with the horizon? Okay.
You
I've seen an experiment. where
No, 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 no. Don't even go down that road at all.
Okay,
Because
I'm not
this,
sure.
this,
I'm not sure what you're trying to get from me right now.
yeah, yeah. So this is a question of what is. Are you familiar with that phrase? What is? Do you
Not
understand
really.
those
No.
words?
Please
Yeah,
explain
yeah.
it.
What is? Question mark as a statement, right? This is a question of what is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't about a how. This isn't a question of causality. This isn't a thing that requires experimentation. This is a question of description and measurement.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe you can
So
prove
back to the
Earth is flat.
Hawk, you're interrupting. So back to the original question: how can we determine what is?
What is? Could you give me an example of like an answer that would be to what is? Not necessarily
Okay.
to flat Earth. I need an
So
example.
you have
I don't
do
really
you have
understand.
you have a computer in front of you?
Sure.
Does it have a table?
Sure.
Okay. How can you describe and how can you explain the nature of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How do you do that?
I see it.
No, no, no,
Right.
no. How do you go forth in describing the nature of the features of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How?
By experimenting first and see.
No, no, that's retarded, by the way.
That's
Okay,
retarded.
it has.
Okay.
Yes, it is extremely. So no, so it's not exclusively, it's not independently observation, all by itself.
Uh-huh.
There's some things that are necessary, which I already gave a hint to. I technically already gave you the answer. You would never perform an experiment to describe the surface of your table. That is retarded.
Uh-huh. Okay, well then please give me the answer, okay? Because you haven't
Measurements. Three-dimensional reality. You measure it.
Okay.
It's very simple. This is like elementary.
Okay.
Not like Sherlock's version of elementary, dear Watson, but like actual third grade elementary school
Okay, so
elementary.
okay, let's go back to your point. Your point is that you want to find out
Kindergarten,
if I
technically,
believe or
when we're
not.
talking
But
about shapes. No, it's not about belief.
Uh-huh.
I asked a very simple question to kind of expose how you're a low energy troll. It's as simple as that. Okay. So the fact of the matter is, it is what it is, unless you're a solipsist. Okay. Are you a big fan of solipsism?
No, I don't. Okay.
Well, maybe you are, and you just don't know. But whatever the case, it is what it is. Do you disagree?
It is what it is. I love that saying. Yeah.
Or is it something that it isn't?
I mean, obviously, it is what it is. Yes.
Okay,
How could it
that's
be
not
something
obvious
else?
to everybody. That's not obvious to everybody. There are people known as solipsists that appreciate the opportunity to have direct contradiction in
I've
reality.
never claimed to have the proof or
That's
know
not what
know what
solipsism
is what it is. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure and stay,
I
skeptical
I
about
have
everything. So
high doubt
I don't
that any of that
understand
is
why
sincere.
you're targeting me necessarily.
Well, only because of your insincerity, and people that are disingenuous are typically higher targets for
Is it only because
stronger
I
language.
don't believe in God and
No,
or
not
Jesus?
not
Oh,
not
God.
That's the
whatsoever.
only
That
thing
that
I was
has
talking
nothing to
about.
do with
Yeah,
this.
that's it. You figured this
When
out.
he first came in, he was 50-50. So I think we're making progress. He's at least at
Wait, I never
70
said I was
now.
50-50.
Oh, I thought you did when you said you were like teetering on the top and you weren't sure, but leaning our way. But
Yeah,
now
it's
you
called
seem
being
to
a
be
troll.
leaning more. So I
Okay,
don't know.
you're
There's no progress there.
Listen, can I
misremembering, but that's
interject for a
okay.
second? Can I interject for a second? Okay, so check
Please.
this out. Okay, you're using maybe it's by mistake or whatever. We're very rigorous here about our definitions of things, right? So an experiment is for like phenomenon, things that happen. So you can experiment and figure out what causes this, right? X causes Y. So it is what it is means like there's things that just exist physically in the world, and you don't need an experiment to figure. You don't need the cause of why that is the way it is to know what it is. Right?
Okay, sure.
So you don't need to know that the carpenter built your table to know that it's a square.
Okay.
Right? You don't need a theory of wood or drills or anything. Right? You don't need to know anything about carpentry to know what it is. Right? And when he's calling you a low energy energy troll because it sounds like you're just fishing. You're trying to figure out what you think we want to hear. Right? That's what it sounds like to me.
No.
Probably sounds like to everybody else in here.
Wait, hold on. If I really wanted to do that, I could pretend to believe in God and do all those things.
But listen. Why do you think? See, you're already fucking up because you already got the idea that flat earthers are religious. Like I don't know where you got that idea from.
Oh,
I'm not at all.
Okay, everyone
most of the
I've
people
met
on this
here
server are
is religious.
Yeah, to be fair,
No,
we
that's
were
not
talking
true.
about religious people.
Like I only people I've spoken to so far. I've joined this recently. I've
You
spoken
hear
to
that? You got
everyone.
that.
23,000 people on
everyone
this
I
server.
have is religious.
There's
Except for
23,000
discussion
people
about
on this
religion.
server.
Yeah,
You
but
talk
we were
to 5
having that.
people.
Well, yes, I just joined, so I'm sorry.
And we were when he joined, we were having a conversation about religion, so I get why he got away with that.
And what did Roger say? What did Roger say? Roger said, if we're going to have a religious discussion, you want to move it to somewhere else because
sure.
it's
And
not the
I was
basis of
willing
this server.
I was willing to do that, yeah, but I was starting to get questioned. I don't know why.
We're sorry that
sound like a
because
dude,
you guys
little,
think of
listen, pom dude that keeps interjecting on from the side. Don't anymore, please. Okay, I'm having a conversation with one person. This is bullshit.
You guys are grilling one person.
So what? Mind your fucking business. Okay, I'm talking to this one person.
I feel like
so.
All right.
I don't care about your feelings, dude. You a chick? Anyway, listen. So, does it sound like this is based upon religion? If we want to move you out of the live stream, which is broadcast everywhere, and we're trying to get it off, get it out of here. Why would we do that if we're a religious server?
Oh, okay.
Your idea of flat.
I'm sorry for.
It's a common misconception that flat Earth is based upon religion. That is incorrect. It's not based upon that. It's based upon objective, empirical reality, and not measurements. It's not based upon Jesus, Allah, Buddha, or anything like that.
The only reason I was talking about religion is because that was what we were talking about before. That's
then
the
why
only
did you
reason.
say something like, if I believed in God, then you'd be treated differently or something? No, you wouldn't.
Well,
not at all.
Because I felt like I was the outlier because everyone else I've spoken to was religious, and you're the you're the only person that I just started talking to that it's not. But I felt like I was getting targeted.
Everyone else you're talking to,
because I didn't know why else.
Probably over 30 years old. So why didn't you pick that as a property that they ban people for? Yeah. So you're just like
I didn't hear the whole thing. Say that again.
Okay. Everyone else you're talking to is over 30 years old. Why didn't you say you're just banning me because I'm under 30?
I have no idea that everyone else how old everyone else is. I have no idea.
The point is, you picked an arbitrary thing.
No,
an arbitrary thing that I'm different here, so this is why you're banning me.
I didn't pick.
This is why we're calling you disingenuous. Because a lot of triggered atheists come on here thinking that flat Earth is based upon religion, right?
I never said that though. How are you making this up?
It's inferred from the way you're acting. It's inferred from the way you're acting.
Okay, well, I'm just saying what you're inferring is just wrong. But you don't
I'm
know
not
what
really trying to give
you don't really know me that much, so I don't know how much.
It's not about knowing you; it's about what you said.
Know about all this.
Listen, I don't want to fixate on this because this is
me neither.
This is a flat Earth server, right? So, just want to give you a foundation. Dude.
Okay,
seriously.
I
if you keep interrupting the way you're interrupting, you'll be muted or banned. Okay, we don't roll like this, man.
Sure.
So just trying to give you a foundation on how we roll here, right?
Yeah,
it's not a religious server. What we do here is we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. That is not the goal here. We don't care what you think. We really don't. Obviously, from the way we're treating you, we don't really care if you're a flat earther or not a flat earther or a globe earther, concave earther. We don't really care. We're only going to give you information, right? And if we're going to brainwash you to do anything, it's going to be to think for yourself.
Well,
right? We want you to be able to critically think about the issue. So one example of that, listen. So one example of that, this issue does not get critically thought about is you think that you can do an experiment to determine the shape of something. And it's not your fault you think that. It's because people are taught in school that the only people that can figure out the shape of the Earth are super smart scientists, right?
Yeah.
And you need to do these crazy experiments. And ironically, they also are convinced that if you don't think the Earth is flat, you're dumb. right? So you have to be super smart to understand it in the first place, but you're dumb if you don't believe it. It's a contradiction, right?
I agree.
So these are some of the things we point out, these contradictions, logical fallacies, that when it comes to the globe, right, there's actually no evidence of it. And it's just a tradition or an idea that's been passed on over and over again. Because if you stick around here, you're going to find out, people come in here, they'll say, what about the Coriolis effect, for example? And then you ask them for actual evidence, data, whatever, and all they can do is give you models, right? But they can't give you any actual measurement data that it is what it is, right? That there actually is this Coriolis effect in the physical world that we can go out into the world and measure. So the prime example of the Earth's not a globe is, where's the curvature, right? And we don't determine whether the Earth is curving or not by simply looking at it, because looking is subjective, right? So if I look at some railroad tracks, they converge in the distance, right? So if I drew a conclusion from just looking at it, I would think that those railroad tracks come together at some point, but we know they don't. They're parallel. But to tell they're parallel, we'd go out there into the world with a tape measure and measure the tracks and figure out they're the same distance apart along their entire length, right? So what we do is we go out and we measure the world and look for this curvature that they say exists, right? We take their model, radius 3,959 miles. It makes predictions about the geometry. The horizon should be here. You should see this from this distance. If you have a straight line or at eye level along some distance, the surface of the Earth should drop away from that line some other distance, right? Some other length, right? So 25 miles from eye level, the Earth should drop away 440 feet. So we go out and we test these things. And when you go out in the real world and you test them, these don't exist. This is why we can dismiss all the images from space, because all the images from space depict a curving surface of water, right? When you see the so-called blue marble, you see that image, they show a curving ocean. They show the ocean is curved, right? Curved into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
So we can go to the water, right? The water on where we are, right? What they say is curving in the real world, and we can go measure, and then it's not curving, right? The water is completely flat when we measure it at any length. So should we believe the images or the results of the tape measure?
I'd say the results.
Yeah, the results of the tape measure. And then you say, hey, this is the way it is. They say, no, you're a stupid flat earther. You say, oh, okay, go measure it yourself. They go out into the real world and they measure it themselves and they go, shit, it really is flat. What you'll find out is that most flat earthers have actually gone out into the world and done tests. And that's what convinced them. Not us saying, hey, the earth is flat and everybody jumping on the bandwagon. It's from people actually going out to the world and verifying for themselves, this is the nature of our reality. Okay, so I mean, now that you got the foundation of where we're coming from, someone else can take over.
Yeah, I talked to these guys this morning also on
give you a quote from
all right, go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, I just want to give a quote from George Orwell, because I was talking to this guy for a few days, some new guy, who I'm still trying to determine is like my friend. Because again, this is a person who wants me to believe that he has never heard an actual good argument from any flat earthers. And he's saying that I've been giving him the strongest arguments yet. The irony is he sends me a quote from George Orwell to say that this is why we need science. But he begins to describe what I know to be pseudoscience, which is anything devoid of actual experiment. So this is the quote from George Orwell, and it reads like this. It will be seen that my reasons for thinking that the earth is round are rather precarious ones. It does not rest on reasoning or on experiment, but on authority. And how can it be otherwise when the range of knowledge is so vast that the expert himself is an ignoramus as soon as he strays away from his own specialty. Most people, if asked to prove that the earth is round, would not even bother to produce the rather weak arguments I have outlined above. They would start off by saying that everyone knows the earth to be round, and if pressed further, would become angry. In a way, Shaw is right. This is a credulous age, and the burden of knowledge which we now have to carry is partly responsible. 1946, George Orwell. So basically, he's describing the same position you and every other globe earther has when they come in here. Isn't that interesting?
I think it's interesting as far as I'm concerned. Thank you for that quote. That was cool.
No problem. Hey, don't thank me. Thank the Globers.
Yeah, with like Hawk and Evie and Lud and stuff that I was trying to say earlier when we were talking about the Catholic Church that a lot of the globe stuff is brought to you by religious people. If you believe their story, Nixon said God picked America to win the space race. They read from the Bible when they went to the moon. So it's like you're going to find the deeply religious people on the globe side, not the flat earth side. This is why in the 1960s, the American Atheist Foundation repeatedly took NASA to court to have them prove that shit. And they just kept kicking the can down the road, kept kicking it down to lower courts until eventually they found a court that refused to go with jurisdiction. So I would say to you, like if you're an atheist and Nixon told you God picked America to win the space race because God loves capitalism, how do you square that today? Because the 1960s atheists said it's bullshit. Bueller?
So how are you feeling after hearing what Indio laid out in the quote that I've just read? Like what are you thinking? Are you even still there?
Hope you guys aren't talking about me still.
No, any one of you guys.
I really hope not. I really hope not. Is that him? Because I really hope not.
Yeah, Lud is the primary person that was speaking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before, yeah, when it was about religion.
Wait, am I put in the same boat as him now because I was sharing my religious thoughts? I'm sorry, I didn't know about the whole rule that we were not supposed to talk about anything else than flat earther.
Like it's hard to determine. It's hard to determine when people. It's hard to determine when people are playing a game.
Yeah.
Or when they're really under this many layers of delusion. And this is what I'm tasked with every day, simply because I think that this is part of my process for whatever delusion reason that I have. Okay?
I mean, why is it that concern trolls all sound alike? That insincere tone and like false apologetic I don't know, it's just really weird. It's a really weird thing. But it's really gross. Just concern trolls and people that are just being insincere and stuff. It's just gross. Yuck.
I'm sorry if I came off as a troll. I was just trying to have a conversation with IC too far about religion.
Yeah. So that topic really should be, water under the bridge.
Yes.
Sure. But what about religion even? Do you know how religion is defined? Or do you think it just means some god that's the
I know what a religion
which is a very
definition. No.
So why don't you did you hear what I just said while you were talking through me?
I'm sorry.
Did you? I mean, because usually when New Yorkers talk when the other is talking, we can kind of pick up what they said anyway. Did you hear what I said?
Go ahead. No, I didn't.
Okay. I forgot what I said. Gospel, I know you remember. What did I say?
You were referring to religion, so I posted
Yeah,
the
what about religion? You said, what about religion?
Yeah. So do you I mean, is your religion only this elementary version like this? There's a God and he's the puppeteer of everything that's going on. Is that your version of religion?
Is it wrong for me to believe in that?
No, that's not all of the definition.
It also wasn't an answer to his question. So.
No, but I followed up with my own question.
How was I told
curious
off
as
for
to if I'm
talking
being-
about religion, and now we're back to talking about religion?
Yeah, and I'm just curious if I'm being grilled or not as well.
I asked, and I don't know which one of you are who because you haven't differentiated yourselves with your intellect. To
Sorry,
me, you look exactly the same. Why are you interrupting me?
You could just
Why are
look
you
at the Discord
interrupting?
bubbles to see who's talking.
Why are you interrupting me?
Go ahead.
I don't have to do anything. I'm telling you that you are indiscernible by your intellect.
Well,
You haven't differentiated yourself from your friend. So,
Okay.
as far as I'm concerned, you are the same.
Like,
Well,
can I
I'm
introduce
just
myself?
telling you how to differentiate us.
Can I introduce
Having,
myself to you then?
difficulty.
I'm sorry that we started off on the wrong terms. My name is Hawk. I joined the server today because I wanted to know more. I've been on the fence a few years now, but I'm starting to lean over. And I am happy that
I don't like your accent, and I don't like fence sitters who are so lazy that it takes them years.
No, but
I don't want to talk to you.
I've had a lot of good conversations here about going out and having.
I
doing
I
actual
personally don't
experiments
want
and
to
shit.
talk to you. There's the other guy.
Damn. And we're the ones being accused of being rude, bro.
Yeah, it's just all so contrived.
I'm sorry that we got off
It's
on the
not
wrong.
rude. If someone sets a healthy boundary between two people, how is that rude? It's being honest. Like I said, I don't like people with bird names as their profile. That'd be honest, right? Say I talk to somebody who thinks it's okay to have a hawk name or a bird name. I mean, that's just a example. This is a really is level. People are going to be honest with you here. There's no bullshitting. If
No, I
someone says I don't enjoy talking to fence sitters, you should respect that boundary. Otherwise, you're the asshole.
So because of my beliefs, he doesn't want to talk with me.
No, because he doesn't want to talk to people who don't have a claim to begin with. If someone just says, I don't know anything, it's kind of like talking to someone who's just going to, like, trying to hook a worm that's just squirming.
Okay, but
That
I'm
you're
just
trying
here
to
to
find,
learn, bro.
he's trying to put a lot of effort into getting through to you some idea, but you'll just keep squirming on the hook. And you never can really get a bite on that,
You know,
Other people
I'm
enjoy it.
seriously just here to have a conversation and to learn about the subject. That's why I'm here.
Well, then you probably want to listen and not talk then, right?
No, I want to have a conversation so I can ask my questions and learn what you guys believe.
He's got questions, and it's not about belief. What's your question?
I've had loads of questions answered, actually.
Start with one.
What do you? Am I the one being grilled now? Is that the thing here?
Wow, this is just too real.
I'm not gonna go under your fucking grill. You guys can just have fun asking me questions. I don't care. I was just here to have conversations with people.
You're not being forced to be here. How about you, Luda? Do you have any questions, curiosities, confusions?
Right now I'm busy eating, so no.
Oh, okay.
I'm here to listen, because I do have confusions and quote unquote, but I'm just here to listen for now.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned my lesson. When I do have questions, I'll ask those, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Brought up the horizon earlier. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, what about it?
Where's the horizon?
What do you mean?
Just answer it as simply as you can.
Edge of the world.
The edge of the world. Wow. You guys are all right with this? Elijah, any other folks in the till?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I mean, this guy just said. I asked, "Where's the horizon?" He said, "Edge of the world." I'm like, "You guys okay with this?"
Yeah, let
No,
him keep
no.
going, mate. Let him keep going. He's building a gallows. Let him keep going.
What's the edge of the world? I'll play along. What's the edge of the world, Luda?
Okay.
What edge?
I just said that I'm eating. I basically don't want to talk right now.
Well, you said something really stupid, so I'm trying to like follow up to gain
Ask
some
the
more
question again. I'm
understanding.
sorry.
Okay, so what edge? You brought up edge. What edge?
I'm sorry. What edge?
Yeah, what edge? I've never seen an edge. What edge?
I don't know. When you ask the question, I just I'll be honest, I didn't take time to think about it and just answered because I'm busy.
Why are you logged into the VC? You know you could like just listen to this on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I'm listening to it live, in case I have questions.
YouTube is literally live. Okay, yes, it's behind by like
Yeah,
4
but I
seconds.
want to ask questions when I or have conversations. When I joined here, it was completely silent.
I don't see that. That doesn't appear to be the case. It appears to be very much of a an activity in, I don't know. Low energy troll was one way to describe it, but just
Okay.
awkwardness, awkward idiocy. I'm not sure. It's
Okay.
really unusual.
Well, good luck figuring it out.
Good luck for what?
Figuring it out.
Hmm.
So you said, what's the horizon?
No.
Well, before.
Yeah, I said where. Didn't say what.
Oh, where?
I might have said what, but I clarified and asked you where.
I mean, it's difficult to say. I mean, you're asking the questions who's like a quote unquote fence sitter, so can't really give you a complete like answer.
You wouldn't even know what a fence sitter was because you don't understand either side of the conceptualization. So you calling yourself a fence sitter is also disingenuous and just false.
Okay, then what am I? A troll? An idiot?
Right, at the very least, but yeah, there's probably some other things. So it's simple questions that you're complicating with non-answers. Where's the horizon?
I don't know.
How could you know?
Don't know.
You don't?
I can't be bothered having this conversation. No, I don't. I really don't. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know. I feel like it's not a complicated question, but it's just difficult to answer for
Well,
someone who for someone who hasn't been engaged in this kind of conversation for too long.
You made it past kindergarten, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you don't sound overly confident about that, so I'll take it a little easier.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So shapes, features of shapes, and so on. What part of the Earth can we observe?
What part of the what? Say it again.
What part or parts of the Earth can we observe?
The part we see.
And what parts can we see?
what the government allows us to see. I don't know. I don't know what answer you're trying to get me.
That's a really terrible answer. An honest answer, bro.
Okay, listen. I'm not gonna give you any answers.
Answer
I'm not
like a third grader and not like a retarded 15-year-old that's pretending to be something he isn't.
Much better than this on Chatterbox. What are you doing right now? This doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I'll answer for you. We can see the clouds and the stuff in what we call the sky. When there's stuff there, we can see it, like smoke and fog and clouds. Yay!
I'm semi-familiar.
We can see the surface of the place where we live, and we can sometimes see underneath the surface if we go under the water or if we dig a hole. Yay! I answered like a third grader, and it all made perfect sense. Or did it not make perfect sense?
Listen, I can understand. Like, I honestly am here to like figure it out. But the way you're acting is like, I can see why people want to troll you. You know?
You can.
I can, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because the way you're talking is really weird, and like you're so presumptuous. You know?
Interesting. The pot calling the kettle black is always such a funny thing. Haha, interesting. So, if we can observe the surface, what determinations can we make about the surface?
Okay, you still want to have this conversation?
Yeah, it's the relevant conversation. It's literally the topic of the server.
Okay.
It's the necessary conversation.
Okay, then talk about it to someone who maybe knows more or is experienced in this kind of conversation.
Okay, you're either brain dead or you're capable of this conversation. Which one is it?
I'm never gonna give you the answer that you're looking for because you're.
I'm not looking for a specific answer. I'm determining what your understanding is. No, you're being presumptive, sir.
I appreciate you calling me a sir. I didn't think you'd ever use those words.
You're welcome.
I greatly appreciate it.
Again, I'm not trying to pigeonhole you into anything. I'm examining your understanding. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Well,
Also what I'm doing is known as deprogramming, because I know that you have certain pre-programmed beliefs that nearly everyone also has. We all had them. Okay.
Sure.
And there's a process to unraveling that wrapped package of propaganda. Okay. And part of that is looking at the world that we live in with your eyes and not the guise of a fairy tale. Okay, so you have to unwrap all of the beautiful pictures that have been placed on top of reality within your own imagination. You have to look at like we said earlier, the really is level. Doing that by asking you very, very sophomoric, simple questions.
Okay. But can we do this later?
No,
After...
the server doesn't run on your time. You're either here or you aren't here.
Okay, I'm not here.
Then mute and deafen yourself and go on YouTube or leave the VC.
Okay.
Danny Phantom. I don't recognize that name, but you have the role. And Danny Phantom has left.
There you go, Hawk. You can talk.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
This is what I'm a little upset, not upset, but just perplexed here, because you guys do much better when I talk to you guys on Chatterbox. What's going on?
There we can talk freely, man.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you're out of your comfort zone, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Out of our comfort zone, and I don't think we clearly understand the social rules yet. Like we've already been, muted twice now. Or I've been
Okay,
muted
so
twice.
this is what I'm thinking. So either just like listen or join one of the lower channels where they got like the chill VC or, I mean, there's other options you have. I mean, when you're on the live stream, it is broadcast on a few different platforms. It's kind of implied to be like kind of like a back and forth here.
Yeah, I can. Where can
Okay.
I just out of curiosity, where can I find the live stream?
Yeah, where it's broadcast is on
Where do I find it?
YouTube is the biggest one, but then Periscope and Twitch and
Okay.
D Live and
What do I search on YouTube to find it?
if you look at the welcome thread. Oh, there we go.
I just
Drop
posted
over.
it. It's posted.
Ah, thank you. Oh, cool.
And this is like recorded 24 hours a day, and then live, put on. So you can go back and listen to all the old stuff too, going back years.
That's pretty cool, man. But yeah, no, sorry for coming in and ruining the flow of the live stream. That was not.
No, dude, you're good. I know it's kind of like you jumped, like and didn't hit the ground running. It's okay. It's fine. It's not like you're in here like being, toxic and stuff, and you're just like just hit your flow. Yeah, yeah, I got you. Especially when it's such a big room too. We're on Chatterbox. There might only be 4 or 5 people in the room talking.
Yeah, no, and I'm used to the Chatterbox vibes where you literally just come in and you can interrupt and take over the conversation if you want to. I get that it's not that's not what's going on here, obviously.
So really, what at the flat earthers are describing the surface of a shape or an object that they are living on.
Yeah.
Okay, and there isn't any more the other things about space travel, about the government conspiracy stuff. Those are all side topics that are easy to get into if you understand the basis. Like if there's a foundation you understand first, then it's easy to go into those other topics.
Yeah.
But if you're still stumped about what the horizon is, I'm not you. I'm saying a person, an unnamed third person.
A unnamed third person.
Yeah, if I'm trying to talk to Flat Earth about somebody who doesn't even know what the horizon is, and they think the horizon is somehow the edge of the Earth that you'll fall off of.
Just out of curiosity, would the right answer be where the sky and the surface meet in your eye line?
Yeah, like the apparent position where the sky, but they don't ever actually meet, though, right? It's just they just pretend like it's like an apparent location. It's not a physical location.
Yeah, it's a theoretical one. It's as far
Yeah,
as
it doesn't actually exist. You can't go to the horizon.
No.
Right? You can't stand there and mark the horizon on the ground and be like, here, this is where the horizon is.
Yeah.
It's a non-physical place.
You can find the horizon on the map.
Yeah, you won't be able to find it. Like, or if you have like a map and be like, mark the line here, this is where the horizon is. Because it moves, right? Day to day.
Moves with where you position yourself.
Yeah, or your altitude, your height. It also moves with environmental conditions.
Yeah.
So that is not a non-physical location. So that kind of goes to people said, well, how come they can see a boat go over the geometric horizon of the Earth? And you don't. Because there's boats. Chemo, another guy, had done videos where he saw a boat anchored out there and recorded it, took a picture day after day. And some days you can see it, some days you can't.
Yeah.
If you look at my user profile on my About Me, it shows a sailboat that someone zooms in. They see the sailboat. There's also an island, right? Like all the way zoomed in, you can see a sailboat, you can see an island. They zoom all the way out, and it looks like there's nothing. It's just open ocean.
I just saw that now. That's a cool video.
And then the other thing, when you start talking about that, there's the thing called, I always pronounce this kind of wrong, but the Aurelia Criterion. It has to do with the lens of your eye and how it works. And it just so happens that this supposedly curve of the Earth, they say it's 1.22 times the observer's height in feet. That's the same factor for the human eye's resolution. 1.22.
Oh.
Like, what a coincidence, huh?
See, that's the shit I meant that I wanted to like hear about and learn when I joined the server. That's the kind of
I hope so. I
Yeah.
hope so.
They are.
Because I'm gonna be bad cop today.
Go
You know
ahead.
what I mean? Because everybody, I'm usually good cop.
The world
I'm gonna
needs
be
bad cops as well, bro.
I'm just trying to figure out, you know, if you kids come in here, maybe you're my age. I'm not even sure. You sound like you're in your 20s now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you kids come in here repeating CIA talking points because you're indoctrinated or because those are your family members. I don't know which one it is.
I
but
came in
you
there
do.
talking about religion. Well, I didn't start the conversation about religion. We were talking about religion, and I just spat my what I had to say about it because we were talking about why we're religious, and I had a good story. That's all. And I'm sorry for bringing it up here because I know we're meant to talk about the flat Earth. So I will do that from now on.
All right, well, refrain from CIA talking points and you should be fine.
All right. Can you give me a list of the talking points then? The CIA.
How about I just send you the document that you probably have, if you know, if my assumptions are right. How about I just send you the document and you read it
document
yourself?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Or as a
Can I
matter
get
of
one?
fact,
Can I get one?
yeah. Oh, hell yeah. As a matter of fact, I'll give you the code to go ahead and search it. And I'll pretend that I was smart enough to do it, even though Meme had to tell me how to do it. So let me just go into Meme's messages and act like it's my own.
Yeah.
And where are we at? Here we are. Okay, so this is what you search up. Oh wait, where is it? Hold on, go up. Okay, so this is how you find it. Type in BD5847.
Right.
Then
BD
include
5847.
then
Right.
type in add the keyword CIA with it, and then just look for the code #5847 in the results. Warren Commission.
5847.
So all of the when you go to YouTube, right, and you hear the arguments presented against the flat Earth, just remember that all of those tactics are in that document.
Okay. Oh yeah, shit. This is actually the exact document that I was having. That I was using. Joking, obviously. Haha. Such a good joke, I know. This is cool though.
I can't find it. Is there a specific search engine you're supposed to be using?
I just used my
No, unless it's gone because I talked about it yesterday. Did you find it? Because it's a PDF. That's why. All right. Let me see if I can.
This is the JFK assassination records you're talking about.
Oh, matter of fact, he already sent me the link. Hold up, I'll go post it in the chat right now.
Right.
Yeah, the only CIA article I could find with 5847 in the address was an article about Djibouti.
Yep, this is it. Another thing, like you kids gotta learn logic. Like you guys come in here, you know, with your philosophical jargon and shit, which is funny because then when you go into logic, it's broken. Like this is something that you guys really need to work. This is something that I have a very vast job to do. Like I have to attempt to tell people that they're arguing fallaciously, and then they have to accept it. Because what happens is someone says, "Look, um, here's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is explaining what's going on." Well, then it's not a hypothesis. It's a presupposition. The difference between a supposition and a presupposition is a supposition is your inkling as to what could be causing the phenomena that you're observing. So then this is a supposition that you can then test in a controlled environment. Once you get the results, you're either going to validate your supposition or invalidate it, validating the no, which is what makes it empirical. Now, what most people try to do is say, look, this is a hypothesis. That's it. That's all you need. No. Well, there's no test being had here. You have to test your hypothesis. If you just take the statement, then you're just presupposing with no validation. I don't even know if I'm making sense, but this is a major problem. So when you guys say, "Hey, we looked at the stars and you know they happen to do exactly what we predicted that it would do," well, no, it's just an affirming the consequent fallacy. You look at something and you're like, "Well, if I look at this, then I will see that I live on a globe. I saw this, therefore I live on a globe." I mean, and then you point this out to people and they're like, "Yeah, but why can't I do that?" I don't know. The same reason you can't dial 646-794-5827 and get your mom on the line. You're going to have to call a specific number. Well, in science, you have to ask a specific question. Then you have to be able to test. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Am
Yeah,
I
I think
even
the most
still here?
Yeah, I got
You could
you,
also,
Elijah.
you could also address axioms and or folks that start with false axioms.
the most common example I think of what you're speaking about, Elijah, is when people say things fall down due to gravity. They drop something and say, since it falls down, voila, gravity. It's affirming the consequence.
Exactly.
How would you go
Exactly.
about proving gravity in a?
Yo. This is my problem. Everything that I just said, and then his example led you to go, well, how would you go about proving it, since the one thing that they use to prove gravity is a fallacious argument? How would you then go and prove it?
All right, okay. If I were to hold a glass in my hand, which I'm doing now, and I drop it, and it falls to the ground and breaks, does that prove gravity?
I can't help this kid. I think that he.
No, I'm asking you. In my mind, yes.
I think that his
You want my
parents are
opinion?
CIA. I can't call it.
if you want my opinion, yes, it proves that something like gravity at least did pull the glass down to the ground.
However, your conclusion, right, came from fallacious logic. Why would you then continue to? Well, I don't know. We just detailed what fallacious logic is, and you're like, yeah, but isn't it good though? I'm straight, right?
Okay. If I were to not conclude that gravity is a thing, but a force pulled the glass down to the ground and broke it, would that be a better?
Force? What force?
Yeah. Well, I don't know because I have.
Well, that's what. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point.
So the glass didn't break.
But I can't help you because I mean I don't know what else I can possibly say that will help you. This is not where the conversation continues, and I have a long 2-hour back and forth with you. This is where I tell you I literally know how to help you.
So we figured it out, right? He isn't a flat earther. He's LARPing.
I'm just asking questions.
So when you asked the question about did the glass not break because for some reason you're
No, because my conclusion was incorrect apparently. That's why I asked if the glass.
No, the logic was fallacious.
Okay, the logic was wrong. Okay.
Yeah, because it's called affirming the consequent.
Yeah.
Because if you can drop something else and it won't break, or it would also travel in a different direction, like gases move freely in all directions.
Yeah.
So if you've got the container itself, you could also change the medium. Like if you were to have a styrofoam cup and you drop it like you're in water, it will go to the surface.
So then we get into the controlled environments that I was talking about.
Density,
Yeah,
buoyancy.
you would start manipulating variables until you determine the cause and effect.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm getting. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. Then I get it.
But what if I call this down vector? What if I call it incoherent electrostatic acceleration instead of gravity? What will that mean for you?
That sounds like a very fancy word describing.
Yeah, I don't think this is over his head. This is over his head. We're still dealing with the fact that they might be LARPing, right?
Yeah.
Even if I were not to believe in flat Earth, I think at least I'm being respectful and just trying to wrap my head around it, right?
I don't even care about respect. I don't care if you were I don't care if you curse like a sailor. All I care is about the information. And right now, I'm trying to transmit, and you are a broken receiver. And I don't mean to come off I mean, that's just, I can word that in many ways because I write music. I'm a poet in a sense. Well, I'm a poet. So, I mean, there's a million ways that I can say that, but the bottom line is I'm giving you information. You don't know how to deal with it, meaning you don't know how to think about it. You don't know how to analyze it. You don't know how to transform it. You don't know what to do with it. That's why you're not actually directly addressing it.
Yeah.
I may as well be speaking a different language.
Yeah, it might be the fact that I'm not natively English.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, because I don't.
No,
I don't understand all the
no,
words
it's
you're saying, that's why.
it's not. No, it's not. Because we both speak English.
So
don't lie.
Yeah, but I don't understand all the comments.
Don't lie. Don't. What did I say? What did I say that isn't the same? And we're speaking the same language. I can't even formulate the question I'm trying to ask you. It makes no damn sense for me to ask you. In what language does the mean the? And you're like, I don't know. We're speaking very simple words.
Yeah.
You're not okay. Get came with an example where he switched out gravity with what was the word?
Incoherent electrostatic acceleration.
Exactly.
That's because he's wrong too. It doesn't matter.
I don't know what that means. So that doesn't mean anything to me. So of course I'm a broken receiver.
It doesn't mean anything. But it doesn't mean anything. But where does that leave you, the one with the flawed logic?
It leaves me confused.
Well, the only way to unconfuse yourself is why don't you give yourself a crash course in logic? Why don't you study that instead of studying flat Earth. Maybe it'll help you. Because first of all, none of us studied flat Earth, bucko.
Yeah.
We're all here because we decided, well, we've taken heliocentrism for granted. And now there are other people saying the thing that I believe in is a falsehood. So now I have to educate myself on what it is I think I know. That's what I did. What the fuck do you know about heliocentrism? Go.
So it's more of a philosophical thing than questioning the very reality that you thought you knew.
I'm not questioning reality. Reality is the same as it's always been my whole life.
Yeah.
The image in my mind that I was given to perceive this thing that I'm standing on as an object, that object being a sphere, that's the thing that's not real.
Yeah.
What I experience every day is real.
Yeah.
What you have in your mind is a religion.
Okay. I understand that. I get what you mean.
It's about
But
belief system.
I mean, this kind of cadence and this kind of attitude is what I would expect from someone whose daddy is CIA. I mean, what did you go to school? Quantico? Well, I know that's like, well, they did both. They did CIA, FBI, and all that, right? You see that show with the hot, anyway, never
No,
mind.
I'm not American. I don't know this culture, bro.
Yeah, it's probably for the better that you don't watch any of our programs. They just dumb you down.
Yeah, and I get them over here, but most of them are crap, so I don't watch them.
Where are you from?
Do you want to guess?
I can't. England?
No. I'm from Norway.
Norway. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I can say that Norwegian people are quite very well educated.
Yeah, we've got a pretty decent education system. We do.
Yeah.
They don't teach us to think critically, though.
Mm.
It's based on the same logic that you guys have over in the US of answer the question correctly and get a good grade.
You know, I for one, I appreciate your respect and all that, but it's a little bit irrelevant. You know, what we care, we don't want people to believe us. We want them to know what we are saying and to know the arguments that we are making and to come to an agreement. If we are logic and we present empirical measurement, uh, even laser tests over large bodies of water, which are certified by European governments. Yeah, why will these people keep saying they are not real, they are fake, they are this and that, you know? When the experts, they themselves, they have certified these measurements, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
So, the heliocentrism is a religion which hijacked science. So it's a pseudoscience disguised under the name of science. And, you know, astrophysics, astronomy, astrobiology, all these are not sciences because they don't follow the scientific method, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Heliocentric. Yeah, okay. Right. So the heliocentric model is the conventional model of the solar system. Yeah.
Well, there is no solar system in reality, you know. That's only a virtual mathematical model that is not even mathematically is not functional, you know, is dysfunctional.
Okay.
It seems to match some cycles, you know, but all we do, like NASA or you know, or these astronomers predicting lunar eclipses and stuff like that, They are using Saros cycles, which are all ancient observations of these repeating cycles, and they are postdictions. They are not predictions. You know, NASA is making no prediction. They are making only postdictions.
And the difference
So,
is
Do you know how? Do you know how to achieve an angle?
to achieve an angle.
Yeah. What do you need for an angle?
Mathematically, or just like make an angle?
What do you need for an angle?
You need a straight line that you can bend.
What?
A straight line, or I guess you need two straight lines then to make an angle.
Hold on. Wait. What? No. What did you say the first time?
I said one line that you can bend, but then it becomes a yeah. And it's
Why
not
don't you give me a citation for that? And I'm asking you is because when you give answers, I want you to know how stupid they are.
Okay, but if I were to ask
Does a sphere have a corner? Does a circle have a corner?
No.
So why are you saying stupid things? Unless you're playing a game with me.
Okay.
Like
No.
Okay.
I'm
what
answering
I
questions,
perceived
but-
is that he misspoke, and now you're taking his misspeaking as his answer. Then he fixed himself. You
He
know.
did correct himself, yeah.
He corrected himself.
Okay,
I don't know why
so
you're
you
saying.
mean I'm just making sure that he understands that you need two straight lines.
Well, he
None of
said
this
that.
curvy crap.
He literally said
All
that.
right. Okay, good. So if that's the case, how the fuck do you navigate on a globe?
I guess
Using the stars.
Yeah. Okay.
No, if you truly understand, then you explain it to me.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're presenting is that if the Earth is flat, the stars will remain where they are, so therefore you can navigate.
No.
But if
No.
the Earth was to
No.
be,
No.
all right,
No.
go on then.
No.
Correct me.
I started out asking you, how do you achieve an angle? So all that matters to me is that if I achieve an angle and I can get to where I'm going, that's all I need to know. The only other thing that I know is that a curved line doesn't make an angle.
Yeah. Which I agree with you upon, just so you know.
So it's as simple as that. Why the fuck is everybody on there so stupid? I
gave you
think
the
it's
right answer,
I think it's mass psychosis. Just waiting to pop. Just waiting. Just we're a witch hunt waiting to happen. But you explain to me how you triangulate and how you figure out a fix from stars that are geopositioned over points of the earth that are 1,000 miles in one direction and I don't know 700 miles in the other direction. How the fuck is that possible on a curving surface? Where's the 90 degrees? How are you going to achieve a circle of equal altitude, much less two?
I mean, according
on
to
a
the
curving surface
heliocentric model, the stars are billions of miles away. So no matter
What
how
the
far,
fuck does that have to do with triangulating your position on a curved surface and achieving an angle? You tell me.
why do you want to achieve an angle?
Because you need a 90-degree angle. That's why whenever you like I don't know, just look up a fucking YouTube video about sailing. Okay? The horizon is gonna be 0 because the elevation isn't gonna change between you and the position on the ground that the star is over 1,000 miles away. Unless you live on a ball and none of this shit works, which it obviously does.
Okay, that's an interesting point.
Which is different from now their argument is, well, we look at the stars and the stars are there because it's a globe. Rather than, well, I traverse the ground because of the angles. It's what can I achieve by saying, well, the star is there, therefore it's a globe? Well, for how the fuck are you supposed to how how can you tell me where specifically a star is? Like, if that's your conclusion, the star is here on a globe Earth, therefore it can't be flat. How would you verify that? That is literally the difference between a supposition and a presupposition. I think. Am I wrong? Can somebody help me out? I'm not the smartest person. I'm just
You're
the brunt
absolutely
level
correct.
dude.
You're
I'm
absolutely
just
correct.
brunt level. I'm just a poor black kid from Brooklyn. I'm not even the dude with the university background, son. I just like to read. So you tell your CIA daddy that we're coming for him.
Alright, will do, man.
So you came here thinking we were all religious freaks, which we aren't,
No,
right?
man, what the bro?
Okay.
Now you're assuming shit about me.
Yeah, that's called a straw man, right? But it kind of.
I've been nothing but respectful, by the
Yeah,
way.
it's okay, right? It's okay. But you have to understand this is the most trolled environment on the
Yeah, so
internet.
I definitely
Okay.
get that you guys are on edge.
Okay. Right?
That's
And
why
when
I'm trying to make clear that I'm so respectful.
yeah, that's perfectly fine, right? And if you really want to learn, right, we have tons of channels down this server. You can start at the FE Beginners reference or the introduction videos, FE introductions videos. I mean, there's so much that you can learn, right? And what absolutely will help you in your life is to learn about logical fallacies. This will help you so much, right?
Yeah. All right.
Well,
Well, thank you.
I kind of came in here hoping it was dead so that we could get into this 3-hour crash course. Obviously not in one sitting unless it's that boring, but like I'd like to do it in segments. Like, yeah, because it's very important. Okay, so here's another thing. I've been talking to people. This guy, well, yeah, I've been talking to a few people on Facebook. That's my choice of scenery. I know some people go in the
Your
lobby and
poison.
they do.
It's your poison, right? It's
Yeah,
your
yeah.
poison.
Some people go to the lobby. I like. Hold on. I like the trolls on Facebook because I know them. It's literally titled Flat Earth Society, and all of the mods there hate flirts. That's exactly where I want to be. So, what was the point? But these buses like really throw me off.
3-hour session of something. You got me wondering what you're referring to with this 3-hour session you're wanting.
Was it
Oh,
about
yeah.
logical fallacies?
No. This what I'm talking about is quotes that tell us we've been lied to. And my reason for bringing up Facebook is because the adults on Facebook will say, "Hey, navigation proves that we live on a sphere." What? Like I mean, so they'll just basically say the opposite of what I said, but whereas I gave you context and I gave you everything that I gave you, they'll just say it. Okay, well, where's your evidence of this? Oh, because we always knew it was a globe. Look here, Aristotle knew it was a globe. Okay, but how did he know? Well, he knew by looking at the moon and realizing, well, during the phases, that's one thing, but during an eclipse, there's a curved shadow on that rock that's up there. So it must be the Earth that's doing it. I see an eclipse. I look at what's going on. I say, look at that. That's the Earth causing the shadow on the moon. Yippee! Oh, not realizing that's what? And affirming the consequent fallacy, number one. And number two, the quickest way to disprove Aristotle, this being his presupposition, is by simply looking at one of the 4 or more lunar eclipses that happen every fucking year. It might be 2, but last year was like a fuck ton of them. Every year. Just look at one. Oh, well, he described it as this. The model describes it as this. What I'm looking at does not look like a syzygy. They do not look like they're in alignment. Oh, so now I have this ad hoc explanation of why I see these things. It's because they're below the horizon. Well, who the fuck has ever observed that to say that that's actually happening? Nobody. Tell me who has observed the sun, the earth, and the moon? Nobody. They don't even have a satellite that can do that, theoretically, hypothetically. So what the fuck?
Yep.
Sorry, I'm coming in hot today, fellas.
So the question, that question, when they're like, well, navigation proves blah blah blah, my immediate response would just be why. Well, because it wouldn't work on a flat. It wouldn't work on a flat surface. The way that the star. Why? Well,
y'all Elijah's coming in hot, guys.
The
Yeah,
expert.
they jumped. They jumped. Probably too hot under their feet.
Oh, the 2 guys. That's fine. But why is a really great question to expose liars. But then they just go to, well, the experts. I mean, the math, and I mean, I don't know, but it's what they say. So you couldn't figure it out? Well, I mean, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. It's such a funny phrase. A couple of years ago, I had never heard that phrase before, but ever since getting introduced to a lot more Brits, the British love that phrase, and I think it's hilarious because just because Americans don't say that, that doesn't mean that they don't act that way all the time. It's honest.
Correct me if I'm wrong, or someone elaborate, or because I'm out of my depth when I'm just right now I'm just going off the cuff, and I could say something totally stupid, but I'm trying to figure out, because I don't know everything. That's that you have to be wrong to figure out how to be right. But so the latitude and longitude lines have a they have a relative relationship regardless of whether or not you transpose it onto a globe or a 2D representation.
Yes, as far as I understand it, they are relative, and they are always relative to the North Pole.
So then why the fuck do they say, well, if you look at Polaris, it makes sense on a globe but not on a plane? And then they give you this reification fallacy, this reification, they show this flat plane, and they show this globe, and they're the, you know what? I'll post it in chat right now.
Is this something Akuma did?
No, this is just something that the guy I was talking to sent me from the Flat Earth website thing, where they're debunking us so terribly, I might add. Like, they're doing a terrible job over there.
Oh yeah, I'm still waiting for them to ask Neil deGrasse Tyson to apologize, right? Because he was wrong about the Felix Baumgartner jump, right? He was wrong, and surely he will apologize for it. He doubled down with the Bezos parabolic flight on that one. So, yeah, that WS crap.
So, on the GIF that was posted, I've got a little something to say about that, which maybe a lot of people already are aware.
Sorry, hold on.
Holding.
Oh, no, I have to mute myself.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was only saying hold on because I had my mic wide open with the ambulance going by. Sorry,
Oh,
please
yeah.
continue.
Well, I've seen exactly what you're talking about. Thanks for posting that. And the issue is, it just keeps going to the same thing. So this is such a repeated thing that a lot of people seem to ignore, mostly on the globe Earth side, and that is this dichotomy. And tell me if this is either or fallacy. If this is either or fallacy, please give me another option. But as far as I can think, which might not be very far, it's either or in this instance. Either things are where they appear to be, or they are not where they appear to be. Okay, and it very much appears to be that when it comes to the things in the sky, they are not always where they appear to be. Although in some cases they are, well, no, we actually really wouldn't even know whether or not anything far, far away that we can't go to is or isn't where it appears to be. We can't really verify that. But in regards to the horizon, for instance, it only appears to be in a location, but isn't always in the location that it appears to be. Whatever, I'm getting convoluted. So that whole linear versus radial, or whatever the comparison is there, in the lines pointing to the sun or something. What? No, Polaris. Gotcha, Polaris. The issue is perspective.
Yeah, simply put, that is the issue because here we go again with this orthographic representation of reality yet again.
Yes.
And how did you get the angle to Polaris on a curved surface? No, I don't. Man, I'm kind of. I guess like once you begin to accept that you live in a world full of idiots, like you have to question. I don't even know. Thinking about this literally makes me. I do this all the time. I start to try to rationalize it and figure it out, and I begin to stutter, ramble, and give incomplete sentences.
All right. Real quick, there was the GIF, right, that's showing the heliocentric versus the geocentric. But the fact of the matter is, this is another issue of perspective. It's like you look over at the geocentrism one, and you go, well, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So heliocentrum looks like it would make way more sense. It just makes more sense, right? The issue is if you were to take heliocentrism, okay, and the little model that in the GIF there, and you were to change the perspective, so like pretend you're inside the program of this little graphical representation, and instead of your focal point being the sun, change your focal point to the blue dot in this little imaginary adventure. Well, all of a sudden, it doesn't look like that from the focal point and or perspective of the blue dot. It looks more like the geocentrism thing. They're the same thing with
The
different
same damn thing.
with different perspectives, and it's like it's almost like a spell. And yeah, it's really weird. And here's the other thing: the word planet, right? Planeta or whatever, however it was originally pronounced, who knows? But wandering star. You've got the stars that have their perfectly, perfect little circles and stuff. But then you have the wandering stars. Well, between heliocentrism and geocentrism, from the perspective of Earth, which one of those looks more wandering? In which of those two little illustrations do the red dots look more wandering? See, the word was developed and came into being to differentiate from other heavenly bodies in their uniqueness of irregularity. Anyway.
And I think the argument could be made that no one has actually done this to confirm that this is the case.
Sure, of course. And there's another aspect of the geocentrism little GIF. The other aspect is the shapes that it draws, like a spirograph from the 1980s, that toy that I used to have. It was so fun. Well, the shapes that it makes are also seen in nature. The whole, like, the conch shell and the Fibonacci sequence or whatever.
Yeah.
It's far more natural, but it's not part of our programming. So one correlates more to a natural pattern than the other. I don't know. It's interesting. It's all just pictures, though. Yeah.
I don't know how to begin to tell, because you know why? Because when I say, hey, navigation only works on plane, I'm expecting someone to say, explain, give me references, give me something to help me get to where you got to. But they just dismiss that. They take my position by saying, no, everything that you just said doesn't work on a plane. It actually works on a globe. And then they begin to presuppose rather than actually do anything. So it kind of puts you in this weird position of, wait a minute, I was going to go into practical use, and you're going into all of these hypotheticals, and you want me to answer the question as if it's a valid question. So then when you point out, well, this is fallacious, they're like, yeah, but it just seems like you're dodging the question. At that point, do you let them drown? But like, what are you going to do after that? Beg them to, what are you going to do?
People are weird.
Is it slowing down? Or are we going to get into this quotes that tell us we've been lied to? The purpose of this video, here's the thing. That's the thing. So people come in here and they have cherry picked quotes that they think are in their favor, like the George Orwell quote that that dude sent to me, thinking that that was in his favor. And so the purpose of this video is to show to people that what they think, um, all of the Greeks and all of the philosophers and astronomers and astrophysics and all of these people, they think that their words are one thing, but when you read into their words are another thing. And this is something that not even flat earthers know. Not enough of them. I don't even parrot the like if someone says, "Hey, but didn't Aristotle say this? Didn't this is what Hubble's doing? This is." I should have one of those quotes back to say, "Wait a minute, this quote from him contradicts that right there."
Hey, so Audit to Audit with 1.1 million subs picked up the Mount Rushmore video. And those videos get anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million views. They get like 500,000 views in a week. So if you have some time, probably a good flat smacking opportunity there.
I just found your comment on there. What's it?
Yeah.
I'm
okay.
commenting on it
We're
now.
doing
So
so.
far, you've got four thumbs ups or 5, something like that. But yeah.
What are we watching?
Audit to Audit is a channel that supposedly gives a non-biased look at people that get
Yeah.
arrested. Yeah.
Yeah. Audit the audit shit.
Awesome.
Except when
He's so awesome that he left out the Supreme Court decision that permits can't be used to infringe on your First Amendment, the most applicable Supreme Court decision to the video. He's so awesome.
Well, that's what happens with controlled opposition. They leave out the most pertinent points. What are you going to do?
I can't do anything, man. It is what it is. I don't really care. I mean, I'm saying get flat Earth out there. I'm just saying we got to take advantage of the opportunity.
Hell yeah.
I mean, 1 million views, bro. Like it's gonna get like close to 1 million views within a month. So.
Flat Earth is blowing up. The problem is there are more and more numbers of flat earthers who believe that the Earth is flat, but don't know that it's flat. But they think that they know.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Kids.
Yeah, like he also in the video he says that Witsit informs his audience that they had already talked to him while doing this activity, and they talked to us before we even started doing anything. He also in his video says, well, they told him like you can go to the free speech zone without a permit, and he read the law, and that's what it says. They told me to go to the free speech zone, I still needed a permit to be able to go there, and it takes 10 days. So they were just trying to make me leave, which is why I didn't comply. So Audit to Audit's so awesome that he literally left out like the most crucial, relevant details and twisted them. And then I pull my phone out to read the ordinance, and he edits it where it looks like he had to fast forward to where he goes arrest me, but it was literally 5 seconds after I pull my phone out. He doesn't let me read it. Right, so it's like it's pretty obvious that he's deceitful. Is all I'm saying.
That's so sad.
Yeah, so he gave the officers an A and he failed me, and literally the officers told me I couldn't go to the free speech zone without a permit, and in his own video he debunks that, but gives them an A. Right. He thinks we landed on the moon. Is what I'm saying.
What an insult.
All right, I'm gonna go grab some food. I just wanted to show you guys that in case you get bored. I mean, there's a lot of people just spiraling about how dumb flat Earth is. In the guy Audit to Audit, he pinned a comment like his advertisement or whatever, and then I replied in there. So if you'll like that, but he'll see it anyway. And then like if I'm sure Gospel Bear will tell you, I'm sure it's really hard to find my comment. It probably got buried. But so I don't know. I was just hoping that if we could get enough thumbs up, it'll move up towards the top, so people will see it.
Well,
But
browsers are really cool. Control F still works, right? So, and that's what I did is I literally just Control F and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled. You're probably, I don't know, 400 comments down or something like that. I mean, I found it. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was just scrolly, and then I finally found it. But yeah.
I'm still kind of indirectly starstruck though. This is the problem with America. I have a problem because I'm still like, it's still audit the audit. Like I hear the music and I'm like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, it's a very well edited video, bro. Like he does a good job with his videos. He's got that real professional voice. He goes straight to different ordinances, so it's like definitely professionally done. You know what I'm saying? I'm not disputing that he makes good videos, but I'm just saying like,
do you know Lex?
Those crucial details.
Do you know Lex Rex?
Yo,
I've heard.
He sounds really familiar. So, yeah, sorry. He commented on the video and was like, "Thumbs down. Cops, park rangers, whatever that support edicts that violate the natural and constitutional law of man should get an F." I mean, you're not alone.
Yeah, for sure. It's a mixed bag, but like how it goes. Like since I'm a flat earther, their bias is gonna take over. Like most of the people are just gonna like cheer on that I got failed, that I got arrested, simply because I'm a flat earther.
Yo, Austin. So I got my first assignment. Well, I'm thinking in my mind my first assignment. When are you going? Are you coming? There's no way you're coming anywhere near New York again, are you?
Probably not, bro.
All right. Well, there's this dude. I keep showing his video. I think I'm like on my fourth watch. It's 30 minutes long, and it's Taboo Conspiracy put it on his channel. I think he might have edited it by putting in like certain pertinent clips and things like that. But basically, it's titled "Fear and Propaganda," and it's talking about basically the last year, and it ties in the CIA and how they get people to fall for the propaganda. It shares a couple of documents. One of the documents I shared today, pretty much detailing how the government goes about discrediting people who have dissenting views or opposing views. So the guy that is being interviewed, his name is Mark Crispin Miller, I think, and he's a professor at the University of New York. So the logic that he was putting down and the way that he details the government, like, delegitimizing actual questions. He details where conspiracy theory actually became a term that people use and why it's gotten so frequent, and ties that into the document. It's so beautifully done, but the point is they can't say that this is some dude in his mom's basement that supported Trump and is a flat earther and he's an anti-vaxxer. This is a well-renowned professor at New York University, and all he's doing is sharing information that's freely available for the public. And I want to talk to him since his logic is so sound. You can pretty much copy paste it and say, look, that's exactly what they did to the flat earth movement. Which means, based on your conclusions, that obviously they're avoiding having a conversation about something that they don't want to get exposed. The truth, perhaps. So I would love to get him on. And if he's going to talk about this whole thing being kind of like, kind of manufactured, he can definitely go on record talking about flat earth because the same logic applies. All I need to do is make it happen. When I say make it happen, I need to be the right kind of individual. I need to be presentable. I need to present it in a way that's very interesting. And he needs not to be a phony, but I don't think he is. And he's right here in my hometown. All right, now I'm done. Sorry.
Yeah, try to set it up. Shoot me the video. I'm about to go get some food, bro. I love you guys.
All right, man, we'll do. Tell me what you get to eat. I might follow suit.
All right.
I'm starving myself. No, it is quiet. Can we get into those joints for that video? You gotta
Did you
start
post the
chipping away.
video?
It's 3 hours long.
Did you
Probably
post
be
it?
able to watch like 20, 30 minutes at a time. I didn't post it yet. I'm going to.
Oh, okay.
But I got distracted. Unfortunately, I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Hey, how's it going, Elijah?
What's up, Sonny? Are you ready to roll? Remember what I was gonna try to jump off yesterday?
Yeah, you know what? Like after I had to turn it off after a while. Like the whole thing with the the germ theory, whatever. Like I can't deal with it.
Oh
Like,
no, not not
no, I know,
that.
I know, I
That'll
know.
make you go out and fucking. That'll make you go out and look for somebody to go kill. Who's responsible for this? You
Not
know,
exactly, but I'll be out there telling people if they're doing a particular kind of fashion statement on their wardrobe. I
Yeah.
can't help but just mention something, you know, like I'm sorry, like I can't just let that go, especially when there's children involved and they're, you know, it's just really upsetting.
Well, I'm not talking about that though. I'm talking about
Yep, I know.
the quotes that tell us we've all been lied to.
Exactly.
Do you have that on hand by any chance? If not,
Well, I
give me a
do.
second.
Yeah, it's in the cinema. I can just go grab it. It's in
Oh
the
yes, please.
movie text.
Oh
I'll
yeah.
grab it. It's in here.
So basically, what we're I'm getting a call. Hold on.
No problem. I'll mute myself for now. So yeah, I think that's a really good point, though, that Elijah's making. If anybody and anyone else listening,
I'm here.
I think that's a good place for us to go with this, is to show, like we've done in the past, we show their own experts, their own information, debunking themselves. So the same thing with the why would they lie? Now they're going to get a barrage of everything that we can find in our journeys and researches here on this side. And we'll just start piling on everything that they've said themselves, that they're here to discontinue the conversation with things, with topics where people are disagreeing with the mainstream narrative. So get ready. You're going to have a library of information from that side saying it themselves. I love it.
Awesome introduction. Thanks.
Yeah.
We should make this a kind of like a maybe like a 30, 30, 30, 30. Maybe a 6-part series, 30-minute individual clips. And then have commentary like I don't know. What you know what?
Well,
I'll save
are
that.
you saying like play this film and then pause it? I think that's a great if that's what you're saying. I think that's a great idea.
Well, I mean for promotional purposes, like after the fact, you know, like maybe Helio can make a playlist, and the playlist, you know, it's like the Why Would They Lie series or something. And it just
That's a good idea.
seems like a good idea. But anyway, whenever you're ready. And if anybody wants to interject or, you know, pause it, like obviously it's 3 hours, so we can stop
Yeah.
whenever you guys want.
So this is the right one, right? So just be aware that I'm gonna have to be running in and out. So I want, like, I could start it, but I have to go out and get my laundry, and then I have something I need to be present for a little bit later.
Worst case scenario, because I don't know how to use the bot, I could just like mute the bot.
Yeah, and then anybody else can just stop it. Any of the DJs can stop it. So, so you want me to play this on the Groovy? Is that the whole thing?
Yeah.
Isn't it copyrighted?
Jeranism has given us consent.
It's this particular version's taboo conspiracy, but I guess if Jaren, really, that's great. Okay, that says it.
Yeah, I don't see how, if Jeranism says, yeah, sure, you guys can play it. Like, how would some third party who's using his material copyright strike us, you know? Or whatever it is that they go do.
Yeah. So now the Crispin Miller one is the one I'm playing, right?
No.
Oh, good. See, good thing I asked. See, I almost played the wrong one.
No, Jared, hold on. Let me find it.
I know. Oh, man. Okay, that's not it. But that's good for others to watch on their own time. The Irrational Fear. Yeah, by the professor. Okay, because you were discussing it. So, yeah, I don't want to play the wrong one. So, if you could,
I'm almost. Yeah.
All right, no problem. Yeah, take your time, man. I'm in no rush. Got freaking bicycle troubles right now. I hate that. Shit.
All right, there you go. Oh, and by the way, yeah, gospel. There's the video right there that I was talking about for the propaganda and all that. This is where that CIA document was cited.
All right, this is a good one. Okay, is everyone ready? Yep. Here. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? It is Jaren from Jeranism, back with a live video for you. Thank you for joining me. I do appreciate it. Shout out first to all my patrons for making this channel possible. I do appreciate it so much. You guys are awesome. I've decided to call this video Quotes That Tell Us We've All Been Lied To. So, pretty simple little title. I was in the middle of making slides for each and every quote and sourcing each quote, and eventually I just realized it was simply taking too long. And it would be easier just to read all the quotes that I have gathered straight from OneNote and then maybe make some short comments on those quotes as I read them. So that will be what this live stream is all about. It won't be pretty or attractive like my normal videos, because basically I'm just using a window capture, the OneNote application, and then reading from there. So no normally gorgeous text slides as I sometimes make, so my apologies for that. Also, just to address some comments on a recent video that I did where I included several quotes, the criticism was that in the middle of the quote, I would begin making comments and then continue to quote as if this, left, I guess, it left the listener confused as to which words I was actually quoting and which words were mine. And so I went back to watch the video, and wow. My apologies for sure, because they were exactly right. Sure, I knew which words were mine and which were part of the quote, but when I listened back and I kind of pretended like I was hearing the quotes for the first time, they were 100% correct with that criticism. So thank you for those who pointed that out, because they couldn't have been more correct. Really quick, let me show you an example of what I'm talking about, and this way you know what I will and will not be doing throughout this video. So on the screen, you'll see a quote. It's an actual real quote that I, like one I'd read today. And it's like the ones I've read in my recent videos. But let's pretend like I was reading this quote, and I'll kind of read it like what everybody said I was doing that was wrong, and they're correct, because I said, quote, "I've already known for a long time that we do not have proof for the system of Copernicus." Oops, 1 second. All right, super chats, great. I'll be right back with those. Thank you guys so much for that. So anyway, if I was reading this quote, I would say, quote, "I've already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for the system of Copernicus, which at the time was one of a 3 million mile distant sun, and so much more fantasy nonsense that it's practically a joke. But I shall not take the risk of being the first one attacking it." Alexander von Humboldt. So you can see what I did there? Yeah, bad Jaren. And so my critics could not have been more correct in this regard. I did it on, like, I don't know, 10 different occasions. So I totally stand corrected. I apologize, and I promise not to do that again, as to everyone but me, I guess that can be quite confusing, and I now realize that. So throughout this video, I will just simply read the quote in full without commentary until I end the quote. So this quote and commentary will now be easily separated. For example, we can have the quote from Alexander von Humboldt. Quote, "I have already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for a system of Copernicus, but I shall not take the risk of being the first one to attack it." End quote. Alexander von Humboldt. Now, at the time of Copernicus, he had a 3 million mile distant sun and so much more fantasy nonsense, it feels like some sort of joke, etc., or something similar. So I'm just making an example case here. So anyway, thank you for that feedback. I stand corrected. I shall be severely punished for my transgressions. So now you know what to expect and how you'll know when I'm reading a quote and when I'm commenting on one. I'll try and keep my comments limited, but if anybody knows me, they know that I can't really say how successful I'll be at doing so. So you'll just have to bear with me. I'll also be creating a page on my website, which will have all these quotes in a single post under this video when it finally posts to my jeranism.com website. All right, so let's begin with a question, and that question is, what is the point of this video? So, the point is that I think there are so many quotes, and so many, that tell us that we've all been lied to. Now, despite the current debate over the shape of the earth, the first step to waking someone up is showing them that we've all been lied to. So if I'm able to show that all of the real science and many of the greatest minds of all time, quote unquote, agree that all tests show that the earth is fixed, well, would you then realize that there's a problem? I hope so. I just want to show people what exactly led me to the understanding that for me is so clear, that the current scientific establishment has a certain worldview, and that worldview says that we cannot be in a central position in the universe, and the quotes will prove just that. That observationally, they cannot say that we are not the center, that they make their choices on philosophical grounds, and some of them say based on, quote unquote, modesty. It's not science. That is known as a worldview, and it steers their science and their observations in a direction, and people deserve to know that. It is the absolute definition of pseudoscience. It's being taught as actual science, and it's absolutely far from it. So, because in my opinion, it should show you what is going on and what we're dealing with, but really it's up to you. You've got to decide what to believe. So, in my opinion, the entirety of astronomy and cosmology is actually built upon this mediocrity assumption, this worldview that Earth cannot be central, it cannot be important, we must be no different than the lights in the sky. It's full of presuppositions, assumptions, begging the question, and in actuality, it's all just pseudoscience. But my hope is simple here. By the end of this video, you can realize that we are not taught everything, but we're just taught a one-sided, convoluted, concocted model that's built on assumptions and philosophical beliefs, and that any and all observations that show otherwise get buried or explained away using, of course, mathematics, metaphysical theories that allow them to keep this worldview and to maintain their status as the heliocentric, quote-unquote, geniuses that they are. And the choice is yours, to see them that way or to see them as I do, as priests of a religion who have devised clever explanations and basically mathematical, formulas to hide the truth from you, me, and the entire world. So just imagine for a second, maybe close your eyes if you want to get in touch with your inner self, and think for a second, if you realized today that the earth was in fact still, that it was in fact fixed and of prime importance, if it was the apple of God's eye per se, would that change your worldview? Well, it absolutely did mine. It changed my entire life and my world profoundly. So my hope is that you hear these quotes and decide for yourself if you'd like to continue the belief centered around these forced explanations of these men to explain these anomalies, or if by chance, maybe you now realize, like I do, what's actually going on. And maybe you open your mind for possibly the first time to what is a myriad of other possibilities and various conceptions and ideas that better explain the world that we live in. So the choice will truly become your own, and you aren't cornered into a belief system that is taught to children before they can even understand or possibly question the worldview that is about to become part of their belief system. I think nothing is important as where you live, right? If the earth is central and of the utmost importance, then I believe all humans deserve to know that and to operate their lives within that enormously important understanding. So let's get to the quotes. There are many more than I've assembled here today, so many more. I just tried to maybe touch a little bit of everything and tried to corral them, but I'm only pointing to quotes about this particular worldview and subject, so I won't be reading quotes today about the earth being flat. You won't hear any quotes like that. You won't hear any evolution quotes. You won't hear quotes about the age of dinosaurs or those kind of things. No, today is just going to be about the earth. We're going to be looking at the earth, its location in the cosmos, its centrality, its fixed position, and the tests and opinions regarding relativity and why it is that all tests, at least all tests that I've been able to find, prove that the earth does not move. So in the end, when you hear the quotes and contrast them with what you were taught and what's being taught to our children and your grandchildren, perhaps then maybe you will see the issue and understand why so many of us are absolutely against what's going on and what's being taught. So the truth is that it is not science. It's pseudoscience. It's not reality. It's a mathematical conception, and it's not fact, but simply it's theory. And if, it's not the correct view of the world, but rather it's like a worldview pushed onto everyone through public and also, social indoctrination, as we've seen of recent. So I've got my OneNote opened here where I keep all my notes, and we can start to go through some of them. And I'm sure that there are many, many more, like I said. So if I've missed some, or maybe you find a quote that I have missourced or something's wrong with it, please leave a quote in the comment or leave a comment saying that I did so. Or if you have any other quotes that maybe I didn't include that you want other people to see, you can leave those as a comment as well. And this way more people can see it. My quotes are kind of arranged in a way that makes it easy for me to kind of tell a story. So I'm going to get to those in a second. But before I start, I want to cover one thing that, seems to me that all heliocentric religious zealots want to try and tell me when I say that the earth does not move and that there's no tests that prove it. What do they always say? They say Foucault's pendulum. Well, you should notice that all of these quotes by Einstein and many others, not all the quotes because some are by Copernicus and people that were before Foucault, but I'm talking about all the quotes that I read that are after Foucault. Why would it be that Einstein would say that there's no experiment that can prove the earth moves if he knew about the Foucault's pendulum, which he absolutely did? He knew about the Foucault's pendulum. So that's one thing I think people miss, or that they don't really quite understand about Foucault's pendulum. And if you don't know about it, we'll talk about it real quick, just because it is the one answer that I get where, this Foucault's pendulum proves that the earth spins. Okay, let's talk about it real quick. So we have these pendulums everywhere, right? And these pendulums are basically attached to this presupposed spherical spinning earth, which supposedly rotates once every 24 hours. But the earth also goes around the sun once yearly, and the sun goes around the galaxy, and the galaxy goes around the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour. And these are all local motions. So somehow the Foucault pendulum ignores all the local motions but one. It only recognizes the spin of the Earth. Well, the Foucault pendulum miraculously stays lined up with the rest of the universe. And some try and say that it's inertia, but what exactly is inertia? Nobody even knows. I'll get back to that real quick, but I do want to show you, if I can get this up here, 1 second. I do want to show you a live stream of a Foucault pendulum. Let's go over there. All right. So this is a live stream of the Foucault pendulum. I don't know where it's at, but where is this at? Ludwig University, something, Geophysics, Department of Earth, Environmental Sciences. The web address is geophysics. I'll actually copy this and put it in the description, so if anybody wants to see this. But here you can see, and they've got these 24-hour snapshots, so you can see that the pendulum actually moves around this little thing. But here's the thing that people don't really recognize. Remember, how often does the Earth spin? It spins, once a day, right? But no, you've got to do all these mathematical equations again. The definition of pseudoscience. Bring in these mathematical equations so that you can actually be correct. Because if you look here, the direction of the plane of oscillation of a pendulum with respect to the Earth rotates with an angular speed proportional to the sine of its latitude. Thus, one at 45 degrees rotates every 1.4 days, and one at 30 degrees, which is about where I'm at, thereabouts, every 2 days. So it takes 2 days to rotate all the way around, but the Earth takes 1 day. You can read a little bit further here. It says, so many people have found that the sine factor difficult to understand, which prompted Foucault to conceive the gyroscope in 1852. The gyroscope spinning rotor tracks. Oh, good. I was hoping that I did not bring you over. I did. Continuing what I was reading. We're here. A Foucault pendulum is tricky to set up because imprecise construction can cause additional veering, which masks the terrestrial effect. Air resistance damps the oscillation. So Foucault pendulums in museums usually incorporate an electromagnetic or other drive to keep the bob swinging. This is an absolute lie because it says usually. So what, is there a museum somewhere where the Foucault pendulum swings by itself forever? No, sorry. You need an electromagnetic drive to keep the bob swinging. You have to have a magnet underneath it to keep it going. That's how things work. You can't just spin a pendulum and it go forever. That's against the laws of motion. So anyway, this is just, I wanted to show you this nonsense here, and we'll talk further about it. But like I said, a lot of people will tell you that it's inertia that causes this to happen, but nobody even knows what inertia is. All explanations about inertia involve circular reasoning. Usually it'll sound something like this, like a body keeps doing what it's doing because it has inertia. Okay, so exactly what is inertia? Well, inertia is the tendency of a body to keep moving. Okay, that's great. But why does it keep doing what it's doing? Well, because it has inertia. What? But what is inertia? Well, it's the tendency of a body to keep doing whatever it's doing. Okay, but why does it keep doing whatever it's doing? And so on and so forth. It's just circular reasoning. You'll never get an answer. So perhaps inertia is a universal property. That's possible. And if so, then the ether or the firmament could be the very source causing the Foucault pendulum and the Coriolis effect. And this is why people like Einstein and others can't use Foucault's pendulum as proof that the Earth spins. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying here. You might hear heliocentrists tell us that the entire atmosphere and everything in it, talking about birds, butterflies, clouds, balloons, planes, helicopters, whatever you want to say, are all magically velcroed somehow to the Earth, spinning perfectly in sync with its axial rotation, and it actually reduces its speed also. The atmosphere reduces its speed as you head towards the poles, so it's going 1,040 miles per hour at the pole, and as you walk north, it'll eventually be 0 miles per hour at the pole. That's what, of course, they tell us. But where does this atmosphere even stop spinning? At what altitude? Nobody knows. If we could get up in a balloon, let's say we all get in a balloon and we travel upwards to the upper limits of the atmosphere, what would happen up there? It's utter nonsense. I mean, to think that the atmosphere, the air, is somehow attached and totally synchronized to perfection from 1,040 miles per hour to 0, and yet somehow we have clouds, we have winds, they all blow in every direction. This is a problem, folks. This is pseudoscience by its very definition. It's never shown, never detected, never proven, or scientifically shown in any way. Just absurdities that are required to save the heliocentric model. Like you can add a little theory here and some math there, and you can continue to have people believe that your little worldviews are fact. And, I certainly don't agree with that at all. Basically, for me, heliocentricity is not even logically plausible. let alone irrefutable. It's a theory that we are taught is based on scientific data, but it's actually purely based on a series of assumptions that were built up over the last few hundred years. For example, many of the assertions regarding these astronomical distances between lights in the sky are completely invented, and they're put into calculations on the a priori assumption that the Earth must be revolving around the sun, while at the same time, these assumed distances have another function where they're used as some sort of, petitio principii device, I don't know, to, indicate that the sun must be at the center because of that distance. Go figure. Here's an example of how it's done. We're told that the sun is too big to revolve around the Earth, right? But wait a minute. Isn't the sun's size determined in the first place by assuming how big it must have been in order for us to have a heliocentric model? Well, of course it is. Go figure. Other assumptions might include the alleged tilt of the Earth, the tilt of the Earth's axis at 23.5 degrees, an absolute desperately needed heliocentric variable that has no basis in the real world, where the sun simply orbits from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn annually. But of these tropic latitude lines, they're not tilted. They're at an angle of 0 degrees. Both circles are parallel to the equator. In fact, the very word tropic itself comes from the Greek term tropos, which means to turn, referring to the fact that the sun turns back at these lines and they aren't tilted in any way at all. Or the Earth supposedly darting around the sun at various speeds. It orbits, right, at a faster speed at the northern winter and a slower speed at the northern summer, then back faster again, back and forth. But somehow all of this alleged speed change remains unnoticeable. Well, of course they like to say, well, we don't feel constant motion or speed, and yet the Earth we're on is changing speeds constantly, basically at every single second. Sorry, I'm going to have to get a drink here already. All right, where was I? So, not to mention the fact that the moon is also being dragged around at exactly those same speed levels. It's just, I don't know. How could it be in full, complete synchronization with the wobbly Earth, despite being 250,000 miles away from it? It's all such nonsense. So, what do I have on the screen here? Let me get over here to OneNote. First, I did want to say thank you to the super chats. Somebody left one before we even got started. Leaf Eaters, your work is great. I've been watching your videos since you began. I think you should repost some of your older videos for some of the newcomers. You are an inspiration. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Rhino, just a regular guy who owns a P900 who wants to help shoot across the bay. Yes, I got you. That's going to come up fairly soon. I do have one observation I'm going to make at the canal as soon as I get my camera and before I take it to the Monterey Bay to do that observation. So, Rhino, I will let you know. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate it. And if anybody else wants to send a super chat, I will read those in due time. But like I said, we're going to move over here to OneNote. Let's see here. Hopefully you can see my OneNote. I don't know. Oh, great. Why do you not see the text on the screen? 1 second. This could prove to be catastrophic. What is going on? There's no over here. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it. Sorry. I had it on a blank page. That's probably why you couldn't see anything. So, okay, so we're just going to go through some of these quotes. I've kind of got them sectioned off. Please forgive me if I make any pronunciation errors or I don't say somebody's name right or get a word wrong. I'm only human. I don't proclaim to be perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I probably make more mistakes every minute than anyone else, to be honest. But let's go ahead and just start out with something simple. This is theoretical physicist Michio Kaku telling us about cosmology. Hopefully you can hear this, and I'm not sure you will be able to, but we'll go ahead and try it.
Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Okay, so thank you, Michio Kaku, and hopefully you heard that. I think it might have been a little on the quiet side, but yeah, he basically tells you right there that they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power in regards, and he says it's the largest mismatch in the history of science. Hopefully people get the importance of that quote and understand what we're dealing with, and then you can decide if these are really the people that you want telling you where you live when they just admitted to be off by the largest factor in the history of science when you're looking at experiments versus theory. That's because the experiments do not show at all what these theories are that they've been telling us about the universe forever. And I described it last night, but I thought I just mentioned it again real quick before we get to some of these other ones, that to me science is like a tightrope walker. Because the goal when you're a tightrope walker is to never look at your feet, because as soon as you do, you realize how high up you are. You realize you're in midair and that you may fall a long way down. But as long as you look straight forward, if you're walking a tightrope, you usually can walk safely across. And the reason for that is because you don't want to look down. You need to just keep looking forward, keep plugging ahead, and that's what science is doing. Science does not want to look at its foundations. They don't want to look at, and I mean you can call it the body of science if you want. I'm talking about the people involved in it. They certainly don't want to look down. They do not want to explore their foundations, because if they did and they found a crack, that could collapse the entire thing. So they don't want to look down. They're just like a tightrope walker. But let's get on to the quotes, okay? So I started out with some that I'm just calling prime importance. And by the way, this video might be long. I've got over 100 quotes to read, and some of them are quite long. So either bear with me, or if you need to watch this in segments, you can do that. But my goal is to hit every one of these quotes today, and that's what we'll be doing. And then we'll read some super chats, and then we'll go to bed. So let's go to the first quote I thought was interesting here. Nietzsche had to say, quote, "Where has God gone?" He cried, "I shall tell you. We have killed him. You and I, we are his murderers. But how have we done this? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What did we do when we unchained the earth from its sun? Whether it is moving now, whether we are moving now, away from all suns, are we not perpetually falling? Backward, sideward, forward in all directions? Is there any up or down left? Are we not straying as through an infinite nothing? Do we not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is it not more and more night coming all the time? Must not lanterns be lit in the morning? Do we not hear anything yet of the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God? Do we not smell anything yet of God's decomposition? Gods, too, decompose. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we, the murderers of all murderers, console ourselves? End quote. Let's go on to the next quote. Just some little topic quotes here. Like I said, prime importance quotes. This is Leo Tolstoy. Quote, "I know that most men, including those at ease with problems of the greatest complexity, can seldom accept even the simplest and most obvious truth, if it be such as would oblige them to admit their falsity of the conclusions which they have delighted in explaining to their colleagues, which they have proudly taught to others, and which they have woven thread by thread into the fabric of their lives." End quote. So, comment on this quote here is just simply exactly what I say about people like Neil deGrasse and Bill Nye. These men who have the ease, the greatest of ease at explaining the great complexity of the universe. They make it sound so simple, so easy. Oh, we figured it all out. But they can seldom accept even the slightest and most obvious truth, if it would be one that would oblige them to admit the falsity of their conclusions, which they have delighted in. They explain it to their colleagues, and they've taught it to others. They go to auditoriums and speak about it, and they have, had it woven thread by thread into the fabric of their lives. Leo Tolstoy. So, again, hopefully you understand why that quote is there. Let's get into a little more detailed ones. We got Fred Hoyle here, who said, "The history of science shows that each generation finds the universe to be stranger than the preceding generation ever conceived it to be." Next, we have Phil Platt. Many people have heard of him, right? The bad astronomer. What did he have to say? Well, you might take note here. He said, "I have two things to say that might surprise you. First, geocentrism is a valid frame of reference. And second, heliocentrism is not any more or less correct." Stop and think, ladies and gentlemen. Think to yourself, if one cannot be more correct than the other, why are you laughed at if you say the earth stands still? Why is it being taught to children every single day in this world that the earth absolutely goes around the sun? Let's continue reading, and by the end of this, you're going to be baffled with the amount of scientists that say the exact same thing. It's the exact same frame. It's just a different frame of reference. There is no better model than the other, and yet one is being taught as absolute, complete, and total fact. Why? Because the other one might invoke a creator, might explain creation, might place importance on the earth. Let's continue. We've got George Ellis, and man, have I read this quote a million times. Let's read it again. Quote, people need to be aware that there is a range of models that can explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on your observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. End quote. George Ellis, a premier physicist in the world. And let's just comment on this real quick so you can go back and understand what he's saying here. This was a huge quote to me. People who have listened to me know that I read this every other show I do, because I was taught in school, science is all about truth. So, science doesn't lie. Science just is an unbiased observer. It's observations. But yet we see George Ellis tell us that he wants to bring out into the open that the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology, which is science, this is a branch of science, tries to hide that. So there's a branch of science out there trying to hide something from people? What do you mean? How could that be possible? Why is science trying to hide anything from me? Well, he's explaining exactly what he's telling you. They are choosing which model based on philosophical criteria. And he says, now, to him, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, great. That's his opinion. I don't care what he thinks, whether or not there's something wrong with that. But he tells people, what I want to bring out in the open is the fact that we're using this in choosing our models and that we're trying to hide that. I mean, you're going to learn by the end of this video the exact reason why. And the reason why is these guys cannot stand, and I don't want to say these guys because George Ellis is different. George Ellis is somebody who does try and place the Earth back at the center because, well, all observations show that it is. Yeah, pretty brilliant, right? I mean, that's what an unbiased science observer would say. When all the tests prove that the Earth is fixed and that things are moving away from us and that we are the center of the universe, then that's what it is. Except for if you have a worldview that says, no, we cannot be the center. I hate that idea. I can't stand it. It goes against everything I am. I don't want to be important. I don't want to have a God. I don't want to be part of creation. And then all of a sudden you will have cosmology trying to hide the fact that there is no difference between the two models. Okay, let's continue. Another George Ellis quote. Quote, this assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe. End quote. Okay, comment on that. Again, we just talked about this. It's the assumption. Okay, so remember, we're talking about science. Why are we making assumptions? The assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe. Who cares what you believe should be unreasonable? No, they just choose that because they're afraid of the fact that we could be the center. They would rather anything else be true, and they will use any other concoction or formula or hypothesis they can, as long as it means that the Earth is not the center. Let's continue. And we've got Arthur S. Otis in his book, quote, in the effort to explain the Michelson-Morley experiment, the thought was advanced that the Earth might be stationary. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe with all other heavenly bodies paying homage by revolving around it. Again, this is why I loaded the beginning of this these quotes with these, just so you could see exactly what I'm trying to point out here, that these guys said not such an idea was not considered seriously. Why? If all the observations, if you're a scientist and the tests and experiments and observations tell you that you're the center of the universe, it is not okay to say, well, we're not going to consider that seriously because we don't want to be the center. Ridiculous. Let's continue. We got a Stephen Hawking quote coming up next. Quote, the universe might look the same in every direction as seen from any other galaxy too. This, as we have seen, was Friedman's second assumption. We have no scientific evidence for or against this assumption. We believe it only on the grounds of modesty. End quote. Stephen Hawking. Hopefully you understand what's going on here. Again, Stephen Hawking explains it on the grounds of modesty. But if you're choosing your worldview, then that is the opposite of modesty. You're choosing what you like. not what science is telling you, not what experiments are showing you, not what observations are showing you. You're choosing instead, well, we change what we see based on the fact that we want to be modest. That's not being modest. That's the opposite. That's being holy hell conceited like I've never seen before. That you are able to change science? You are able to change observations and experiments? Crazy. Let's continue. Edwin Hubble. I've read this many times too. Let's read it full. Quote, such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomenon. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, it must be compensated by spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape. Now remember, Edwin Hubble, the one who coined the phrase the Big Bang, the one who told everybody, oh, all these galaxies are moving away from us, which certainly places you in the center of the universe. How else could everything be moving away from you? Well, what did he come up with? He said, well, wait. What if the universe and the planet and everything that we know is on a balloon? And as you blow up the balloon, technically, everything on that balloon gets further away from each other. Picture a balloon, put a bunch of dots on it, and start to blow it up. Now, pay no attention to who's actually blowing up the balloon of space, because that's what they call the expanding universe, and people might understand where that came from. This is why the universe has to be expanding, is simply because otherwise we're at the center of the universe. But they don't want that. So they say, no. We're in a balloon. We're on a balloon. It's being blown up. We're all moving away from each other, and everyone, no matter where you're at in the universe, would all see the same thing, everything moving away from you. Again, never been proven. Never been shown. It's pseudoscience. Hopefully you understand that. That's Edwin Hubble in his book from 1937. But again, look at how many, this quote is just so full of nonsense. Remember, this is a scientist who's making observations and saying, well, this condition would imply that we occupy a unique position. This hypothesis cannot be disproved. Okay? Remember what's being taught in school. Remember what you get laughed at for saying. If you dare say the sun goes around the earth, you will be laughed at. However, I'm about to read you 100 quotes that tell you that we're right in the center. Okay, so this hypothesis cannot be disproved. Okay, so why is it laughed at? Well, because it's unwelcome. Okay, good for you. What the difference does that make? Therefore, we disregard this possibility. What do you mean you're disregarding? If something cannot be disproved and you're disregarding it? Holy smokes. Why are you disregarding it? Because it's the unwelcomed position of a favored location, and it must be avoided at all costs. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to my words here and understand what's going on. You have to look at this and you have to understand that they're saying that the hypothesis cannot be disproved that we're the center, but it's unwelcomed, and we're going to disregard it because it's an unwelcome position of a favored location, and it must be avoided at all costs. This is not science, ladies and gentlemen. This is the opposite of it. Such a favored position is intolerable. It's intolerable. What is that word when we're talking about science and observations and, oh, well, I don't want to be in the center. It's intolerable, so let's make up whatever other nonsense. And what other nonsense do I mean? I mean the whole universe model that they've given you. This is what they've come up with. Because why? Because the alternative, saying we're the center, must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position. This is science. This is what scientists believe, that we have to escape the horror of a unique position. So let's just make up a bunch of shit like we're on a balloon. Let's just do that. There seems to be no other escape. Wow. Let's go to Einstein from The Evolution of Physics, page 212. Quote, the struggle, so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus, would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. So there's Einstein telling you that, well, whether the earth is the center or whether the sun's the center or whatever, it doesn't matter. You could pick Mars, you could pick whatever you want. You could pick any light in the sky and say, oh, now this is the center. Big deal. But what do they choose? They choose the sun. Why? Well, they worship it. Let's go to the next one. Quote, There is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun. End quote. Physicist I. Bernard Cohen. Again, what more do I need to say here, folks? No explanation needed here. There's no planetary observation which can prove that we move around the sun, but it's taught in schools as fact, and it's called science, and people will run around and tell you it's scientifically proven. Good for them. How about Sir Isaac Newton? Quote, Plato is my friend, Aristotle is my friend, but my greatest friend is truth. Truth is ever to be found in simplicity and not in the multiplicity and confusion of things. Oh boy, would that guy be turning in his grave today. They've simply destroyed anything simple and come up with the biggest nonsense theories and ad hoc explanations and pseudoscience that you've ever seen in your life. Let's go with Kepler here. Quote, I demonstrate by means of philosophy that the earth is round and is inhabited on all sides, that it is insignificantly small, and it is born through the stars. End quote. Johannes Kepler. I just thought it was funny to point out here that the words philosophy is in there. You demonstrate by means of philosophy? Way to be a scientist, guys. Way to go. It's the best science term I've ever heard. I demonstrate by means of I demonstrate by means of philosophy. Oh boy, this is classic. This is good stuff. We're barely probably 10 quotes into the 100 that you got coming. Enjoy yourselves. Let's go with Edwin Hubble from the Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, 1937. Quote, if the redshifts are a Doppler shift, the observations as they stand lead to the anomaly of a closed universe, curiously small and dense, and it may be added, suspiciously young. So, very interesting. No real comment needed there. I mean, his redshifts that he said are the reason is because galaxies are moving away from us, but if instead they're a Doppler shift, well then all of a sudden we live in a closed universe. It's small, it's dense, and suspiciously young. What are we told today? Oh, the universe is 14 point something billion years old, and this is fact. We can rewind the clock of the sky. Just rewind it. Rewind it back to 1/10 of a 1,000th of a millionth of a second, and we could see how everything came into play. This is great. Let's go to the next one. Another Edwin Hubble from the Observational Approach to Cosmology on page 63. Quote, thus the theory might be valid provided the universe were packed with matter to the very threshold of perception. Nevertheless, the ever-expanding model of the first kind seems rather dubious. It cannot be ruled out by the observations, but it suggests a forced interpretation of the data. The disturbing features are all introduced by the recession factors, by the assumption that red shifts are velocity shifts. The departure from a linear law of redshifts, the departure from uniform distribution, the curvature necessary to restore homogeneity, the excess material demanded by the curvature, each of these is merely the recession factor in another form. If the recession factor is dropped, if redshifts are not primarily velocity shifts, the picture is simple and plausible. There is no evidence of expansion and no restriction of the timescale, no trace of spatial curvature, and no limitation of spatial dimensions. Moreover, there is no problem of internebular material, and for those who don't know, internebular material is considered today's dark energy, dark matter. So,
Okay, I thought I would pause it for a second in case there's someone new or you guys want to have a conversation about
Where did
what was
Elijah
said.
go? I thought he was the one that was wanting to listen to all that.
Yeah, me too. I had to go out and take care of some laundry.
Oh, gotcha. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all fine, right? I don't think we have new people here.
Okay, I could continue it.
Sorry, everyone. What? Sorry, what? Everyone?
Just saying, I love Jaren. Thanks for sharing it.
Sure.
There's still some of it left. It's only hold on a second. It's only at 40 minutes in. There's 3 hours left. No, is the whole thing 3 hours? I think the whole thing is 3 hours. And if you're following along with the video, wait a minute, I might have some background noise. Hold on. If you're following along with the video, it's at about 39 minutes, 30 seconds, somewhere right around that. He's going through the quote.